Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAL. We're so happy to have you with us to start off our final weekend. And not only are we going to be qualifying 4 teams over the next 2 days, but we're also ending all of Kickoff's, I guess, national plays here for SAL and awaiting our final regions to lock in, CNL and NAL, to have all of our teams ready to go. And my co-host today is the one and only Alphama R6, who somehow has teleported himself across Europe from the EML studio just like that, and he's joining us all nice and fresh. How you doing?
Good. I remember something Jack told me when we were going to the studio yesterday, and he was like, you know what, Leo, I feel like I live in Siege. I just go to the studio, I watch EML, I do my prep. After EML, I do my prep for the day after. I go to sleep, I dream about Siege. I wake up, I create content about Siege. And somehow, I feel I can relate to that today.
It's part of it. We're people, and you've done from the competitive point of view as well, so that's on a different scale compared to me. But you've lived Siege in more ways than one, and for a game that has been able to change our lives in the way that it has and give us 10 plus years of excitement, it is a privilege to continue being part of it after so many years, and today to spend the day with you. As sad as I am to not have Laxing by my side, I'm always happy to be here with Alphama. But we have a busy day today because there's 3 matches, as you can see, and the focus will be on the winners of our 2 first matches, because those are the teams that will qualify to the Salt Lake City Major. So those will be the first 2 out of 4 that will represent the region on site. Now, lastly, it'll be the upper bracket final, the winners of the 2 matches. That comes down to the seeding 1 or 2. It's going to impact how their phase 2 might look, which opponents that are going to be facing, something to look forward to in the future. But Team Liquid, Alienware, NIP is where we're going to kick things off and go to Furia versus Fluxo W7M. And this is the bracket. This is how we got here. And I don't know if you got to watch anything from our last play day on Tuesday, Leo. I know you had a very, very busy week with EML, but those 2 matches went by really fast in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because, when I was looking at the matchups from today, usually it's supposed to be the matchups of the biggest teams in the league, and there was one big missing component in there. Where was FaZe in that top 4? And I think, I think I understand why we had such a one-sided quarterfinals in the lower bracket when you know that FaZe is there and that they play against a team that they 7-0'd at the end of the Kickoff group stage. I just did not expect it to be anywhere closer. So a 7-1 for FaZe, not a big surprise. Loss, I think, was the team that had the most potential after the roster mania, that didn't belong in the top 5. So I'm not surprised to see them advance all the way, only 1 BO3 away from Salt Lake City. But the main thing remains, Milosh, what is there to gain for the 2 wins in the upper semifinal here on your screen? Which will be Team Liquid, Alienware, and IP, Furia, Fluxo W7M. Basically, if you win that BO3, you guarantee yourself a spot at the Salt Lake City Major in Phase 2 directly, $8,000, and 175 SI points. So that is a lot. So you want to get that win.
Yeah, it'll be something that'll propel you forward. And in the lower bracket, that's where things kind of flip. If you lose in the upper semifinals, so let's say TL, Alienware, and NIP, the loser of that match is going to drop down to the lower bracket. They'll be playing against FaZe Clan, whereas the loser of Furia Fluxo W7M plays a loss. And at the end, in the final of the lower bracket, that'll be tomorrow, it will have 2 teams that are both qualified to the Salt Lake City Major. However, only the winner of that match will advance directly into Phase 2, whereas the loser of the game will have to play from Phase 1, which means adding more potential for things to go wrong. You got upper lower bracket in it, and seeing which will be the 4 teams from the 8 that actually qualify into Phase 2. They'll have the lowest seed really compared to everybody else qualifying into that second phase. And in Swiss, in this Buchholz system also, it's going to get very complicated really, really fast about winning those 3 matches. But that's in the future, not long from now, around 3 weeks or so, but it is in the future regardless. But there's teams that have already made it, Leo, to the Salt Lake City Major. 4 EML teams will be going there, and it's G2 VP Falcons and my boys Twisted Minds.
most importantly, you just mentioned it. If you're the 4th seed in your region, which means that you make it to the Salt Lake City Major through the lower bracket final, but you lose that bracket final, right? You are sent to the phase 1 of the major, where only 4 teams out of the 8 qualify to phase 2. Falcons is the worst seed of EML, so they will have to start the major through phase 1. So all the teams that barely get their tickets, scrap their way to the Salt Lake City Major, they're going to find themselves facing Falcons on day 1 of the major. Isn't that insane?
That's incredible. I mean, it's to say that the one player change is something big, obviously, for Falcons / G2 in their own right. But still, Virtus Pro had a very, very big change, very core change, I would say, going into the stage. I don't think many were expecting them to come out as number 2 in the entire region. That's something pretty exciting on its own. Twisted Minds, brand new. We finally have an actual MENA team in the EML, the Europe MENA League, and they are 3rd place in the region. Of course, Twisted Minds being the old Falcons, well, the Falcons of old a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago. Their team and players that are incredibly talented. It's probably the best of the best from the entire region. And so seeing them performing, despite like ping differences, all of that, it's clear that they have a lot more to show. And the back-to-back best of 3s that they had, especially that game versus Shifters, just the comeback story from Twisted Minds was beautiful.
Everything from Twisted Minds, like the victory over Fnatic, even that loss against G2, they are the team that puts the most pressure on G2, by the way. They are the only ones that made it close in one map. That border game, I thought that G2 was going to go into overtime. And then after that, to take down Shifters, yes, it's a feat in itself, but to take down Falcons, what a way to do it. Honestly, completely reworked over EML, but I like it. G2, super team, makes it with the 1st seed. VP, great roster overall. A team that plays the mix of the firepower of the Russians, of Dan, of Pasha, of Rorik, and then all of the IGLing and vision from the Frenchies and from the coach Dark, and then Twisted Minds who come in swinging with a super entertaining playstyle, super aggressive, and then Falcons who, despite starting the major in phase 1, I'm not too worried about them. As I said on the desk yesterday, I will say this again, I think that we're sending 4 of the best possible teams we could have sent from EML. It might be the best EML has looked at an international event, I think, at least in terms of potential that we're sending.
Thank God, because I think a couple of events ago, the things were quite different where we're really unsure of how EML would be. But I don't want us to dig into EML because that's the 2nd best region in the world, not the best one. The best one is right here in SAL, and we're locking things in. I know we can talk about EML all day, every day, but that's not what we're doing here. Let's talk about our first matchup, Team Liquid Alienware going up against Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll focus in on Team Liquid Alienware in this matchup because they have had a huge change. Obviously, this is a huge name in the region and globally as well. You bring in the four of the Xfuria players, you put them in with Maya, and according at least to their team, to Felipox and to Igor, their coach, things have completely shifted. Everybody's in different roles pretty much. Things have completely been flipped on their heads, and Maya is leading the team in stats everywhere. He's the only one left over from the old Team Liquid Alienware roster, and really, really spearheading the team, pushing them across every lane that they had. But this is their first challenge in a BO3.
Yeah, it is a tricky one because they started with pressure, I feel like, joining a new organization, making such a huge roster overhaul, 4 new players, integrating Maya, changing all of the roles. And so it started off the wrong way. They lost to Black Dragons. As a reminder, the same teams that lost 7-0, 7-1, and 7-1 to FaZe. And despite all of this, after this, they recovered, I think. Beating Lost convincingly, beating FaZe to me in group stage was a big one, 7-4. And after that, a statement 7-0 victory over Imperial Esports. That's a team that has looked very confident. As you can see all the way on the far right of your screen right now, JV was one of the best rated players on the roster at SI, and then he was changed to a more flexible role, a bit more of a support role, and so far he's still adjusting to that. However, on the left side, the 2 guys to highlight, Maya and KZ, still there, still performing very well. What a replacement for Hertz for Maya, who seems to slot right in with the new lineup. But like you said, it can be tricky for them because it will be their first BO3 as a team ever. They've not played one yet as a team.
Exactly.
So NIP, on the other hand, they've already had to warm up. They had to go through quarterfinals. They have that experience and that confidence of their winning against a loss on Tuesday. So it's a different setup here. They need to be warmed up already going into this matchup.
And looking at the last game that Ninjas Pajamas had against Los, NIP looked super comfortable in that game. I think they should have won it even better than they did. I believe it's 7-4, 7-3 in the two maps that they played, and they put in a lot of effort in there. The entire team was working together, and this is what we want to see. Veto putting in numbers, Pino always doing the impact that he's supposed to, and then of course Fantasy trying to keep up with him is kind of a tough job for any player out there. But this man in front of you is definitely a dream come true. It's not going to be easy, I think, for Team Liquid Alienware to deal with NIP. Maybe for those that haven't been watching SAL regularly enough, let me tell you, this is a squad that you should definitely never underestimate.
No, definitely not. I think it's a well-built roster, by the way. Many teams were, I think, not maybe writing them off, but at least saying that they were weakened because they had lost cons to Fluxo W7M, they had lost their IGL, and that they recruited Bassetto, who's supposed to be a bit more passive, who came from Loud, a team that was known to be very passive. And so most people were doubting them, but I think that Bassetto is a great fit. Yes, he brings another vision, but that vision is not necessarily worse than this one. And I think that for the rest, Pino, without hate, is still performing really well. The most important thing with Fantasy that does not appear on his stats right now is the opening engagements for me. He's been involved in 17 opening kills and 10 opening deaths. That's 27 opening engagements, 3 times more than any of his teammates, by the way. So he's been really the big spearhead of that team. It does not look like he's succeeding that much in the statistics, but I think he's been the key player for their entry line. And I think that Pino, without haters, they all benefit from it.
Absolutely. Now, we're looking at these two teams in their own little bubble, but we can talk about individual players. And I want to take our head-to-head of Maya versus Fantasy. Two players that, if anything, you want them to play at their tippity top today. It's a big challenge. They both need to show up at their best in order to push their specific teams across the line, Leo.
Yeah, they do. I think I want to see the consistency of Maya so far. After what we've seen from him during the groups and being like, I think he dropped double digits almost every single match. If you look at 44 kills, he played 4 matches. So that's more than double digits every game. The cost is very important. EPS also leading the charts. For the one player that was brought on from the previous Liquid roster, I think it's very important for him to keep that star role. It's a very difficult thing to come in and replace Herds, who was by many, seen as the face of the former Furia roster. And I think he's done so in such a way that I just love, listening to Igor in interviews or Felipox telling us Maya is not only there in the game, he's also there in terms of energy, in terms of shot calls, in terms of carrying the team again. And that's what we needed. And to do that, to be that guy, the hype man of your team, and on top of that, also be the best rated, I mean, what could you ask more? So if there is one player I want to look at today in that victory, a single BO3 to make it to Salt Lake City, it is Maya.
But this is the front line of these two teams. What if you looked deeper back from an IGL or a support standpoint? Who are we really pushing to see today to get that victory?
Well, that fight will be different, right? It will be Bassetto versus Felipox, two very different styles. However, with the recent world changes on the side of Team Liquid Alienware, Felipox has said himself he's been put back on Harbridge or on Shields. So it basically Bassetto's role. So they will be the two calling the shots from the back line. Let's be real in terms of achievements and pedigree. Felipox is supposed to win that head-to-head. But again, Siege is never made on paper. NIP, they've showed great consistency throughout all of the kickoff so far. I mean, they only dropped to Furia. Let's remind everyone, this team beat Fluxo W7M in the BO1. So they had that confidence for them. And like I said, they are warmed up. They played a BO3 already. They won convincingly against Loss. And to me, that is an advantage that Team Liquid Alienware doesn't have.
Well, my friends, let's move on to our map veto and see where this will take us. Team Liquid Alienware versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Winner makes it to Salt Lake City. Loser drops the lower bracket to play FaZe, and that is going to be a tough match no matter how you cut this. BO3 first up, Nighthaven Lab, and that is the Liquid Alienware pick. Layer for NIP, and we'll move on to Bank should this go the distance. Nighthaven Lab's thought on that before we bring in our casters, Leo.
Yeah, a weird one to me because NIP's permaban has come up because they don't play Nighthaven Labs. At least they haven't played it since Copa Sudamericana last year, which was against the former Furia roster, by the way, which they beat. But since then, it's been a permaban. 19 times they banned it, by the way, in the last 6 months. So I'm assuming if they let it through, they're cooking something. And if there is one match where you want to cook something, it's the one qualifying Newton Major.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen this Team Liquid Alienware roster being on LAN. I wonder if that's going to be an extra bit of pressure on them to get across the line. I mean,
yeah, maybe
that has to do with the organization itself.
I think looking at that roster, you know, I'm not too worried. We're speaking of one of the most experienced roster in the world, even when it comes to Maya. So like, I wouldn't be too afraid of that. Just looking at Lair for the set of NIP, it was such a crutch map for these guys. I don't know if you remember, but like we saw them crushing on it during the Munich Major. They played so much. I remember them 7-0 Space Station on the map, and this crazy 15-round game against Shifters, which was absolutely insane. And then Bank to finish it. I'm excited. We've seen Team Liquid Alienware play it recently in Kickoff. They had a really good result on it. So a balanced map pool, but Nighthaven Labs is where my question mark is. The permaban of NIP.
Then let's call in our casters. Demo and Extra Troika joining us today. Our first couple matches here. Demo, Ollie, how you doing? We got a big game on our hands today, Ollie. It's Team Liquid Alienware playing NIP, and winner goes to Salt Lake City. Simple as.
We certainly do. I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into it. It's a play day that, obviously, as we're getting closer to kick off, and I'm sat there the other night watching EML conclude, and I'm thinking toward next week about NAL concluding. We've got SAL concluding over the next couple of days as well. We're really starting to get close now to find out who is going to be making it to the major. And I think that SAL in itself is one of the maybe more exciting ones for me. You know, former world champions in the lower bracket. Like, there's a bit of a gap potentially for a team to sneak in and for FaZe to miss out. Obviously, we've already had the almost upset inside of Europe. So I guess it's just about, you know, seeing if these upsets are going to come true or not.
I'm surprised he hasn't said anything that he's cast on me today. I thought that would have been straight on his money.
We're bringing it back.
Bringing it back. It's been a while since I've had this guy, especially back to Brazil, which was really where we started this little companionship, Ollie. So it's good to be back. Just want to also bring up about Leo's point. He's talking about labs. I mean, this is also Team Liquid Alienware's permaban whenever they were the Furious side. They never played this map either. So for both sides, it's a map that they don't play. So I really don't have a clue what we're expecting here.
Like, I looked at the maps, and I honestly think that NIP have really tried in this map ban. Because if you look at what they've taken away, so Consulate is just Team Liquid Alienware's permanent ban. That's fine. Chalet coming in as the next one. It's not a map that NIP like. Border is where it gets interesting for me, because I think there's a world where Team Liquid Alienware were expecting NIP to pick Border and to ban the labs potentially, and then Bank coming in as the decider. It's like NIP's favorite map. So I feel like they've really tried quite hard with these.
And a solid snake ban on top of it to kick things off. That's exactly what I wanted to see. My friends, all yours. Demo, Extra Troika. Enjoy.
Ooh, it's been a while since we've heard that, hasn't it, Demo? Back on the cast again. Back in Brazil. I mean, what a fitting place for the reunion to take place. Obviously, it's a temporary reunion. Yeah, it's you know, it's the 3 best of 3 days, so we have a team of casters
one
covering
game and
the day.
one game only.
Yeah, we're literally back for one last show. It's like a band getting back together.
That's it. This is well, you never know. It might turn out like Kiss, where it's just constant reunions until, you know, keep going for it. But who knows? Never say never. Look, I think coming into this series, obviously, I think the favourites, you have to look at Team Liquid Alienware. Yeah, I think just with the prestige that this team has, it's still that core of that Fury team who we know are just so darn good. They should be the expected winners here. But I think a side like NIP has certainly been my most improved team from last year. I thought they did really, really well to get themselves back cemented as being a top side inside of SAL. And again, I think so far at this stage, they've done a really good job.
I would agree with you. And NIP is a team that I want to do well as well. You know, I feel like because we only cover a little bit of SAL, you can almost be a little bit more biased than we are in our airport home regions. And I feel like this NIP side is a side that I want to see succeed. I like what they're trying to do here with the team, with the players that they've got. And I think that they play a really exciting brand of Siege. Obviously, Team Liquid Alienware, it kind of speaks for themselves. You know, that this is a team that's star-studded, SI winners. You've got a very serious core of players. And then with now the introduction of Maya over the last, you know, whatever it is, kickoff, however many weeks that's been going on, we're slowly starting to see this build. But again, it's quite a seismic shift that they've gone through in that roster. Speaking in the pre-show about JV's roles, and I mean, look at what he's playing. He's playing the Thermite. Now, it's not unusual to see JV on a hard breach, but his stats certainly have suffered as to where we're used to seeing him on other roles. So this more flex role, it's something that's, you know, it's brand new for Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, I think for this side, it's just adjusting to their new home in the new colours. And certainly I think for the side, the fact that they're playing one of their permabans that they've had over the past year is very surprising. They don't know if that's because Maya's here and Maya's going to try and teach them a few things, but I think for anyone in the world, I mean, if Team Liquid Alienware have added another map into their arsenal, it just makes them that much more scary to go up against. But at the moment, it is just this pressure in towards Rafters. Very standard take here from Team Liquid Alienware. They've got the hard breaches in and opened up, and now they're starting the assault on Rafters, and down goes Wizards, first player dead. Yeah,
the Azami is always going to be a high target there on Rafters. A very tricky position to play, and something that Team Liquid Alienware have dealt with quite nicely there. Hayes is still going to be up on the Clash, though, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem. As we all know, Clash can just be an immovable object at times. But with the pressure that Team Liquid Alienware have got right now, they're not looking in too bad a shape. Besetto will find one back onto JV, but they are really knocking on the side door. KZ's going to go down as well. And what about that for a flank coming in from Fancy? Eventually taken down, but damage already done. Philippop's now left in the 1 versus 1. Low health, diffuser in hand, no C4 for Besetto. He needs to play this carefully, but he's giving him the space demo. He's letting him get this diffuser down. That's not the play inside of the 1v1. Besetto now has to act. These are the two hard supports going up against each other. This was the head-to-head that Leo and Milosh were talking about. And there's only going to be one winner. Philippop's there. A plant and a kill to seal the deal.
Oh, he's robbed that round. He really should not have been allowed to get that plant in. But somehow, he's made it work. And that's because Besetto just stood off. He was in connector. He didn't want to move. He didn't want to go for it. It's probably down to a lack of information, obviously, from Besetto. He just wanted to try and run the clock down. He wasn't expecting Philippop's to go for the plant, but he did. I mean, for Team Liquid Alienware, a very slow kind of start, wasn't it? The first 2 minutes, it was just kind of doing your general basis of getting those walls open, setting up. They've done a really good job, good entry in towards Rafters. They were also able to pick off the Clash. But then they let a retake happen in towards Rafters. That was one of the main issues for them. And they lost a lot of bodies from it. And yeah, Philippop's being able to clutch up. I mean, that is a round to kick things off. And it's going to get Team Liquid Alienware amped up for it now.
Absolutely. The top floor, it's where you go as a defending team on Nighthaven Labs to pick up an early round. It's the reason that a lot of the rotations will start up there. NIP going to go straight down to the basement, not fancying another attempt, even though it only came down to a 1v1, obviously feeling like the flank from Fancy maybe isn't something that's necessarily repeatable, and it might be something that Team Liquid Alienware are going to get a little bit wise to as the game develops. Still, no cause for panic just yet, but definitely the start that Team Liquid Alienware would have wanted here. Hates. He's going to be way out of town at the moment, all the way upstairs inside of meeting for this basement defense. I'm not really liking what I'm seeing here. A glass is always a big nightmare, especially when these walls get opened. Nothing to try and deny this breach. Obviously, the Bandit is banned, but Cade and Tuberal both available. And NIP are just sort of giving this away for free. They must have some sort of a strategy, but I'm not really seeing a warden or anything here, Demo. And the plant's going down already. They are here for one thing and one thing only. Burnt off. Philippop's has to reposition on very low HP on the edge of the smoke, and Hates from above can take him down.
Yeah, not checking the Goyo canister, and that was enough to stop that push from happening, and it should just be a lockout from NIP. obviously for Team Liquid Alienware on this strategy, you basically go all in. And if you don't get the hand, you're not gonna win the pot. That is certainly the case here for Team Liquid Alienware. You know, if they can maybe try and re-smoke, and I think for the Glass, that's really their only win con, is if Maya can maybe try and get some kills here through the smoke. But I think for NIP, they'll be fully aware of what they're up against. They'll be aware of the Glass. So as long as they don't peek the smoke, it should be fine. Oh, you've got a tech issue. Oh, well, I'll keep it rolling then, but... And the point still stands, I think, for Team Liquid Alienware. If they are able to win this round, it will be down to NIP giving away foolish kills. EV's upstairs, actually going to see if he can try and ping off. I believe that's going to be one of the echo cameras. He's going to try a replant now. Nate's going to go in, pick up the diffuser. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he is. Again, the echo camera has been disabled. I mean, surely not. Surely there's no way they're going to get away with this. And yes, they are. Somehow the plant goes in. It was beautifully played by Team Liquid Alienware. But look at the two people on the breach. They're so low HP, and one of them goes down. Nate, by himself, he needs JV to rotate down with him too. It is planted in a really good position to try and hold the cross. Nate able to find one. Here comes JV, but it's going to be the full retake here from NIP, but they need to start working on that diffuser. In goes the Oryx. Able to find one. The diffuser should get stuck, and it will do. Pino is there. NIP just had more bodies than Team Liquid Alienware. They just threw it right at them, and yeah, for Liquid, they just couldn't get through it.
Now, granted, there was fairly low HP on the attacker, but still, outside, already detected, very narrow angle. Always the danger there when you're getting the plant down in a, what was it, 3 versus 5? Planter then dies, 2 versus 5. You should have the bodies to throw at the problem. NIP did just exactly that. Something I'm noticing, Demo, and obviously I didn't see a good portion of that last round, but in the early portion of the round, the intention is so crystal clear at the moment from Team Liquid Alienware. They just want to get in and they want to get that diffuser down, which, whilst that's not unusual, it isn't necessarily something that we've seen them do tons of throughout the course of the stage. They've not been the, no diffuser planted at all, but we're looking at 3 diffusers planted throughout the course of Kickoff so far, and already in the first 2 rounds of labs, we've seen 2. So you can fairly safely assume that over the course of the day, we're going to get them planting more times today than they have done throughout the entirety of Kickoff. So definitely a different strategy coming out here for Team Liquid. We'll tell if it is a winning one or not. Round number 3, back upstairs we go. NIP are going to be giving it another attempt up on that top floor.
Yeah, we'll see what the change-up is going to be for NIP. I mean, immediately I'm seeing that the Clash is no longer with us. They've switched off that operator. I have to say, though, he has went down. The first pick does go in favor here of Team Liquid Alienware, and I mean, that's a really good start, considering you've been able to pick off a player and you haven't lost anyone as of yet. I always think for the top floor, you need your hard breachers to stay alive, as if you are kind of in a situation where you don't have the hard breach, I mean, this bomb site is really difficult.
Fenrir fallen. Cade now being employed this time. Breaches have typically been something that haven't been so hardly fought over. Hates. Brilliant murder hole there through the floor in IT. That's a really big problem now for Team Liquid. They need to deal with this Cade. They do have some EMPs on KZ, but they're going to need to get a little bit of a visual as to where that is. As we all know, the range and the radius on those secondary EMPs, it ain't that much. You need to be in the vicinity to disable that Cade Claw. Of course, you've got the shock drone as well, but it looks as though Nade has spent both of his, unless one is watching a flank, but that would maybe be a little bit unusual. Another kill coming in for Hates. He's feeling it this round and the last. Mentioned there that he'd hit a worldie in the last round, and he started this round off with 2 for himself as well. Ooh, nice angle. Found by Maya. Hates eventually just overreaching a little bit. C4 sent out, close range with the shotgun. Basetto trying to make something happen here on the IT breach, but he's going to get stunned again.
Well, this is the danger player, though. If your Team Liquid Alienware, that's the player that you need to try and kill. But whenever he has a shotgun close, it's very difficult to deal with, and that time is slowly ticking away. Pino has used another smoke. He still has 1 left.
In goes the final flashbang here for Maya. Is he going to make the push off of it? No, he's going to get caught out. Wizard goes aggressive. Besetto with that shotgun, able to find Philippox, and this should be a lockout here for NIP, unless Nate can do something unholy, but no, not going to be the case. Wizard shuts him down. NIP, that's 2 in a row.
Talk about how impactful opening picks can be. And the pick inside of that round onto Fancy, it didn't really mean too much because the impactful kill came when JV died on the Deimos. That was the win con. That was the way that Team Liquid were going to get that wall open. They were going to shoot open the floor, destroy the Cade Claw, and then move on from there. Get the wall open and start to work with the round. Instead, they're not able to do that. They have to pivot. They have to go through connector. They managed to open up that side. Obviously, half of it is usually already left open anyway, looking in onto Pillar into the site. But it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough space to work with. And NIP feeling no pressure from the vertical, nobody in through Fish, no one really in through Rafters either. Very easily able to just hold on. That and the fact that Hates picked up a couple of really nice kills for himself. NIP fight back and respond with a round of their own on that top floor. And as such can take us into their third choice site. We go to the mid floor. And we've also had our final round of bans for this half. A Clash and a Deimos both taken out. Nothing too surprising there, but the Clash, I mean, it's been played in one round, Demo.
Yeah. I think for Team Liquid Alienware, maybe it's just the, whoa, help, what if they do bring it again? So it is just trying to cover themselves as best as they can. In terms of that Deimos, I mean, I think Solid Snake and Deimos, that has been the name of the stage, hasn't it? Those two operators. Also throw in Dokkaebi. I mean, those three, in terms of the information you can gather on attacks, it's a lot to deal with. And, you know, it's what I like to call, it's the Shaiko show, isn't it, those operators?
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously now the biggest Shaiko fan in the world, that it's your favourite player and now on your favourite team.
I mean, Benj is there, don't forget.
Yeah, but I mean, come on.
What do you mean, come on?
We all know you're a Shaco fan. It's okay.
Sorry, Pengu.
Well, I mean, that would have been a throwback, wouldn't it? They're like Hall of Famer back in the day.
Look at this from Hates. Very aggressive standpoint inside a garage. I mean, this is where NIP, they're looking to take risks and try and catch this Team Liquid Alienware side by surprise, which, I mean, I'm kind of a fan of. I think against this side, you need to try and hit them where it hurts. I mean, I think for Team Liquid Alienware, they're always going to have clutch potential with the players that are on this team. But at least make it so they have to try and clutch and go for these aggressive plays. Don't allow them to have this setup. Seto, okay, tricking. Thatcher, though, is up, so it will cause a bit of an issue for him. And yet, easy enough for the Thatcher to remove both of the Cade Claws, and it allows the Thermite to get a very easy breach. So again, for Team Liquid Alienware here, Ollie, it's just running through the motions again.
It is. I do just worry a little bit about the time. We're at the halfway point here. 2 kills for Maya, though, is going to speed things up beautifully. But it's responded. JV and KZ both down for the count. But Maya isn't finished yet. Very well. Net himself another 2 here. Nice C4 is going to bring things level for a time being. Pino. Shot the C4 quite early there in the context of the round. There's still a minute and nothing else to try and hold on to space with. We've got Philippox on the Bs. Pino is going to be able to give great information. But Hates is less than half HP. He's asking a lot of his teammate here to try and hold on to the whole site. Fortunately, hallway camera's still up, so doesn't need to swing and give his location away at the moment. Can just waste the time here. Team Liquid Alienware, they've got 40 seconds of it to play with. And I feel like that's probably going to be enough.
You know, can we just form an OC4? Again, I'm trying to go for 4 vines. Really, just all pressure by himself. If Team Liquid Alienware maybe try and isolate that 1v2 engagement, that could be pretty good. EMP will stop that Razor Bloom from activating, gets rid of the Banshee 2, and you need to try and go for the plant here, but surely this was where Pino's going to come in big with a shotgun from below, and yeah, Philippox has to scatter now, plant elsewhere, and Maya just has to try and hold on. He's going to go for the plant in the death. Well, that's perfect for 8. Right into his line of sight. NIP had it covered. Team Liquid Alienware none the wiser of that pulse.
I can't help but feel that Team Liquid Alienware have just bottled that. And there it is, the timeout. They had so much time. All they had to do was take 2 separate 2 versus 1s. Like, it's beyond belief. Okay, you've got the pulse. I get that. So there is a good chance that NIP are going to know where you're coming from. There's a good chance that Hates has got that information. But you've still just got to roll the dice. We didn't see the bees used. Not that they would have done too much, but it might have given you a little bit of an inkling. It could have at least zoned off a few areas that you then know that you necessarily don't have to watch. Poor old Maya. 3 kills in the round for pretty much nothing. Alarm bell starting to ring there. If those sort of attacks are going awry, where you've got one player getting 3 massive kills to open it up, and sure, you end in 2v2, that's fine. But it's a fairly straightforward site to get a plant down on. Pick your poison. Go and flush out the pulse from below, or deal with the thorn in the site. It really is just that simple. It's one or the other, and you have to take one engagement. You can't afford to just do nothing and just hope to get the plant down instead.
This is a bit worrying for Team Liquid Alienware, as this is not the half that they would have wanted. I mean, this is always going to be the worry, though, from a side going to a map which was one of their permabans. You know, this and Consulate, this is the maps that the Furia core never played.
10 seconds left.
I mean, same, I suppose, could be said with NIP, because they don't play this map either.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But certainly for Team Liquid Alienware, they're the ones who have went for the choice of playing their permaban. You know, they went for it. I mean, you mentioned, I mean, Border maybe could have been what they ran up, but I think for NIP, you're not going to take this side to Border. I mean, it was like one of their best maps that they had in Furia, so I think it was always going to be difficult if you did go there. But, I mean, I think just Leo kind of summed up. He just wasn't expecting this. I don't think any of us was, and it's a weird game at the moment, but maybe it kind of shows why Team Liquid Alienware just don't play this map. Maybe they're just not that good on it.
To bring it out, you know, you can have maps that you don't prefer, and you can have maps that you air quotes permanently ban, but it doesn't mean that you're not putting the work in. It doesn't mean that you've not got a good handle of it. Now, granted, it's the defense. I don't think the bans are necessarily leaning one way or another. We've got Snake in there, for goodness sake. He's brand new. It's plenty more Siege without Snake than with at this point, so that's not really tipping the scale in either direction. There's a fair shot at the moment for NIP to get round, for Team Liquid Alienware to get rounds on the board, and they're kind of just letting it slip through their fingers. Going back to a little bit of blitz action here, as Philippox is going to be picking up that shield. And a lot more disruption, along with a couple of globals in there as well. You've got the Dokkaebi and the Lion. The good old Thatcher Thermite combo to try and get open those walls. For NIP, I feel like they can afford to be very loose at the moment. And even Fancy's positioning right now, he's all the way over inside a kitchen. I think he knows that the drones have worked ahead of him. He knows that there's people going to be pushing in that corridor. He also knows, obviously, that he's getting pushed from kitchen window. Going to be rapid engagements, that's for sure. Picks the first onto JV. That's the Thatcher down.
Let's try and get out of there, and he has the impacts to make it happen. Eights is also trying to get out of there, so the roamers are in full retreat. Team Liquid Alienware, though, so they've got great control of that mid floor. I mean, they've only got themselves in towards kitchen. That's really it. Storage is what you want to try and eye up. There's that Oryx upstairs inside of storage, and if they want to try and go for your plants in this site, you will have to take this room at some point. And maybe that's where Nades is going to try and see if he can clear it out. But no, Hates, a cracking shot onto the head of the Thermite. And another one for Hates. They're just feeding him. Blitz tries to come in. Finally, he goes down, but for Hates, he's done the job. He's got 2.
Absolutely. Philippox and Maya now have got to make it work, and they've got less than ideal kit for taking multiple engagements here. Ooh, the fire. That's going to keep them out of the site for a time being. Force them just to push back corridor. Oh, the TCSG at close range. Basetto finishing with the revolver. Go on, get your kill. Eventually taken down. Maya credited with another 2 there as he grabs Wizard. Oh, no. 4 seconds. They have to get this diffuser down. Maya's got it. Needs to get himself into a position. Fancy has to play this perfectly. Dodges out of the way, but turns his back to the Blitz. Doesn't matter how much HP the Blitz has. If you turn your back, that is the opportunity. Fleabog's very well versed on those shields. Team Liquid Alienware snatching around there out of absolutely nowhere. I want to know how Wizard died.
It's another steal, isn't it? It's the same as the first round.
How's he killed Wizard?
Would you dare say that the 2 rounds that Team Liquid Alienware have won, it's not from Great Siege, it's from getting the clutch factor. But what did I say about this side? They're always going to have the players who can clutch.
I agree, and I don't think that you're wrong. There have been a couple of rounds for NIP now that you think back on and you think, actually, they're rounds that NIP have, you know, had the risk of being clutched on. They're not been clear cut, have they? It feels like one of those games, then. We could be sat here at like a... We honestly could be sat at the end of this round with like a 5-1 in a slightly different world where just a couple of different shots go a different direction. It really is a very tight game. I don't think the scoreline is giving it entire justice at the moment. It could be so one-sided.
I think whenever you look at the labs and the kind of win rates that we've had, it does lean a little bit defender-sided. It's not a massive amount. I think it's maybe 6% in it. But that is kind of what we're looking at based on the stats at the moment inside the current meta. Labs is leaning to more of the defenders having more kind of run of the green, but I still think even halves pretty common too. I think for Team Liquid Alienware, if you can get that even half, it's not a bad showing all in all. Considering how some of the rounds have went, where they have been pretty decisive in NIP's favor. We go back to this top floor again, and this has certainly been the bomb site that we've seen the most so far in this map. We have seen it won once by Team Liquid Alienware, and also won once by NIP, so it has been a mixed bag for both sides. But again, for Team Liquid Alienware, pretty much the exact same setup again here, Ollie. Just getting the walls open.
I'll be honest, I'm really surprised that they're not playing the Maverick. Because the Maverick's something that you kind of need in this sort of a lineup. NIP have kind of held the ace up their sleeve for this final round, and then now bringing out the Cade two-brow combination, which is just a nightmare for getting the wall open. Obviously, you've got the Thatcher, but that two-brow is just going to slow things down. And the Maverick, it expedites it. It speeds things right back up again. Still the minigame going on here. And the exothermic frozen once again.
Watch out. Enemy device nearby.
One shot left for the Thatcher here. Be interested to see if this wall does end up getting open. You can hear it sent out there now. And I believe that was the wall getting opened. What, a minute and 10? You typically want that open in the first 50 seconds.
I know, but I think just with the ban jab, the Cade in the top, like you mentioned, it is just going to kind of take your time. But still, for Team Liquid Alienware, they've got the breach open. That's the main thing. And they've also got the opening pick as Hates. Takes a bit of a peek and gets punished. KZ goes big alongside Maya. Team Liquid Alienware flooding in with kills.
Fancy will find one back in response. Basetto and him have to put in a big old shift now. Fleapox has the kit in hand and they know that they've got players pinned down. Wizard. It's going to be Wizard, is it? It's going to be Fancy. Moving up through there. Trying his trademark flank, but it isn't going to work this time. Basetto taken down inside a connector. Team Liquid Alienware there proving they didn't need a lot of that clock because once that wall was opened, they were just go, go, go. Might only been a minute and 10 seconds on the clock, but they didn't even need all of it. And even half after the siege that we've seen. Very surprising. I'm interested to hear what our wonderful desk has to hear about these first couple of rounds.
Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Demo. And if I'm not mistaken here, Leo, it seems like Team Liquid Alienware are able to get entries, but not always really convert them into a round win. What's been going on here, and how did we end up getting, I guess, a different result at the end of the sixth one?
Yeah, I think the word that was used by Demo, which I agree with, is just stealing away rounds. So look at this. Look at this situation. 20 seconds left. Felipox has a sliver of HP. He's a 1v2. Somehow he grabs the kill on Pino and then grabs the kill on Basetto. Like, that one already should have been for free around for NIP. That was another 3v1, by the way. Maya gets a double kill here, raises his teammate with 6 seconds left. One goes for the plant. The Blitz is then sent to chase Fantasy away. And look at this. once again, because he's playing for the time here, another steal. And only round 6 really is an actual one where they win the man advantage and really convert it. But, you know, it should be a 5-1 for NIP right now. So, Team Liquid, they can be really happy about how they got away with this. And I think it goes back to what we said in the pre-game, Milosh. We said if there is one guy that steps up on the side of Team Liquid, one guy that we want to see play in a BO3, it has to be Maya. Well, Maya is here because Maya is the one that saves the round here with the Dokaibi, that gets the triple kill on the, well, the double kill on the plant. And then he's the one that gets 3 opening engagements as well. My main worry was, if you get that opening engagement, somehow you need to find a way to snowball on it. And I think that's not something that we've seen Team Liquid Alienware do it so far in attack. So there needs to be a reaction to play better as a team when they're in defense. Keep that composure, keep that man advantage. Because so far in IP, they're not giving it back.
The question is, will Team Liquid Alienware get more aggressive on the second half on the defense and really push NIP to the edge, or it'll be a different result? We'll see NIP on their attacking side now as our halftime is kicking off, and our first bands in it are Ace and Qaed. Do you want to have a chat about this, Leo?
Yeah,
you can
I'm
have
not
the
surprised.
casters wait for a sec.
I think they want to, you know, NIP, they don't want to be bothered. They've just abused the hell out of Qaed and Wall Denial, the entirety of their defense, and they even paired it with Tubero on the last round. Didn't look so good for them. So they want to take it the safe way, remove the 2 Wall Denial pairs. In my opinion, I think that's a waste, because when you do that, you allow for the lineup that you see on the screen, the strong operators like Mira, like Azami, they're all available for the opponents. And that makes it so much harder after you breach the wall to actually breach the bomb site.
A comfy time to box in. We're going to box out of this here as we'll leave it to Demo and Extra Troika to continue on. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, chaps. Enjoying the little insight on the bands there as well. You can almost think of it as just sort of delaying making something, you know, you're delaying the hard work, really. Yeah, okay, you can ban the wall now, you're going to get the wall open easily, but at the end of the day, you've still got mirrors to go up against, you've still got Azamis to go up against. You've still got all of those toys at the defender's disposal. But of course, with the advantage of having a slightly longer angle onto that from outside to in. I don't think the NIP are going to be too concerned, though, given that lineup demo. It looks fairly aggressive.
I think with what Leo was saying, you know, where, yes, you're going to speed things up, certainly, you know, with the electrifications. But, again, as you mentioned too, you have the mirror, you have the Azami. And playing against those 2 operators, you almost need to bring in the specialized counters. Like, you're going to need to start bringing an Ashe into the lineup. You maybe need to bring a Flores into the lineup. Whereas, if you're just dealing with the electrifications, Thatcher will be able to kill both of them. You know? So, I think that's a little bit of an issue for it. Also, even for NIP...
What if we think of it in a different way, Demo? Sorry, I need to cut you off in mid-flow. What are we thinking in a different way? We ban the electrification, but we still bring the Thatcher. Are we thinking about that decision?
I mean, Leo may have an issue with it, but Thatcher, you're still going to get a little value. Whenever there's still a lot of traps in the meta, you're still going to get some good stuff out of that. However, not going to get the most out of this lineup. You know, we're not seeing the kind of classic Thorn, which has been everywhere, even Ella to an extent too. Fenrir.
Yeah, I mean, you're searching out, like, Banshees and Mute Jammers at this point. Maybe a BP if you're going that specific, but we don't need to be bringing a whole operator just for that. Hate's trying to get a little bit of value out of those shock drones. The wall has been opened, and in fairly tidy time. Should be able to destroy a good portion of these Vulcan packs. I think he's got at least 2 so far. They're going to be key for players like Basetto. Notice his lineup when he gets out of his drone. He's actually rocking the 612 shotgun, so he's looking for close range engagements there with that. He's going to be trying to take full advantage. Of course, the Thatcher is nice. You can destroy inside of electric or disable that Banshee, and that is going to speed up a little bit the ability for your Ying to move through. Fancy. Making sure that that floor is indeed lava and distracting those defenders' eyes. It's the time where they've got to be careful. We can hear the Candelas going out now. That should be the cue to call for Basetto. He'll be looking to try and move through. He's got himself into electrical now. Philippox first to fall. Fancy making good on that vert. Feeling the pressure on the catwalk as well. Basetto. He's just biding his time here. Just send the Candela. Get yourself around the corner. KZ falls as well. Oh, look at the shotgun at close range. NIP are tearing them apart here, Demo.
Nate, in the 1v5. Talked about the clutch gene that Team Liquid Alienware do possess, but I don't think this is going to happen for him. Just too many players to deal with, and yeah, flawless for NIP. I just want to highlight the Deimos in that round. Has essentially got 2 kills and also an assist, because he went below and just played the very simple role of track somebody downstairs and light them up through the floorboards. He was able to get 1 kill, and then whenever the Ying swung electrical into sight, did you notice that the player that they killed was looking down the verts trying to fight that Deimos, wasn't even aware that somebody was inside electrical? That's the power that Deimos brings to that site.
It just distracts the attention. As a defender, you cannot look everywhere. You're getting shot through the floor, the breach is open, there's drones running around your feet, you're hearing candelas go off, you've got teammates asking for a bit of assistance here or there, or can you watch this? There's just so much to do in that moment that, yeah, you are just going to get swung by somebody with a 612 shoving it into your face, and it is an inevitability. Fancy, a great player at finding that space. That surely got to be the ban the Team Liquid Alienware muster when we get to that next portion. Until then, there are 2 rounds yet to play, this being one of them. And we're going to be headed downstairs to the basement for it. It's like a slightly different lineup on both sides, really. We've got Valkyrie being brought by Team Liquid Alienware here. KZ looking for information. That is going to be the aim of their game. In addition of the book for Pino. So far less direct than the attempt that we saw Team Liquid Alienware have downstairs. They were very focused on getting that wall open, looking to try and leverage the glass and utilize those smokes and really quickly get a plant down. This, to me, speaks much more of a... Well, it's going to be a full map clear at this rate, isn't it?
Yeah, you got the top down. You have the Monty. You've also got the back, so you've got that little bit of self-destruction, which certainly not what we've really seen from Team Liquid Alienware. Whenever they were attacking into this basement, they didn't bring any soft breachers whatsoever, so they just really couldn't play the kind of traditional playstyle, I suppose you could say. But already with a minute gone, not a lot has happened here for NIP. I think it's just the kind of drone phase for them to get themselves into the building. And, well, there is quite a few roamers. You've got KZ in towards the top floor, who now quickly drops down to the safety of his teammates, as that Monty did come straight in towards them. But yeah, it's just slow and steady here for NIP. This is where the roamers for Team Liquid Alienware just need to be very careful, because, I mean, as long as the Monty is going to be there as the potential threat that's going to kill you, he's going to feed the information to everyone else who will kill you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Fancy and Pino on the book behind the Monty that's going to be the real deadly force in this lineup. Veto, he's managed to take quite a lot of ground quite quickly and shoved these defenders around, knowingly or not. Gathering some key information right here. He's going to assume that somebody's on those cargo stairs, and I'm sure the drone will confirm it if he doesn't. With that hatch being open, maybe look even to try and bait out a little bit of utility at this early stage in the round. This team are pretty much free to go now and start opening up this floor. We've got Animus hatch open. Rotate round over toward EXO as well, as it's always a good place to send the Monty down later on into the round. The key for this now is information, and I think that what we've just seen there happen to Pino, the drone going into the mute jammer, they just feel like they're a little bit starved of it. Those mute jammers are going to be very well placed down there, and Maya, still unaccounted for upstairs, is going to pick up the opener for round number 8.
And he's not alone. He's got a friend with him. Philippox also looking to try and go for a flank. You can see that Team Liquid Alienware are all trying to hit these angles at the same time. Even Nade on that smoke, walking up in towards cargo. And they're just wasting time here. I mean, 15 seconds. NIP need to get a move on. They need to try and get themselves into the bomb site. But I just don't think that's going to happen. They are now going to go for the plant. There should be the response here from Team Liquid Alienware, as they will try and retake above. Pino holds his ground upstairs, and the diffusers went down. The smoke was too late. However, the Monty does go down. It's going to be a slaughterhouse in towards Animus. Another player above. Maya takes down Pino. And now Wizard in the 1v4. Diffuser is going to try and get stuck. Nade does go down. Wizard now looks towards the player upstairs. The Diffuser going to be stuck again. Have they got bodies in front? Oh, JV goes down. He has to stick it. Team Liquid Alienware just about get it over the line. Ho, ho, ho. Almost. A catastrophe there for Team Liquid Alienware.
What a game! What a game this is turning out to be. I knew it was going to be a good one. I just didn't realise it was going to be like this from map number 1.
I can't breathe.
What a clutch there. Fantastic positioning from KZ.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Had no choice. Had to go for the opposite angle. Had to tuck himself into the corner, hide away from the window, and just hope that his team threw bodies at the problem.
The location of a bomb.
The problem, of course, being Wizard. Incredible stuff. 4-4 as well, by the way. I can't believe that the plant even went down that round, Demo. I feel like I just want to watch that round over and over. Probably need to watch it 6 times.
I think the issue is that they obviously called the smoke to go aggressive up cargo, and then because he wasn't there, the Monty was able to get in, and by the time he got back, yes, he was able to nail the smoke onto the Monty, but Diffuser already went down, so it was just a case of they maybe overextended their site player, who maybe should have been kind of thinking, okay, there's 15 seconds left. They're going to have to try and flood for Reanimus. That's all they have. Maybe I should stay in sight and go for the smokes, but I suppose wherever the call gets made, you just have to trust, you know, your team and saying, okay, I'm going to go for it, you know, if you're an aid in that scenario.
I mean, NIP were dreadfully slow. Like, I don't think that that's an unfair assessment. There's 15 seconds left and they didn't really have much to go on. That Monty plant is a Hail Mary. And the amount of bodies that were laid on that plant spot just went to show that it wasn't, you know, plant A, B, C, D, or E. It was way down the alphabet in terms of plans for that round and how it could go. So I don't think that we can criticise Team Liquid Alienware too much for the way that they dealt with it. But again, another round that's far closer than it really needed to be. Round number 9, Basetto is going to be on a different shield this time. Going to be on the Blackbeard. Looking to use some nades now to try and destroy some of these mute jammers and other gadgets that are going to be on that breach wall. Wizard can now use one of Monty's 3 exothermics to get that open. And we've got site wall, oh sorry, we've got upstairs open nice and quickly. Site, of course, being mid-floor, but IT is usually a pretty good place to start. Fancy. This time on Snake. I'm surprised it's taken us this long to round number 9 to see it. Obviously, it was banned for the first 6 rounds, but he's been on the Deimos up until this point. Maybe this is one of those classic round 9 baits where you play a little bit of Snake and hope that they ban that instead of your beloved Deimos. But for me, Snake's just as good, if not better in some situations.
Yeah, it could be the case of they've kind of noticed, okay, we've been too slow. Let's get the Soul Snake to kind of amp up things and try and get the speed. And speaking of speed, Fantasy tries to go for a quick little slip into sight, but Nade is ready for it. Pino gone. The hard breacher, well, one of the hard breachers is dead. I think the main worry is going to be Basetto, that probably kind of isolated away from his team, but has now rotated. H is inside of IT right now, but has to kind of pull himself out. I mean, it's not a horrible start here from NIP. They've still been able to get a kill back, but the Blackbeard now just going to go for it. I mean, 40 seconds. Surely there's got to be a response here from Team Liquid Alienware, but no, they're getting slaughtered. KZ, though, able to find Wizard. Diffuser gets planted. They know one's above. One's going to be inside the site. Oh, no, the Blackbeard has lost the engagement. 8. Does he have the angle? Don't know if he does. The retake's going to happen from upstairs. Gonna try and hold it with the flashbang, but he doesn't know. Who does he go for? Does he go for the guy defusing? Does he challenge onto the guy in rafters? He comes off. Oh, KZ! Oh, a rough one for Hates, caught between a rock and a hard place.
Hates was on that BP for the entirety of the round. Everything that was going on, all the kills that he got, the lot, there was just nothing that he could do about it. He just had too much distance between him and the BP. And as the Ram, what have you got? You've got nothing to deal with it at range. You need to get that side on angle to shoot it, or you need to get up close and personal and hit the melee. Team Liquid Alienware are going to take their first lead of this matchup. And it is a very narrow lead indeed. Thermite to round out our round 10 bans, along with a mirror. And NIP are going to choose now to take their tactical timeout. I feel the last couple of rounds, whilst they've made a really good showing of it, Demo, and it's exciting Siege to watch, I don't think that they're going to be happy with the way that they've transpired, are they? They're quite scrappy.
Yeah, it's... I guess one of those games for NIP where obviously they looked really good in that defensive half, But you have to, again, go and do it on the attacks. You know, and this was maybe the worry whenever you're dealing with NIP, who equally, same as Team Liquid Alienware, it's also a map which has been a permaban. And, you know, typically it's the attacking side, which we see teams struggle with a lot more on labs, because, again, it is defender-sided. And this is maybe just the consequence of that. But I will say, though, for NIP, that's twice now where the diffuser has been able to go down and they've not been able to hold it. That's 2 retakes coming in from Team Liquid Alienware. So obviously they're doing the right thing, Ollie, to get these plants down, but they just cannot hold the way that Team Liquid Alienware are playing for the retakes.
I think that's one way of looking at it, isn't it? But then the other side is, do you look at Team Liquid Alienware and think this is such an experienced team, they're maybe playing for a bit of a retake, and they're going, yeah, you know what? Let them get the plant down. They've wasted the entire... I mean, we're seeing every second of these rounds at the moment. The last 2 rounds have really come down to the wire. And I don't think that NIP are getting the plant down through anything other than just a bit of determination at that point. And Team Liquid Alienware are just like, yeah, cool, like, we're not going to overreact. We're gonna just gently play this retake because we know how to play them. We've been in that position so many times now. So I think it's maybe a bit, you know, 6 and 2 threes almost. Certainly a good portion for Team Liquid to take the lead in this matchup. NIP's timeout will be coming under question over the next couple of minutes as to whether it's had sufficient effect or not. Mirror was removed by them at the start of round number 10. It's something that we've seen played a little bit. It's mainly going to be used as a wall denial tool. Strange as that sounds. Get the mirror on the wall and open it up, and you're able to impact C4, whatever you like, really, through that opening. It does make breaching the wall a little bit of a pain. So that isn't going to be a factor now. There's pretty much nothing standing in the way of these walls now being opened. I guess the only thing standing in the way is maybe the small matter of an ace and a thermite ban. But we know that there are ways and means around that now as well. Although no secondary hard breach has been brought, and Pino is going to be doing all of the hard breaching duties with Hibana.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky when we have the one hard breach. I'm always worried just in case that Hibana gets picked off. But nobody from Team Liquid Alienware looking to play aggressive, happy enough to let them use the Hibana. Hibana is all out of the pellets now too. So what's open is open. That's the way it's going to be. NIP, last time they were up here, they played with that Deimos downstairs. That worked really well for them. So I'm a little bit shocked that they don't have it here again. They have still got that Ying shotgun though, which was pretty strong, swinging in towards electrical. For NIP, again, it's a slow and steady approach, picking off little bits of util here and there, and wonder maybe if Team Liquid Alienware, if they got the spare reinforcement, looks as though they do. I mean, a little bit risky to go for it, but if they are able to maybe block up that site wall, that could be pretty big.
You can see 2 players around that position now, one to hold, one to maybe reinforce. JV with the first kill onto Pino. Maybe they want to keep it open. Maybe they're going to win the round through it. Puts the damage in onto Pizzetto as well. Hates, you can hear those candelas going off, but nothing really coming of it at the moment. Pizzetto crying out for help at the moment. So much so that JV's even looking for where this next man's coming from. But he's got no option but just to swing it blind himself. Hates is going to make good with the shotgun, but it's likely not going to be enough here. Wizard chunked down, taken out. 3 kills for JV, 1 for Maya. Team Liquid Alienware, map point.
You picked up on it, Ollie. You look at the Blackbeard. By himself, is nobody going to help the guy? It just felt so disjointed from NIP. Whenever they're already going to be limited in terms of what they can do, based on the fact that they don't have an ace and they don't have a thermite, I don't think you have the options to try and open up everything. You almost just have to try and commit to one side, which I know is going to be really difficult, but I think there's ways around it. But whenever you've kind of got players jumping in Rafters window, whenever it's blatantly all of your pressures coming in from connector, it's a little bit strange. You know, that Blackbeard sat there by himself. As soon as he lost that Hibana, somebody should have rotated around and said, okay, we need to help the shield here. In the current meta, we know that shields are a win condition, and they're a big win condition. If that shield can get himself into position to cross a bomb site safely and go for a diffuser plant, that's all it takes to win around these days. But you need to try and support that shield. And to be fair, credit to JV. He assessed that situation. He's like, okay, this is a Blackbeard by himself. I'm not going to let him get anywhere near me.
Yeah, he played it perfectly. He played it absolutely perfect. He was so worried about there being somebody behind it, and I think as soon as he realised, hang on, this Blackbeard's on their own, right, now we can focus on this engagement, and kept great distance, like you say, and just made it awkward. Something for me as well, like, obviously, you've got the BB being out there on their own, but Deimos was such a big factor last time that we saw NIP attack that top floor. And the combination of Deimos and the Ying working together, it was devastating. And we didn't see that either. So NIP just... and it's frustrating because we've seen it before. It's not like we're asking him to do something that we haven't seen. We're just asking him to do something again. But unfortunately, that is the way it goes sometimes. Team Liquid Alienware now in with a shot of taking map number 1. Again, a bit of a strange map to be first choice in this best of 3 is not necessarily a top favourite for either team, but getting the job done when it matters. Ooh, a bit windy potentially upstairs. KZ just going to get himself out of the breeze. Got a bit of information. Only a few shots going awry. A couple of nades spent so far as well by NIP. They need to be a little bit cautious because there are going to be some Goyos to get through. But Fancy maybe banking on himself, getting a couple of kills, and being able to collect a couple of those nades for use at a later point in the round.
Another switch up, though, from NIP. They're not bringing in the soft breach, which, I mean, does really good work at just limiting what kind of Team Liquid Alienware can do in this site. And, I mean, JV's went for the swing, but that F2 is very powerful with that grip being attached to it now. Quite the favourite, not only just on Solid Snake, but even the Rise and Twitch players using it, even though Wizard will tell us otherwise. But it's a lot of damage done to Fantasy, so he has to be very, very careful. But this loose roamer, KZ, going to go all the way upstairs now. And don't forget about KZ. He has got 2 impacts, so he can make himself rotates if needed.
He's the loose player at the moment, isn't he? And he's the player that really NIP needs to be conscious of, but they don't really know that he exists at the moment. And especially being on the Solace, and destroy those flank cams as he goes. Time again really starting to creep by. 40 seconds or so left in this round. Another switch over onto the drones for a little bit more information. A very different approach here. And maybe a lack of soft breach starting to rear its ugly head, because there's just not very many angles that Pino can start to work with here, as opposed to when we see him play this angle on the book. Veto will get himself into sight though, but KZ, that danger man, will be found out here. Not sure what the impact was attempting there, maybe destroying an air jab, but he's got to try and make this challenge. And Besetto continuing to get this plant down will be successful. 2 kills for Nade though in the response. Full HP for both Pino and Wizard. Are the vertical angles sufficient? It isn't even going to matter. The kit never got put on the floor. Team Liquid Alienware, they're going to be successful on map 1 here.
Fantastic from Nade. Knowing that his teammates upstairs are going to try and attempt the retake, it's going to drag those players who were playing on the verts, who should be there, covering the blitz, covering the Solid Snake, and what happens? Nobody's to cover. Nade could just walk across the bomb site and kills both of them. Unbelievable from Nade to make that happen, and from there, round's done and dusted. But Team Liquid Alienware just thriving on the defenses.
I think there were some really big individual performances as well from Team Liquid Alienware. We had it on the side of NIP. I think Hates has to get a bit of a mention there for how he played inside of map number 1. But as you say, Maya, Nate, some of those really big late round plays, it really came out from Team Liquid Alienware. We're going to hear a very short break. After these messages, we will be back with our desk to break down map number 1 and set us up for map number 2.
Vai! Ah, no, pera aí, mano. Vai. 1. Vai! Não, pera aí. Cara, eu acho que em 3 chances a gente conseguiu 64 vezes.
É, eu acho que foi uma boa apresentação. Acho que eles gravaram meio errado, porque cortou algumas.
Ele cortou algumas,
mas
exato.
Foram 64 embaixo de 3 chances. Acho que tá bom, pô.
Inclusive, vai aparecer no vlog da Liquid, a gente em 64.
Quem que é o Neymar da R6?
Neymar da R6?
Neymar da R6?
Neymar da R6?
Cara, eu acho que o Neymar é o...
Ou Eds? colocar o Erds. Ordina da R6. Pirula, muita mídia e atualmente pouco futebol, ou Ordina? Sei lá, todos os envolvimentos aí, em polêmicas, essas coisas, acho que é o Erds. Tá sempre machucado, não arruma muita coisa ali, é Ordina.
Baladeiro, joga muito, mas não tá na prateleira do topo do Mundial.
Neymar da R6 Holobex, porque, mano, o bicho é pirulento, mata pra caramba e faz graça.
Eu acho que é o Nesk, ele é muito bom, só que infelizmente não tem muito título aí. Diria que foi o Astro, porque ele começou muito bem, teve um grande auge, só que foi decaindo aos poucos.
O Guardiola da R6 é o Stroker, pô. É o Stroker, né?
Meu parceiro Guards, né? Já é o apelido dele, Stroker.
O apelido dele já é Guardiola, já pegou já. Porque, pô, óbvio, pô. Ele é o Guardiola, já é o apelido dele.
Acho que é o Igor CTG, o Guardiola.
O Igor CTG.
O pai.
Muita mente, muita técnica, o cara é monstro.
Pode jogar na contra. Vou nem explicar, sou eu.
O cara que mais conquistou título ainda, tipo, tem o Rafael também, né, que tá chegando próximo ali, mas acho que por número ali vai ser o Igor. Ó, levanta pro base ali, ó, ou pro Fantinha.
Tá bom, base, tá bom. 2, tá bom.
Levanta o base, vai. Não, que é isso, cara? Não valeu.
Não. Para, cara.
Levanta, calma, meu Deus do céu, calma, gente, é uma bola só de futebol. Legal.
Meu Deus, viado! Que isso, viado? Porra é essa, viado? Uma merda, o time é uma bosta, cara.
É ridículo, o outro ali não sabe, os caras ficam desesperados, velho. Quando a bola chega, o cara sai chutando ela, ele tenta levantar, é uma piada isso aqui.
Ridículo.
Acabou, é ridículo.
CR7 da R6?
CR7 da R6.
Cristiano Ronaldo. Eu falaria o Casey.
O homem, o único CR7. KDS.
Aí você me pegou, cara.
Ele sempre performa em todos os jogos importantes. Ele fala que ele é o CR7 da R6 aí, pelo ego dele.
Vou botar o Eds.
Tá sempre presente aí nos títulos também.
Acho que ele pode ser o Cristiano Ronaldo, é um cara muito dedicado aí quando quer.
O Eds, mas acho que não é tão bom assim não, acho que o Casey. O Casey é o Cristiano Ronaldo da R6.
O Flamengo da R6?
Flamengo? Puta, mas...
Flamengo da R6, mano?
Flamengo da R6, vou botar essa...
Mano, o Flamengo eu vou botar a W7M, velho.
W7M.
Não sei, mano, não sei.
80, eu acho, né? A line da ex-Fúria, né, no caso, agora na Liquid.
Que antes não tava muito relevante, o Flamengo já teve suas situações não tão relevantes. De um tempo pra cá, começou a ganhar tudo e tal, e se tornou muito relevante. Acho que pode ser a W7M.
Eu acho que é a W7 aí. Torcidinha BR aí... É isso aí mesmo.
A competição organizacional isso é muito grande. Acho que eles são um time muito bom também, ganharam vários títulos.
Guerreiro pra caramba, coisa, ganhou um títulozinho ali e é isso. E troca de técnico toda hora. A bodega banido, vem outro. Vai, Vivas, vai, troca técnico. É meu 80.
Pô, Liquid, mano. Flamengo da R6. Só ganha BR, só ganha Brasileirão. Uma coisa que ganha. E olha lá.
Welcome back, my friends, to SAL. Map number 1 just ended between Team Liquid Alienware and Ninjas in Pajamas. A highly contested first half that ended 3-3 on Nighthaven Labs. You might just look at the score and think, whoa, Liquid really ran away with this once the half swapped. It was not really the case, and we're here to dive into it before we set you up for map number 2. I'm Milosh. Leo, watching all of this falling apart for NIP, it looked like Liquid was finally fixing their entry game, and then NIP would just struggle to close it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, their entry game was always there, right? They were always dominating the opening engagements. I feel like they just managed to keep on that man advantage most of the time. Obviously, looking at a few rounds and the highlights here, we'll see the first side, which was honestly a steal from Team Liquid. Like, they win the first round when they shouldn't. They will win eventually round 5 when they shouldn't as well. You know, overall, I thought that NIP's game plan, in defense at least, was solid. But I think the main thing to me is that whenever they switched to the defense side, where for Team Liquid Alien, where they could really abuse this time the opening engagements they were getting by just falling back and abusing the real weakness of the way NIP have been playing, which in my opinion is, I don't know if it's due to Bassetto or I don't know if it's due to the playstyle he used to have on Loud, but it was very slow, very step by step, and which means very predictable. So for Team Liquid, you know, they were not afraid of actually letting NIP take control. They were not afraid of fighting a little bit, then peeling off and play off time. And in fact, if you look at the opening kills, whenever the switch happens, whenever Team Liquid switches to defense, the opening kills happen with less than 1 minute left in the timer in most of the rounds. It's actually insane for a region that is supposed to be super aggressive. We ended up with opening kills super late into the round, and a very slow-paced labs still, even though it's a small map. Yeah, just looking at this, it's a mix of Maya performing well, of the open engagements going in their way 7 times out of 12, and then the last thing is, NIP, they could just not pull it off. Whenever they had the plan down, they would still lose the round. So the biggest strength, I think, really showing for Team Liquid here is their ability to consistently find the opening engagements, but this time really convert on it.
That's where I guess the question of, is the pressure of this being a qualification match getting to either one of the two teams, which is why things are slowing down, but especially for NIP. It is a lot for them because they have been looking at trying to get back into the swing of things, an actual event for a bit now, having ended 2025 the way that they did in Munich. You want to see them back, and I know they want that for themselves. That'd be something extra to think about here for them. But Team Liquid at Alienware, at the end of the day, great performance, managing to slow things down, managing to play around things themselves. There was the question at some point that we raised, Leo, where in the second half, NIP banned both the Clyde and the Bandit really to get them out of the way. Yeah. And yet the Thatcher was still in play just to try to deal, I guess, with the mirror window with any nitros like that.
Yeah, I think the plan was simple for them, was just like, okay, let's get the breaches going as quickly as we can, and then let's just try and really work onto the bomb side. The problem was, and it's exactly what we anticipated, when you do that, then you're facing Azami, you're facing Fenrir, you're facing Torn, you're facing Mira. And so cracking the bomb site is not as easy as it seems. They did try to do it by bringing Bassetto on the shield as much as possible. And actually, if we take a look at round 8 and round 9, they eventually managed to do that, They managed to get in. They managed to push, and yet they're still missing something. So, like, looking back at those rounds, I'm like, you can clearly see that Team Liquid are trying to give as much space as possible, but even though the diffuser is planted and everything is there, the map control is always nowhere to be seen. Like, Team Liquid are just surrounding the bomb site, and they can go and retake it easily and just win the right gunfight. Eventually, Wizard almost won that round, by the way. But I think the game plan, as soon as Team Liquid were switched to defense, was so obvious. It was just let them burn time. Let's just burn time. Let's peel off as much as possible. Especially because most of the time they had the advantage. Here, once again, plan goes down. Good retake from Team Liquid anywhere. They know the players upstairs, and they're just playing it together. One is coordinated. One stays on the diffuser here. The other one is retaking garage. They have full info because of the VP all the time. And then all he has to do here is just cut the swing, make sure this guy doesn't cross back, and look at this. Beautiful play. It's a bit of panic on the side of NIP, like you said. Maybe because of the stakes, I don't know. But at least the experienced team is working right now. They're the one winning.
A lot's coming down to Maya. There's the round 8 replay that just saw once more. But we'll take you into that Maya profile to really focus up on this player once he's been bringing. This is something that in the beginning we thought, well, you're bringing the X-Furia roster in here. He's just going to be a slot in that roster where KZ was in the past. Not Real Hurt, sorry. But that's not at all what's happened. The entire team has been reformed around him, and he's putting in the numbers when they need it. And this is definitely a game that is important to show up in, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, looking at this player, we just saw him in the pregame. 44 kills in 4 games, right? So double digits every time. We were saying he's the one that we're going to be looking at in terms of consistency, in terms of driving the team. Not only does he get another double digits, he goes 12 and 7 on the first map, but he has 4 opening kills and 0 opening death. It's like the guy cannot be less consistent. And he's got KZ on his team. The one player that I would call the most consistent in the world. And despite that, Maya is still the best one. Honestly, if it wasn't for him, I think the game would have been so much closer. It's actually very impressive to see him perform that well for so long. Every single matchup, he's there.
We consistently glaze this man because every time he's bringing the numbers that are needed, no matter who's on here, no matter who's discussing him, we always get a Maya glaze at the end of it. And we'll see if Team Liquid Alienware can bring it across the line and qualify for Salt Lake City by winning 2 maps in a row. Let's bring up the map veto one more time. Maybe we'll get to a third map. Maybe not, because If things don't improve real quick, we might have a problem here for NIP because their next game in the lower bracket will be against FaZe Clan. That's not a game anybody wants to play, neither Team Liquid, nor NIP, nor anybody else. And that's going to go now to Lair. The NIP pick, they're starting on the attacking side with TL Alienware on defense. Leo, how are things looking? What's the pronostic?
It's tricky for many reasons, right? There was a huge difference in level and overall team play and cohesion when they switched to attack. They will have to start attack on Lair. The second thing is, yes, it is a map that they like. Yes, it is the map that they've played a lot in international events before, last year. But despite all of that, the last time they played it against Furia was during SAL finals, former Furia roster, obviously, and they lost it 7-2. And then before that, Furia, the ex-Furia roster, they love the map. They played it 3 times at SI, won it every single time, beat Daystar, Weibo, even Falcons on the map. So it is a really big gamble for Team NIP to go on it.
Lair then is the one we'll go for. That'll be the question. Can NIP take it to a map 3? Or is Team Liquid or Alienware going to close it out right here and just go get set and ready for the final in the upper bracket? We'll leave it to Demo and Expert Troika to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Milosh, Leo, thank you very much indeed. Demo, a wise person once said that whoever wins map 2 in a best of 3 usually takes the whole series. And is that going to be the case here today? Brilliant. I mean, we always, at the start of a game, we'll always lean into the data because the data is the only thing that we have going into the start of a game. We are not privy to every single scrim that goes on between all the different teams across all the different regions. So with that caveat, we only have the data really to go off. And the data for NIP and Lair doesn't look great. And I'm sat here scratching my head as to how and why we have ended up here, because they have an abysmal 30% win rate on the attack. Now, as I'm sure you're going to tell me in a minute, the players on Team Liquid Alienware, even though Team Liquid Alienware themselves haven't got the most amount of data on Lair, the players themselves love it, Demo.
Yeah, whenever we kind of look at Team Liquid Alienware, there's still that Furia core, so obviously, this is the first time. This is their first time as this organization. So all the data, again, you're still kind of basing it off how they were whenever they were Furia. With the addition of Maya, you kind of treat it like a new pickup, isn't it? It's still the majority of that team has made that move. And yeah, if we look at kind of the Furia core and how they performed over the past year on a map like Lair, the stats are absolutely terrifying if you're NIP. They have got a record of 13-2. That's the record. They've played it 15 times over the past year. They've lost it twice, and they won it 13. That's insane. And the attack stats is 61%, and the defense stats is 67. They can do it all.
It's a map that they were early adopters to. And because obviously Lair is still relatively early, if we're talking about all the maps in our competitive pool inside of Siege, they were an early adopter to the map, and I think they had a very good understanding of it early on, and that continued. So it makes sense from a Team Liquid Alienware perspective as to why we're here, but we do sort of scratch our heads, or at least for the first few rounds we will, because there is a lot for NIP to prove on this map. They're going to be kicking things off, attacking into that top floor. Again, going with that trademark ban that was... it did a little bit of work for them over on Labs, but it didn't do the most amount of work. They've banned the Cade, they've banned the Bandit, so they're looking at getting these walls open nice and easy. However, if you think about what that leaves open on a map like Lair, things like the Tachanka, things like the Goyo, massive time denial, and that's where attacks seem to live or die. And if time is a factor, well, we can already tell you, we already know from what's happened in the last half an hour, NIP have struggled with the time on their attacks, often coming down into those final 20 seconds. And it looks like this is going to be no different. Hates, bottom of rocket stairs, pretty low. Shotgun's out now. Basetto finds one. Wizard backs it up. Sledge Shotgun putting in a little bit of work there and a bit of teamwork as well. Well, this Tachanka is the ace up Team Liquid Alienware's sleeve.
I think we're losing 2 players. If you're NIP, you could also just avoid the Chanka and try and find your picks towards the other side, in towards server, and I think that's where the Blitz is maybe eyeing up. I think for Hates, maybe the HP is kind of putting him off going for these aggressive plays. I mean, there is still that clash that he needs to be very careful of, but honestly, for NIP, this, I mean, it could still go either which way, and it's a big engagement. The cover is going to be there. Is Fantasy able to pick off Philippux and JV all by himself now? It is a clean sweep for NIP. After that disaster over towards Baffert, NIP just grab that round by the scruff of its neck and say, you're coming with me.
Really well played there from NIP. Obviously, they've got rid of the wall now, so that really isn't a conversation point in any of these rounds. We know these walls are going to be getting opened. But the way that they navigated around the clash and around the Tachanka in particular, because you look at the lineup that Team Liquid Alienware are bringing, they're not dumb. They know exactly how to beat NIP. They just need to burn the clock, and they are bringing the best operators in the game to do that. And NIP didn't get dragged into the trap. They were able to reset. When they got the advantage, they didn't try and press it too soon. They worked the clock really well, and they were able to execute without any casualty at that point. Brilliant first round. Great gap finding, and it's so different to the previous attempts, Demo. And I'll reference Labs because it's most recent. It's what we've just seen. But on Labs, we had Shields playing out on their own. We had, very disjointed sort of setup going on. That just looked like the whole team pulling together.
I mean, I also find it just very puzzling from Team Liquid Alienware. If you looked at the lineup that they had about 4 win conditions. And for some reason, they've decided to go aggressive whenever they could easily have just played very passive. Whenever you know against NIP, who are already fairly slow, giving them a 2-man lead in the kill department, that's just not going to help you whatsoever. And there's just too many things you have to try and watch. So I think from a Team Liquid Alienware perspective, it needs to be a lot better. If you're bringing them that lineup, you have to play that certain way of wanting to stall the round out instead of finding the kills. I mean, for Team Liquid Alienware, same again. You've got win conditions, you've got a clash, you've got a Goyo, you've got ways of slowing down this NIP side. But I do think this is an element where maybe they're respecting that shield a heck of a lot more, because you've got the Thorn and the Ela, 2 great answers to a Blitz.
Not only that, but you've got the clash as well, which is a brilliant counter to the Blitz. You just saw the engagement there, not wanting to walk down the stairs because you've got Nade at the bottom of it, just toggling the electrification. It's going to take Fancy pushing down and chucking a nade out there to really displace him. That nade will perform 2 duties. Will destroy the barbed wire as well, just freeing that open for a little bit later in the round. Ram can now come in, start throwing in those boogie drones. Hates is starting to see a little bit of value out of their utility as well. Classic from NIP in terms of time. Halfway through the round, and they're fairly well situated. They don't really rush to get to this point, but you can't really blame them because it's not really cost them anything. They haven't paid with it with a life just yet. Just a bit of HP that Fancy's had taken away from him. Philippux is tempted for a bit of a walk up here on these blue stairs. He knows that he's got a very good chance of picking up a kill, especially with the shotgun at this sort of range.
No kills as of yet. That is good news if you're Team Liquid Alienware. Oh, missed air jab from Wizard. That's not going to help him out. Now for NIP, have to try and go pretty fast using that Blitz, and we'll see if the traps are going to be in place. Looks though it is. I mean, KZ's went for the retake. Diffuser going to go down. Anyone from Team Liquid Alienware going to respond?
There's nobody home. Basesso gets it down for free. They've still got vert control as well. Pace might be low, but he should be able to watch this from above. Fantasy finds one onto Maya. Nade, you can walk up and get onto that diffuser, but I don't think you're going to be able to disable it from there. Philippux, he's taken out as well. He had a C4 in his hand, was trying to pull a fast one. JV eventually finds one. Basesso takes down the clash and the final. Blitz drawing for the pistol to bring us to a conclusion for round number 2. And oh, how wrong we were. We were dangling a 30% statistic in front of you all at the start of this match. And NIP have come out of the gate and won the first 2 attacking rounds on Lair.
It's very sloppy from Team Liquid Alienware on both of those rounds. I just don't think that Nade was expecting the blitz just to plant right in front of him.
No.
That was it. Well, there's no way they're going to go for that, are they? They just smoked the door. Probably going to try and see if they can sprint in and take the bomb site, but no.
Yes, I think he was expecting him to sprint in, wasn't he? And I think that there was maybe an expectation that the Clash's electrification would be enough. But as we could see on the overview, the range, it was just a little bit too far away. Planting in the smoke like that, always a mega risky move, because where do you C4? The cloud of smoke. Where do you throw a smoke canister? The cloud of smoke. Where do you pre-fight? The cloud of smoke. They're in the cloud of smoke. It's not that big. Like, it's always a mega risky move to make a play inside the smoke. But maybe that's why it's a little bit unpredictable sometimes. NIP have already overperformed here on their previous records for Lair. They are doing better than we expected them to on this attacking side. And again, maybe it's bringing into the reason as to why we've ended up here in the first place. Kind of just goes to show, Demo, that both these teams are really pulling out all the stops to avoid playing FaZe in that lower bracket.
Just get the job done now. Make sure that you can get to the state safe and sound. Don't have to play against, again, as you mentioned, FaZe. Nobody wants to try and go up against. We know how good that side is, despite maybe the woes that they've had as of late. Well, that's better for Team Liquid Alien, where they've got the opening pick and they've done a heck of a lot of damage here to the Blackbeard, but Seto's having an absolute nightmare. He goes down, JV. Just shoots his feet off. Seto, though, able to get a nade, though, on the JV beforehand. I don't know what happened there. KZ's also been downed. What on earth's going on? Another one is gone. As like Hates was trying to just walk into the bomb site. What a weird opening minute.
This is very uncharacteristic for a game between these two teams at the moment. NIP have been kind of slow in their approach, and it's not been a bad thing. We've been, you know, sort of praising them for it. We get the martyrdom grenade onto JV. KZ falls. The advantage at the moment, naturally, is with Team Liquid Alien, where they have 3 bodies left standing. 1 Toxic Babe, a C4, plenty of Kiba barricades. NIP, though, are they going to be able to whittle them off one by one? Nade, first player to fall. No mega overreaction from Team Liquid Alienware at the moment. Wisdom and Pino have both got to find one. Felipox just gets caught running in the middle of upstairs. He had no business being there. Pino, how's he found 3? Just sit still. They can play into the angle. They're scurrying around like headless chickens up there, Demo.
What a funny old round that was, eh? I mean, Team Liquid Alien were just like head loss.
Full head loss.
I mean,
I don't think I've ever seen that side play that way. I don't think I've ever seen that side play out that way.
Are we going to get the timeout?
Did we even get the breach open?
You need that.
Oh, I think we'll get the timeout after the bans.
Nope, no timeout. No.
Okay.
Okay.
We're there. We are there.
We're in the thick of it.
I mean, would it be the band getting back together if we didn't lose our head at SAL? All we need to do is we just need to cast your mind back. You just need to imagine that this is like NIP versus MIBR from like 5 years ago.
Oh no.
Take me back.
I mean, the only person who would still be on that side is Pino?
Felipox.
Yeah. Is that it? Is that anything?
Playing on a controller.
Broken shoulder.
Broken shoulder, so playing on a controller. Still absolutely frying.
He actually was, which was insane.
Weird old round. First 3 rounds for NIP. No timeout at the start of round 4, which is the next round of bans. Again, it's a little bit of an elongated pause in proceedings, so teams tend to like to use that just to gain a few more seconds out of their attack. But it's the Clash and the Thermite that both get removed. The Clash makes a lot of sense. That's been something that has been a bit of a problem, but I mean, NIP, they could have kind of banned anything because everything that they've been coming up against has been dealt with. They've not lost a round yet.
is a big round, I think, for Team Liquid Alienware. They need to try and get their first round on the board. They will go back upstairs, and I mentioned it last time. They had a lot of win conditions. Look, the Clash is off the board. They don't have that luxury of that operator to not only slow down the round, but a good counter to the shield. But whenever you've got the smoke, you've got the Tachanka. That's your win con. Play around that. That's always going to be the issue for NIP. I mean, for NIP right now, it's all about that Deimos downstairs just pestering these players, and also look at all the Bs being sent in too. That's getting a lot of value. A lot of information being fed through to NIP, but sadly no picks for them as of yet. And it's all about breaching these walls though, isn't it? That's what they need to try and focus on. Making sure they can get away into that default plant position in through that interior breach. And that mirror window is there just to make things a little bit awkward. And oh no, a mistime nade. Gonna get the Selma. Thankfully, he still had one more though. But I'm just thinking, if this gets impact tricked, oh no. Okay. Oh, now we're in bother.
Yeah, this is where alarm bells really start to ring, isn't it? You're on a single doorway push into sight. Maya picks the first onto Fancy. Veto. Been a great game so far. 5-1 at the minute. We might need another 5 here if you're going to try and pull this round out of the bag. Primed and waiting to hop in on that Blackbeard. Pino and Wizard both yet to die in this map, by the way. I feel like it's only a matter of time in this one. Wizard will find one. Maya in with the trade. There is a flank up rocket as well, and it will be successful. JV for 3. Oh, line him up and he'll knock him down.
It must have been a cracking lineup for him to get that. Wow. I mean, for NIP, it just shows how punishing that top floor is. If you just have that one slight slip up. And look, the slip up was the nade going onto the Selma, having only one Selma remaining, and then that gets impact trick, and they've got no way into the bomb site except through the door. And I also noticed too, we had a minute left, and all of the util from NIP was gone. They had no nades, no flashes, all the Bs were used. They're using util, and they're not following up kills with it. I mean, the Grim was just firing the Bs in towards top mez, and nobody really looked as though they were interested in playing offline. I mean, sure, the Deimos was maybe downstairs playing with a vertical, but he also has to be careful himself that he can also get shot and die, which, you know, he was being challenged. And then something as simple as somebody coming up rocket stairs.
Yeah. I think for me it was the deployable shield. You know, that just stopped the whole push there outside of sight.
Isn't it?
Yeah, because you can't throw your Selmas because you don't know if they're going to get impacted. You can't push down on the Blackbeard or the Blitz or whatever you're playing just because you know that someone could swing out at any second. And it just took so long to deal with that shield that everything had already been spent, and I don't think that everyone else kind of knew that that was the main hold-up. That should have been the main focus to try and get rid of. I mean, that and the fact that breaching was always going to be difficult. The thermite's been taken away, and NIP, I'm not going to sit here and say they've got a problem with breaching, but they really do try and make it as easy as possible for themselves. I say that, in this round, they haven't brought a single primary hard breacher. Instead, we've just got a couple of tin openers on Veto. So who knows how this is going to go, because last round, it all came down to the hard breach or the lack thereof. Now, okay, you're attacking basement, so you need a little bit less of it. And previously, when we've seen them successful down here, it's come down to a bit of a flood into sight and get the plant down under the cover of some smoke. That isn't going to be an option this time. They're much more heavy in the nade department. Maybe there isn't the same level of extension going on from Team Liquid Alienware. There's only a couple of silhouettes upstairs that we can see, but again, quite a horizontal approach right now from NIP.
A bit of a scatter shot. I mean, you enter in through garage, and now they're looking to rotate the shield upstairs. I think it's just a case of trying to get that shield into position to challenge onto those roamers. Lost the Lion, though. The C4, and oh no, the Grim too. So a lot of util operators gone straight away. You've lost your Grim. Great information. Equally can be the same for Lion. Oh, really good information. The thing is now with NIP, you still have roamers upstairs, and now you're down 2 men who can help you with that.
Team Liquid Alienware dug in at the moment. Maya on the stairs. A favourable angle as always. If you've got the high ground and a shield, you are winning. A flawless round for Team Liquid Alienware. Pretty much out of nowhere, this game has swung in the balance. We've seen 3 rounds in a row go the favour of NIP, and then a very quick response. No timeout either from Team Liquid Alienware, and they've chained 2 together themselves. Again, shaping up for a flawless half here between these two teams. Have NIP run out of steam already, Demo? Have they only got 3 good attacks in them?
Well, it's still not bad, though. I think 3 attacks. It's okay. Certainly on Lair. I think you can work with that, and for NIP getting onto the defense, I think they'll be a lot more comfortable. So still for Team Liquid Alienware, probably why they didn't call the timeout, Ollie, because they want to try and keep that for the kind of tougher side, as you'd say, on the attacks. I mean, certainly for Team Liquid Alienware, if they can get the even half here, it really does open up the game, and it's a good kind of recovery process from being 3-0 down. All of a sudden now it's 3-3. You've got the momentum, and NIP are going to be thinking, well, we've kind of let this slip a little bit. We start off really well. Now look at them. We've gave them confidence. And obviously, I think for Team Liquid Alienware, we've seen what they were able to do on Labs whenever they got just a couple of rounds back-to-back. I think they had 4 back-to-back, didn't they, on Labs? So it just shows that this side can very quickly snowball out of control.
Yeah, it really doesn't take much, does it? Doesn't take much for them to put the afterburners on and leave their opponent in the dust. Kind of feels what happened on Labs. It kind of feels, again, what's happening here on Lair. This was the weird round for me. Oh, good bit of damage there, but another successful impact trick. Ace is going to be mindful. And that second placement is a lot better, though. He's at least going to get something open, but we've got 1 Selma left. And you still need to get something meaningful open on that wall. It's going to be a really difficult task. This was the round where we sort of looked at it and questioned, was it worthy for Team Liquid Alienware to take the timeout at the end of round number 3 because of how poorly it went? I just don't get the impression that that's going to happen again here. Another attempt at the Selma on the wall. Finally, this time they're both going to go off. I think there's going to be something able to be worked over on that breach. This time with 2 opening kills for Fancy. 1 onto Nade, 1 onto KZ. It's already looking a lot more reminiscent of what we saw in round number 3.
Yeah, big pressure now, Team Liquid Alienware, and Sato is still alive. He's going to be the main key component for getting this plant off for NIP. You can just sense off the entirety of the bomb site and just simply walk in, avoid those vertical holes. We'll see if Team Liquid Alienware are going to be really snapping onto that, but looking at the lineup, don't really have much apart from the 1C4 who could deal with that. It's going to have to be Team Liquid Alienware on the back foot, having to try and recover this round, but this feels like it's only a matter of time before NIP are going to make this happen. However, Philippox with a cheeky kill peeks down through green stairs and able to pick off Fantasy, so that is a kill back, but still for NIP, just try and go for the plant. That's what they should be focused on right now.
I think you're right, but I know that it's going to be difficult to get down. If they've not taken sufficient vertical, it's going to be a nightmare. You've got direct lines onto the doorways going into sight here, but 2 massive kills there. Wizard taking Philippox down. That's what they needed. The doorway being watched, there was only one conclusion there, and it needed to come through some kills. Whether it was 1, 2, or all 3. NIP there, choosing the kill route as opposed to playing that diffuser. Grab themselves a round back. I'm going to throw over to our wonderful desk, and they're going to break down the first 6 rounds. Oh, apologies. I've just been told that we're not going to the desk.
Yeah.
My bad.
They're not ready for us.
My bad. Well, maybe we're not ready for them, Demo. How's about that?
Oh, well. So we'll have to entertain it. Oh, now he said, oh, don't worry. I'll have a go now. No, you missed your opportunity. You've missed the booking.
Well, 4 rounds for NIP. Overperformed, I think, as far as I'm concerned, on that attacking side. I really feel like we've got a game on our hands here now, Demo. There's a massive opportunity for them. They've done nearly all of the hard work inside of this fixture. I think that the benefit that Team Liquid Alienware have got going into this second half is, of course, going to be that they've got their tactical timeout still because they chose not to use it. But it kind of felt like they weren't too worried about whatever this split was going to be because in their mind, it isn't an insurmountable task. Oh, you go on me as well, Demo.
No, I'm not. No. I mean, this is where I think for NIP, they have to have the confidence now and say, you know what? This is our map. You know, we chose to go here. We've had a fantastic attacking half, which is kind of unlike them. You know, we're going to mention how the attacking win percentage on layer for NIP hasn't been great. This is where they want to be on the defense. This is where it can be absolutely stellar on their side. And for Team Liquid Alienware, they kind of know they're up against it. You know, they obviously would have looked at layer and said, okay, if we're going to leave it open, they can pick it if they want because we know we're going to have that defense start and we can really ramp up the rounds. That hasn't happened for them. They start off really sloppy. They lost rounds down to not playing their win conditions. So this is it for NIP to try and push us into that third map. And I think this first round is going to be really important because we either go with Team Liquid Alienware getting the first attack, they're going to be feeling confident, they bring it back to 1 round difference between them, or NIP are going to have a 3-round gap.
Well, there is potential for a bit of a gap to start developing here. If NIP get a bit of a run on this defense, we could very well be seeing Bank. And I opened this map demo with the old, you know, the team that wins the second map usually wins the series. And the reason that I did it, obviously, I think it's funny. Nobody else does, but I enjoy it. But the reason that I did it is Bank's NIP's favourite map. Now, I understand that Team Liquid Alienware, the old Furia Core, they're no stranger to Bank either. But it is a very good map for NIP. And I think that if they have the sufficient tank on them today, if they've got it in their lock and to go all 3, there's a very real possibility that they move on this upper bracket and we send Team Liquid Alienware down into that lower. But a lot depends on this next half of Lair because, you know, I'm talking like it's already done. It is by no means over yet.
Here we go. First defense for NIP. Setting up in towards that top floor. Have the extension in towards operation using that Azami. So I think the idea here for NIP is waste a lot of time early on, such as using the Azami, using the Clash to try and hold in towards Ops and also in towards Mez. And then you try and hit them in the late game, using the smoke. I will say, I think they maybe could have brought in a little bit more plant denial for this site. I mean, Tachanka is kind of been like the staple pick, hasn't he? So I don't think it's a massive amount that Team Liquid Alienware need to be worried about based on time. They've tried to force it in with a shield now. However, you've got the Ela, you've got the Thorn, you've got ways to counter this shield.
Well, Philippox, I'm sure he feels countered. Certainly feels disorientated. His screen only just starting to let up now. He doesn't need much visual to see that the kills are starting to come in that top right of his screen. KZ, the only casualty at the moment. Aside from that, a very successful first attempt. You've lost the smoke.
Yeah.
Big part of time denial here. Well, overpeaking. My only guess is that he was shot through side door.
It's a weird one to see the smoke go down. I mean, were they playing the smoke aggressive in towards Rocket? I'm not too sure. But if he was just on site, then yeah, certainly an overpeak. But for NIP now, they don't have the denial. They also don't have the man advantage. And you look at the time, 1:15, that's more than enough for Team Liquid Alienware, who are maybe, after a bit of a pivot here, Ollie, they're going to go and try and hit the green side of things.
Well, they've got the Clash to try and dance around a little bit, haven't they? And I think they feel like the job's kind of done over in Ops. They can maybe leave that to a bit of a lurk role later on. They've still got 55 seconds, and there's loads of information that can be gathered here by Philippox. These remaining players for NIP need to be super cautious. No hard breach active in this lineup either, as KZ did fall. Hates finds one onto Nade, make it a second. His double kills tonight have been so impactful. Wizard is down though. Maya will be recovered. JV can find the space and the time to get that done. Finishes off Wizard. Veto and Hates. Not beyond the realms of possibility here. 25 seconds and a clash to go up against is no mean feat when you've got 0 util. Only a Lion and a Glaz, 2 DMRs going up in this battle. Maya going to start to try and get that plant down. Veto is able to navigate around successfully. Hates just missing out on his shots, and that's going to be the diffuser confirmed. Veto drops the shield, pulls out the pistol. Maya has to hold on. He's got a great angle outside from in, but you've got the clash. Veto surely can just block up this rotate and give an angle for Hates to work with. Maya's so low. Surely can't be going for it on his own, but no, Veto with the time. Perfectly played. He might have lost a 1 versus 1 clutch on Labs, but he's not losing one on Lair.
Yeah, very important that he clutches that one up. You could see the Glaz, he knew what he was up against. He made the right call where he needed to kill the second player, you know, let the clash have the diffuser for a little bit, went for the jump in, but you're going to get one, and then straight away the clash just knows that they kind of get off, go for the easy pick. But yeah, that shield, the real kicker for NIP. For Team Liquid Alienware, I mean, it was a 4v3. They did have the advantage, and they went for that pivot, and it didn't really work. I just think that they rotated that clash really well. You know, it nullified that Blitz. Blitz also had a nightmare you could do with the Elemines, with the Thorns, I'm sure, too. Just really, really tricky lineup, I think, with what Team Liquid Alienware went for. Whereas I think if they went a little bit more hard breach orientated, a little more kind of plant focused, they would have had a better time, because we've seen the lineup from NIP. It wasn't screaming, we're going to kind of stall the round out here. It was much more aggressive.
Well, there was only really a smoke, wasn't there? A smoke and a clash. And a clash kind of falls on the line between the two, doesn't it? Because you can play it in either sort of style. You can either play quite aggressive, or you can play for a little bit more sort of area denial. There was only really the smoke that was the big signal of, like, this is the, you know, the denial portion of the round. And, well, that got taken out in the first, 30 seconds? So it never really became a factor either. Alarm bell starting to ring now. Are they really going to leave it until the end of round 8 to take that time out? That risks leaving NIP on a map point here. Feels very strange from Team Liquid Alienware. Certainly no time being wasted here in round 8, however. KZ straight in, clearing that top floor on the Blitz. Maya going to be moving through as well, just behind. As all of that is being called as clear. They can start to work through. Full top down as well, with JV on the sledge. Nade on the ram, so soft breach is in abundance this round. And the sledge's job is really to try and flood some of these defenders around from this mid floor, but it doesn't look to me as though anybody is home. NIP have been very quick to rotate as soon as they realised what's been going on. Only players now holding half positions, like Pino, on these blue stairs.
For NIP, they very swiftly have realised, you know, the kind of setup here that Team Liquid Alienware have. Whenever you kind of hear the Blitz as well, flying around the map, do you want to just try and get back to the bomb site? And they are leashing some C4s up to see if they can try and pick off some players, but that's both of them. They're going to absolutely nothing all, eh? Like one of your fishing trips.
Don't remind me. Been very unsuccessful recently. Need a new lucky token or something. Not sure what it might be yet, but I'm willing to take any ideas. If you've got an idea, call in. Not done that for a bit. Yokai drone now going out, as that's Veto. Going to be starting to deter these attackers a little bit. I mean, that's a trade, but it's a trade that I would take as NIP. You've lost Pino playing an aggressive position, but what have you taken out? You've taken out KZ. That was your key into the bomb site. Okay, you've still got some Candelas from Maya, so you can still make a bit of impact there, but it's not quite the same as a Blitz. JV can start to work his way down these blue stairs now, but he's got no idea. Fancy's going to be sitting just an off angle in front of the reinforcement. And that's likely going to be the first of another 3 players here to fall for Team Liquid Alienware. Veto still with Yokai drones in play. He's tucked. He can deny anything that's going on here. Doesn't have a good read on where that plant's going down, though, and is instead going to come off. That's going to open the door and allow Felipox to get it on, but no! Stopped in the nick of time! 9 seconds left. Diffuser cold. Felipox picks it up again for another reattempt. He's on super low HP. Hates doesn't need to land much, but hits the head anyway. 2 versus 2, as this is going to be scrappy, but time's going to do the job. NIP taking it there on time.
Oh my word. I thought Team Liquid Alienware were going to get away with one. Planting in the midst of the smoke. But the Echo forces them off. It was very, very close. And then just that little flank coming in through Boiler. It's an easy kill onto the player going for the plant. Team Liquid Alienware, I mean, they've went for the timeout, but is it a little bit too late here, Ollie?
I think it is. We've spoken about it a few times. I was even doubting myself at the start of the last round, and I was thinking, are we sure they've not used it? Like, are we? There's so many breaks now. We've got the halftime break. We've got the timeout for each team. Are we sure we've maybe? No, we didn't miss it. It has been saved for map point. Now, the value at this point in proceedings, I guess, is that you've seen what 2 of the defenses are going to look like. So you can discuss 2 defenses instead of just 1. I kind of get it, but it just puts a heck of a lot of pressure on you. But then again, that's sort of accounting for the fact that we're thinking a timeout is going to be really valuable anyway. And sometimes there's just not too much you can do. You've got to try and figure it out yourselves in the round. So maybe Team Liquid Alienware are going with that sort of line of thinking. But whichever way you slice it, NIP are on map point, and we are barreling towards bank.
This is going to be a big part of soul searching here from Team Liquid Alienware to try and get themselves out of this. Has not went to plan. NIP, though, credit to them. They've played it very, very well. I mean, obviously, that opening half, that was the key for NIP. And, I mean, they've had a pretty comfortable time here, I feel, on their defense. And this is where now we go into the tertiary bomb site, into our bunks. It's what we have at our disposal. And look for Team Liquid Alienware. I mean, this is like the lineup that you expect to see. You've got that sense coming in. So I don't expect them to try and go above. I think that would probably not be the greatest idea. I don't think they've got the best lineup to kind of deal with a lot of that roam presence upstairs. So I think maybe just directing sight could be key. However, NIP, they do have the Solus. So even though the sense is going to be used to try and block off all those lines of sight, the sense can still check to see which is the real diffuser being planted. Speaking of him, finds Felipox. Monty's gone down. How's that happened?
It's a disaster for the lineup that you've got ahead of you. You're thinking that a Monty is going to be a big portion of your pushing power in this round. You've chosen not to bring the Ying. You've chosen not to bring a Capita. You've chosen not to bring a Blitz, a Blackbeard. You chose the Monty. It's the first thing to fall. KZ sends the nade in, destroys the barbed wire for later. Diffuser will be recoverable. It's cold on the ground, but outside, so not as big a problem as what you have lost in the process. But I think this is just going to spiral Team Liquid Alienware into a secondary plan, and one that not really got the kit for. They need to go for this vertical clear. They haven't got the safety of the Monty to plant behind. Sure, they've got a couple of smokes. Sure, they've got the ROU projectors. But I think even they know that that isn't going to be enough. ROU projector gets sent into sight. Nade has the kit. Can try and work his way in, but this vertical is just got to be too powerful. You've got the Solus. There's no way that this goes down without NIP knowing about it.
Now they're going to have to go now or never. Said they're not going to have the utility to try and challenge these players above, so it's all in using that sense. So now we have to kind of look towards Hates. He's the player who needs to make this happen for NIP. All pressure on him. In goes the util, in goes the smokes, up goes the sense, in goes the plant, or gadget. Oh, takes the damage, just going to stick it though. Any Solus, Hates, where are you? Never mind, just kill him.
Yeah, Wizards are going to do the job anyway. The Warden, almost as good as a Solus in that situation. JV and Nade left to try and pick up the pieces. 30 seconds, though. And they will find one. It's a great start, but with the diffuser cold and still players upstairs, they're faced with that impossible task of challenging the vertical from down to up. Nade has recovered the diffuser. Maybe start to try and get it down, but I come back to the same old point. You've got the Solus. This should be known right now. Nade, more than 50%, but still down for the count. Wisdom Basetto with a killer piece, and NIP. Oh, we doubted you just a little bit coming into Lair, but you guys proved to us exactly why it was your pick.
I mean, the stats were against them and all the metrics. But they have done so well. I mean, it was that opening half, wasn't it? That was the scary half.
Yeah.
We knew the defense was going to be fine. It was the attacks we had question marks with NIP, but they really showed us how it was done. A 4-2 half, and then they just cruise in the defenses.
I mean, this is why NIP, for me, is one of the more exciting teams to watch inside of SAL. I know there's the big names. I know there's the players that have been there and done it. But I like watching the players that could be next up. And for me, NIP feel like they're on the edge of being that team at the moment. This series, though, it is still not done. We have Bank as a decider map, and it's going to be coming up just after this.
Everyone's talking about it. What's up with the R6 competitive calendar? The structure of our competitive calendar has changed a bit. That means more tournaments in a slightly different path to the 6 Invitational. But let's break it down. First of all, we now have a brand new addition to Siege, the CN League, the Chinese League. That brings us to 5 regions total, all following pretty much the same structure. Now let's focus on what matters most to us, how things will work in the South America League. Before anything else, it's important to remember that the 2026 season actually started way back with the Challenger Series, where rising teams fought for a shot at the top tier and secured the final 2 spots in the SAL. Then, and that's where we are right now, we have the Kickoff. Think of it as a stage 0 for the SAL. Shorter, faster, but still super important. It awards 4 major spots and distributes 970 SI points. Next up, in May, we've got the first major of the year. 20 teams, over 30,000 SI points on the line, live from Salt Lake City, USA. After that, between June and July, we officially kick off stage 1 of the SAL. Same classic format you already know. 1 group of 10 teams, round-robin matches, and the top 6 advance to the double elimination playoffs. This time though, the 4 available spots are for the Esports World Cup, taking place in Saudi Arabia. Plus, we've got another 1,695 SI points up for grabs. Speaking of that, the Esports World Cup kicks off in August, with 22 teams competing for a $2 million prize pool. No SI points here, but the winner gets a straight ticket to SI 2027. Then, between September and October, we move on to stage 2 of the SAL. Same format again, 10 teams, round robin, playoffs, 4 major spots, and another 1,695 SI points in play. In November, we'll see the debut of the final international event of the year, and the first major ever hosted in Japan. 20 teams and 13,650 SI points on the line. Finally, closing out the calendar, between December and January, we've got the last chance qualifiers in each region. This is the final shot at making it to the biggest tournament in Siege. And those 5 teams will join the top 14 teams from the SI points ranking, plus the EWC champion, making a total of 20 teams qualified for the 6th Invitational in February, the tournament that always wraps up the season. And by the way, it's happening right here in Brazil again. Simple enough, right? So let's get into it. The kickoff is ready, everything's set, and now it's time to sit back and enjoy the games. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you next time.
Welcome back, my friends, and what a quick way, really, to end Nighthaven Labs. I was not expecting it to be so one-sided, Leo. At the end of it, it is a huge victory for NIP that bring it back and tie it up and take us into the third map. Before we talk about that, we have to dig into Nighthaven and what happened. NIP looked on another level, Leo.
Yeah, it's basically like they didn't change their core playstyle. Compared to Labs, it is still very slow. It is still methodical and step by step. What I do not understand is the game plan on the side of Team Liquid and Alienware. I think they were trying to play and peel off like they were on Labs. The reality was NIP just attacked much more efficiently on that map. And I think by not going for full extended roams, they kind of shot themselves in the foot here. Let's take a look at round 2, for example. If you look at the lineup on the side of Team Liquid Alienware, they bring the Clash, they bring the Goyo, they bring the Warden. They're trying to basically play against an execution. But they gave the whole map, so even with 50 seconds left, look at this. The execution is perfect. You've got Hate, who's covering the plant from above and kills the roamer. The Clash is completely useless against the plant. They have no idea, no denial, nothing to deny the plant. Warden didn't even use his C4. Mind you that the plant went down inside the smoke. Where's the Warden when that happens, So it feels like they're just trying to play to a weird win condition and not even committing to it. And on the other side, you can see NIP. If you give them too much space, they will take that space and they will coordinate the perfect execute. I mean, in this position, there's nothing JV can do at this point. What's beautiful is, if you look at this, honestly, it's also a smart take on it. Not that many teams would go through stock to actually plant the diffuser. Most teams are used to the plant going down on filtration side. So I thought it was a great bit of innovation. We were having doubts, I think, about NIP and this map in general. Also because, and I think Demo pointed it out as well, Team Liquid, previously Asperia, had a crazy win streak on that map.
Yep.
But I love the innovation that we've seen. And now you might ask me, Milosh, okay, that's cool, great attacks, but how do they do it in defense?
How do they do it in defense then, Leo?
Well, if we look at the round 8, for example, right? It's exactly the same game plan that Team Liquid Alienware are putting in. It's the same one, so we're going to burn time, right? And if you look at round 8, it's the same thing. This time, they bring Tuburao, they bring Echo, they try to slow down. So, it's I don't know. It just feels like it was a game of who waits and who stares in the eyes the most possible and who has the best composure. And at that game, I think that Bassetto, who was the king of that gameplay or that play style, quote unquote, with the previous Loud roster, I think it works so well for him.
One thing during this second round especially, I know our good friend Demo was talking about is like, yeah, here's all these stats, all these things that you need to keep in mind. And yet at the end of it, look at what happened. That win streak really did not last long against the way that NIP were playing their attack. And this is your round 8 here, Leo.
Yeah, it's just a great example of that denial that I spoke about, right? Way more chaotic on the side of Team Liquid of an execution. You have the Yokai drone to defuse it. The defenders, they're running around the bomb site. Look, this one is retaking from filtration. The cover is not as clear, not at all as clean as with an AP. And then the Bassetto just wins the round, sitting on Yokai drones here. So same win condition, right? Burn time, deny the plant. And I just felt like one team was just better at it, and I think it stems from Bassetto's old playstyle allowed.
It's beautiful to see, but despite Maya's best effort, and my God, did he put in a lot of effort in this round, this game in general, it was not enough to win the round. It was not enough to pull the game back from the clutches of what ends up being a massive loss for Team Liquid Alienware, especially compared to how Map 1 went on Nighthaven Labs, with a very clearly one-sided layer, NIP outplaying on the attack, and the defense once the halftime swap came in. And this does not bode well for Team Liquid Alienware. However, both teams, they ended up winning their own map picks, Leo. That's something that we can at least think about as maybe this is the ultimate equalizer. Now we can actually go to a map 3 that might fit the two of them in their own way. You'll see Maya, Bassetto, everybody on the board. But I want to talk about our map veto, because our third and final map for this series, and a reminder, whoever wins this map, effectively a BO1, just qualifiers to Salt Lake City. It is simple as that. They'll be playing for seeding later on versus the winner of Fluxo W7M and their opponents of Furia. But for now, the focus is on this one specific map, and that is Bank. Money in the Bank. This is the game on it. But statistically speaking, what's going on there, Leo?
Well, let's celebrate one thing. It is the first map where Maya doesn't drop double digits out of the whole of Kickoff. And then he was just 1 kill away from it, despite his team losing 7-2. So how crazy is that? And then on top of that, I just want to point out one player, that is Bassetto. I just want to mention it again. The IGL, many teams were saying that NIP would be weaker with him as an IGL. I thought that was kind of mean to him. Yes, he has a slower vision of the game, but look at this. Plays the shields, plays all of this. And he is still the best rated player on the roster. It's not often that we see that from an IGL, and it was worth pointing it out. Now, you've said it yourself. Bank is the next map, and whoever wins it makes it to not only phase 2 of the Salt Lake City Major, but also guarantees 175 SI points, guarantees $8,000 of cash prize, and that's from Kickoff only. So this is a massive one, right? If you look at Bank, most teams would say that Furia and Bank, we're a really good team on it initially. That would carry on onto Team Liquid Anywhere. That makes a lot of sense. One thing that most people tend to forget is that actually NIP have a pretty good record on it. They played it during Kickoff and beat Lost 7-3. At SI, they played it twice and they beat both Team Heretics, but also MAT on the map. That to me is a huge statement. And during SAL finals, they had beaten Liquid on it as well. So it's by no means one of the flashiest map of the map pool. However, they're still on a 4-win streak, and a 4-win streak against teams like MAT, teams like Liquid, big international teams. So it's not to completely rule them out here. I actually believe it is a strong map of them. And with the momentum they've had so far, they could very much carry it into the decider. The main thing to me is, it is a very slow-paced game all over. From labs to lair. Both teams are it feels like both teams are trying not to lose rather than trying to win. Just how slow they are playing. And I'm very worried, especially for the side of Team Liquid Alien, where they have the former Furia core roster. I know you lost Herds. I know you lost the most aggressive player on your team. But you're still supposed to have some of the best gunners. So I'm just wondering, is there maybe a way to win this by changing the playstyle a little bit? Taking a bit more risk? Trying to play to win?
That's something that I definitely don't want to see on the final map, where both teams are slowing down even further. Not only does not give it maybe a less enjoyable viewing experience from our end, but you also don't want the game to ground to a halt, where neither one really wants to takes the first step into doing something more creative, because this is the moment to get things done in creative. If you lose this, you're going to have a tough time against FaZe. You really have to throw out all your stops just to get that position through. You can argue that the final game that you'll be playing today, should you win this game, that you can kind of conserve your strategies. It gives you a seeding, but it's not the most important thing in the world. Sure, but for now, show up as a team, Team Liquid Alienware. We need that for you. NIP right now, they are looking hot after layer, like you said, Leo. That momentum, after the way that they're performing on layer, if they carry it through, depending on the starting side of the bands, that can get really complicated for Team Liquid Alienware. That at some point held, I guess, a lot of esteem and respect for their qualification potential. Though that is it from us. We'll give it to Demo and Extra Troika to carry us all through the action on Bank.
Milosh, Leo, thank you both very much indeed. We are going to be headed into our third and final map for our first best of 3 of the night here. Team Liquid Alienware, NIP on Bank. Little bit of a classic demo. And a big old prize at the end of it. Direct qualification to the Salt Lake City Major starting in May. 175 SI points guaranteed. And of course, a cash prize as well. And maybe the bigger prize out of it all is that you don't have to play a FaZe that is currently scorned in that lower bracket. Because let me tell you, they are going to be on a warpath to get themselves to Salt Lake City, and I would not want to be the team stood in their way. So a heck of a lot to play for over this next map.
I think overall that the map, it's just really good for both sides. I mean, for NIP, it's their most preferred map. This is the map where they have really good success on. They've only ever lost it once. It's a team that Or it's a map that's always going to get banned against them. And I think you kind of look on the side, though, of Team Liquid Alienware. Again, it's for that kind of Furia core. It was also always a good map. You know, they the world for this map.
Oh my!
Oh, what a way to kick things off for Boss G!
It's over. It's quite simply over. You've lost your Hibana. And yeah, you've got some tin openers on Maya. But oh boy. What a way for round 1 to kick off. I had it in my mind to talk about Fancy in this map. And it feels a little bit early to be jumping the gun and diving into that topic of conversation. And there it is. He's taken out by JV. Coming into today, the only person that had more opening engagements than him inside of the whole SAL was Cyber. He has an insane amount of opening engagements. Now, this opening engagement hasn't really opened the round for his team. What it has done, though, is remove the Hibana, which means that these hatches are going to be a bit of a nightmare.
Well, it doesn't look as though that's really bothered Team Liquid Alienware in the slightest. Because now, with half the round still to play, it's a 2v4 in the basement. Wizard knows he has to try and go aggressive and find a kill back. He is able to do that. See now if IP can try and weather the storm. Look at the util still on the side of Team Liquid Alienware. They've got the Dokkaebi call, Ollie. They've got the bees. They've got the nades from the Blackbeard too. They've got everything that they need to make this a success. And you can see KZ has baited out another smoke canister. Hates down just the one. But really for NIP, they just... You know, they're anxious, aren't they? They don't know what they have to watch. There's so much.
I mean, this just feels like an open goal right now for Team Liquid Alienware. All they've got to do is tap it into the back of the net. They've got the man advantage, they've got a positional advantage, and they have a utility advantage. They've still got a Dokkaebi call. They've still got 4 Bs, and they still have Blackbeard and that horrible shield. Wizard and Hates are both going to have to hit some pretty serious shots. They are doing their best to try and pace out what little utility they have, but as the Bees start to come in now, the Dokkaebi caller is threatened. As we've said, this should be fairly straightforward to convert. But NIP are really making them work for it. 15 seconds, final Toxic Babe canister goes out. The diffuser is in the hands of Felipox, but he's waiting for that to dissipate before making his play. Hates, he played beautifully up until that moment, but just overheated ever so slightly. Felt like he had to try and make something happen. And as such, it left Wizard in a similar spot. An inevitable end, but one that Team Liquid weren't taking any chances about converting.
I think the 2 remaining players knew as soon as that Dokkaebi call came in, that's whenever Team Liquid Alienware were going to make their maneuver. And, you know, they've tried to go aggressive, tried to challenge, but the hatch cover is just too strong. You could see that last Goyo canister, it wasn't going to really affect the Blackbeard because he could sidestep it and plant on the long angle. So that's why the smoke was kind of thrown at the 15-second mark. But once that was going to dissipate, NIP knew they were beaten, and they had to try and go for that aggressive play. But yeah, overall for Team Liquid Alienware, they just sucked the life out of that round, didn't they? As soon as they had that man advantage, they just kept on to it. They knew they had the util, and they were just never going to be out of sorts to lose that. So for Team Liquid Alienware, they get the first round. They set the tone. They set the pace. For NIP, they're actually going to run it back. I don't mind them run it back, mostly because if you're looking at the lineup, okay, you're expecting, kind of traditional bank basement, Goyo smoke, all of that. Whenever you lose 3 people inside the first half of the round, you're thinking, what are we doing?
Yeah. For me, it was a weird one because you get fancy with that opening pick. But then, instead of doing like a retraction and sort of saying, yo, we've got an opening pick, we can just sit deep, we just could get ourselves back to the side. We can challenge on blue stairs, we can challenge on main stairs, but we don't need to work too hard for it. We can even hold inside of elevator and drop off at a point once we've shot a few drones or whatever. Well, then for 2 other people to die after Fancy did, for me, it was just a bit of an alarm bell. It was like, why are we putting ourselves in that kind of position? Like, we've got the opening pick. We just need to chill out a little bit. We just need to work this advantage. And they kind of just gave it right back to Team Liquid Alienware. So we'll see how it goes round number 2. It's a bold attempt to try and run it back. But again, I agree. I think it's worth doing, and it's bank, it's basement, it's the best site on the map, arguably one of the best sites in the game. Why wouldn't you want to play it back again another time? Already differences, well, it's a little bit slower. Fancy is being a lot more reserved with the Boss G this time. Isn't getting himself into as much bother.
Yeah, I think it's better from NIP. Make sure you can keep everyone alive. I think if you are a defending side in this basement, you kind of want the 5v5 execute because you've got a lot of bodies that you can kind of just throw into the mixer and hope that you can try and stop the plant going down, which I'm sure is going to be the game plan here for Team Liquid Alienware once more. Easy, just needs to be careful. There's a player inside the elevator. Doesn't know which one. It's like a game show, Ollie. What's behind door number 1?
Well, you can pretty safely assume that there's going to be somebody behind door number 1. Ace will drop off. Does take a bit of damage for it, though. But NIP are really making Team Liquid Alienware work for this map control at the moment. A minute, and they've got it. So fair play. Well, there's hatches to be opened. There's still server to clear. Main stairs, garage, all of these are areas that NIP are going to be looking to try and hold. Vulcan Pack detonated at the top of blue. That's just going to buy a little bit of time for Veto. He's in a prime position, though. Playing on the mute. He's placed his utility. He's done his job. More time, and if he can burn a body here, even better. Caught out. Fancy. Finds one. Make it 2. Where is he getting these kills from? Tucked in on the server. Oh, he's directly underneath the hatch as well. How's he getting away with this? Full white flashed and still there for the challenge. Veto able to back him up a little bit on the stairs as well. Eventually will be taken out, but Fancy can just dip back. Get himself in behind the server rack. Feed this information across. The nade takes Philippox down. Oh, it's beautiful. Pino, he comes in to join on to the action, and nade smoked out. 10 seconds, and all we can see is a cloud of yellow as the final Toxic Babe canister from Pino gets sent out there, and he's little to do but pre-fire, hoping for a miracle. NIP quite right to run back the basement.
Mate, miracles on Black Dragons, Ollie. Did you not get them out?
Oh, you get out. Just
he doesn't play for this team. He's in another team. Can't say you need that. I don't know. He's already taken. Also,
you've been waiting a long time for that miracle.
There's also a miracle in CNL 2 as well, by the way. There's another one. There's 2 miracles running around.
Is there?
There is. There's a miracle in CNL. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I mean, one guy has just won them that round because he swung the hatch. And that just shows it's the confidence. I mean, look, you remember whenever Fantasy first came onto the scene, whenever he was on the old Furious side, your beloved. And remember, he hit the back-to-back aces. We were thinking, oh, he's next up. He's going to be the next world beater. But he never got himself onto a big side. And that was always weird. We seen the drop-off from him. He was kind of in like a limbo phase. He was just kind of... just a player who played in the stages. We've never really seen him on the international level. Gets himself on an NIP, and you can start to see him have that ignition again.
Yeah. I mean, don't forget, he's super young. Like, he started playing at 18. So, in terms of, time, it's on his side at the moment to find himself on that, more powerful, stronger, better team in a lot of senses. And he's finding himself in that position right now. He really does fulfill that cyber-esque role for me, where, let's be honest, quite separate from the rest of the squad. And that's very similar to the way that you'll see Cyber play on FaZe, is very much out on an island, very much out on their own, but a lot of the team does a lot of things to enable that as well. Ooh, good opportunity spotting. Hates. You will have wished you checked the garage. Unfortunately, left the door open.
That's a big door, big shutter, isn't it? And,
I can understand it. I bet it's a pain to close.
and there's also a police car in the way. A nightmare. Who's parked that police car there?
You can't park there, mate.
You can't park there. I think for a team Liquid Alienware, having that opening pick, it's kind of done one or two things. Yes, it's great that you've got the pick. However, you have shown the Amaru, which I expected would have been used to maybe try and target the Echo inside of Elevator, because that's a very classic position. You have an Echo inside of Elevator, he'll sit in his drones, and because he's sat on his drones, he'll be none the wiser that somebody Gara hooks right beside him and we get the kill. We've seen that time and time again. That's the only maybe slight issue, but still, a kill's a kill, and that's all at Team Liquid Alien we're looking for.
Wizard somehow manages to get himself out of position there. He was getting heavily flashbanged. Couple of kills coming in here. I mean, it's not going to stop the plant from going down, I don't think. Oh, say again, nade comes off. Maybe the yokai drone there stunning him off the plant. 3 versus 4 now. Veto and Fancy both low. And Wizard and Fancy taken out. Veto, he's down to the revolver. This is not ideal. The recoil on that is a nightmare. Back into your yokai drone, Pino, to try and stop this plant from going down. That or push up. No, now's not the time. You're not covered. Oh, there's bodies everywhere. Team Liquid Alienware scrapping for that last kill, and it's going to be JV credited with it.
Oh, well, that is a round where a lot of big engagements just went in favor of Team Liquid Alienware. I mean, imagine if that Cage was able to get one, though, then it really would have been interesting. But I just think that 1v3 just a little bit too much for Pino to deal with. I mean, I think you kind of look at the time there for Team Liquid Alienware. They gave themselves enough. So even if there was going to be an echo, they had enough time to kind of replan, challenge them, whatever they needed to do. It wasn't as though they were going to lose based on time. So you really seen that they picked up the pace and they went for that 3-1 execute very, very early.
Attackers need to locate.
I mean, the echo was only shown the one time, and it was for that top floor. And straight away it's gone.
It's a big ban, that, isn't it?
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's a big ban from Team Liquid. I think it shows their intention, though. I mentioned it in Nighthaven Labs. They've only planted 3 times throughout the entirety of Kickoff until today. Planting has been on the cards. It's been something that they've been looking for, that opportunity. If there's an opportunity to get the diffuser down, they're going to take it. Now, is that because this is where it, really matters? This is the qualification series, so they're pulling out all the stops. I don't think it's going to be a big fundamental change on the team. The Echo ban is certainly going to assist them getting that plant down if they find themselves in a similar position again. Because you think about it, if that Echo player had been a bit more tucked, had been away in Narnia, then it would have become maybe a little bit of a problem. Obviously, there was enough time to do it. There was enough bodies. You would have shot it, but under slightly different circumstances, could have been a round winner. But again, I agree. It does seem like a big ban. Move through to the mid floor, round number 4. Team Liquid Alienware with success on both sites played so far. We have seen basement twice, hence NIP with a round of their own. They're gonna have to wait a little bit until they can go back down there, at least till the end of this one. I think a lot of it is going to hinge on them holding control of this upstairs. Ooh, hello. I mean, that's one of the downsides about going for a run out in 2026 on bank windows. It's not the same as it used to be, is it, Demo?
It's not like that. I think he's quite lucky not to get a kill. Look at Maya's HP. It's a rough one, I think, for Hates to take in there.
But you dragged out of the ADS.
Yeah, I get that. I get that he should have go for the jump.
I get that he should have got the kill, but you're asking a lot for a spray on a hip fire.
I mean, either way, it was always going to be a 1-for-1. That is the best case scenario. Hates was never going to make it back into the building again once he went for that jump out. So, but yeah, it just hasn't worked. Oh, look at this. Really good information here from the drone. Deleepox can call out that there's a prone player of a shotgun, but JV loses it. However, he's been down through the hatch. Oh my word. That's something you don't see every day. I mean, surely he'll be in a position to get revived here, Ollie. He's got to be. He's in the middle of the bomb site.
Round 4's like an onion. There's layers to it. Half bled out at the moment, but he is going to get up. Obviously only comes back on 20 HP, but it's still a body that you've got for this final 55 seconds. Fancy finds one onto Maya. It's an important kill. Not really for the Twitch, but mainly just to remove Maya from that F2. Veto, back from the dead, takes KZ down. You've been wishing that he was finished off. Speaking about kills that go unfinished. Deleepox falls. Nade might find himself 2 here. Certainly gets the down onto Pino. He's put himself in a fairly winnable position, but he's still asking quite a lot. 1 versus 2. No diffuser. And everybody on the server knows exactly where he is. Shot through the soft. Reaching charge isn't going to help you, Nade. You're 1 HP, and you've got no time. A sniff of a bullet here, and you are going to be gone. pulls out the bear in 9, needs to hit some live shots here to make it happen, and isn't going to be given the space. Fancy top through bottom here on Bank has been a star performer, but NIP are holding firm.
Oh, he has. He has been the reason why I think NIP are sat with 2 rounds. He's got 8 kills inside of 4 rounds, and also dominating in the entries. 2-0 in the entries. And for Team Liquid Alienware, you think, okay, in pretty good standing. They kind of get gifted a freebie at the start. Able to down that smoke, even though JV did lose it, but they just could not convert the kill. Well, I don't know, it's not what I was expecting. I mean, whenever you kind of look at the lineup, you would straight away expect, okay, you're bringing the Habana, so you're probably going to be eyeing up using that Habana to open up the kind of angles in towards the quad wall. But they never really went for that. They tried to kind of flood in through lobby, in through the kind of horizontal take that we see. But it just didn't work. I think for NIP, they doubled up really well. They're able to trade kills back and forth. Then the time just got away from you. And also, I think it was a tough one, you know, considering what he was up against. 2 kind of DMR shotguns with the ACOGs. Yeah. Not fun to play against. But, hey, here's what it is. NIP, able to get another defense. I mean, I think, in terms of Bank, I think it's an attacker side of the map. So the fact that NIP have got the 2 defenses is pretty good.
I really like this lineup that they're showing us now as well. NIP have entirely switched gear, whereas they've had Fancy just let off the leash like a loose dog. He's now playing the 2-brow. Ooh. I'm telling you, this garage. Get a tow truck, move the police car, and close the door. 2 times now that we've seen Team Liquid Alienware opening pick just by walking down into that garage. He didn't even get really into it. He was just outside, but still, the point remains. I really hope that Wizard got to place down all of those Vulcan packs. Because as I mentioned, the lineup, very different. NIP, much more soak orientated. Not only have they got the Goyo, but they've also got the Tachanka and the smoke. 2 C4s. They are going for denial. They're not going for map control here. They'll contend and they'll contest on half stairs, but not with any sort of vigor. Instead, it's all going to be down to the Cade Claws. It's all going to be down to this techie utility game. Forcing out the Maverick to get those hatches open and hope that they've got enough time denial to really make it happen. A C4 sent out through the hatch that was very ambitious. Didn't come anywhere near JV92.
Now we will be able to get this hatch opened up. Not much that really Hates can do here. And as soon as that sight hatch goes, flying in behind that bomb chassis is just not going to be a thing. Just take this time, playing as safe as what he can. He did, I think he's seen the hat, but I mean, there's not much you can really do, and there it is. Hatch going to be opened up. Doesn't have the C4 though, so he can't really leash one at that Maverick. A few bits of nades as well being tossed in, but didn't really net much. But still, for Team Liquid Alienware though, Ollie, they've got what they wanted. They've got the hatch open. So now they can start eyeing up, moving in towards blue, in towards server, start eyeing up that plant. They're popping the Goyos too in the bomb site, but this was the issue last time we were here though, Ollie, wasn't it? It was getting into server.
Server was the big problem. Pino going to play aggressively now. He wasn't expecting it to be a Blackbeard though, that beats him to the ground and takes him out of the situation. 5 versus 3 now. And a successful take of server is likely going to be the key. Basetto, you've got 20 Shumikas. You need to get fire in them, and you need to get fire in them now. There's 20 seconds left to hold on. Smoke's getting sent into the site. Philippok's going to move in deep. KZ now down for the count. Maya providing Overwatch. The Shumika's good enough to force Philippok's off once. Are they going to force him off again? Trying his best to find an offsite, but just left in the middle of the site. But his team floods through and picks up the kills required. I feel like with the time, that was the only way that that round was going to conclude safely, because Philippok's didn't have the HP to be tanking fire at his feet.
He wasn't a great spot, and it was really good reaction, I think, from Team Liquid Alienware to kind of realize, oh no, our guy is getting absolutely smoked. We need to get in there and try and find these kills.
It was a flood com, a serious flood com. Flood the site, take him, dead or alive, we need him gone. Because there's nowhere to plant, the floor is lava, save me!
And obviously the issue is with, you know, Tachanka, you either have your Shimika launcher out for the denial, but then you don't have a gun. You know, that's always going to be the disadvantage that the Chank game. I mean, I've said it plenty of times before. If you know he's got the launcher out, you just rush him because he doesn't have a gun. Doesn't have a gun. Just kill him.
A chance here for NIP to get an equal half. Another round that, I mean, it came down quite close there. Obviously, we saw it from the POV of Philippox trying to plant the diffuser. We don't know how close those gunfights really were. And that was all from NIP fighting basically from the start with a man behind. They lost that early kill so early on from the garage push. Team Liquid Alienware definitely have switched on over the course of this series. And they've only held a lead for, what, 2 or 3 points throughout the whole thing so far? It's been very hotly contested. Round number 6, another round, and another DMR in the hands of Fancy. He's going to be looking at trying to contest some of those longer angles onto the rappel. Team play the Two-Brow. Team play the Aruni. The reason is the same. Both have a DMR. The utility is very much secondary. Although those laser gates are very nice for CEO. It is just going to do one more thing that the attackers have to burn. And I don't think that Team Liquid Alienware are going to be too concerned. Philippox at the minute just heading up onto the rappel. A couple of players joining him out here, and with the launcher in hand, usually speaks of something that's about to happen. Nade has got the kit. Maybe a bit unsure as to which line of utility we want to be going for here. KZ needs to make a bit of progress up square before they go for anything on the windows.
I mean, slow and steady. For Team Liquid Alienware, it seems to be a much more traditional kind of attack where you're looking to prioritize getting that plant in. Got the Thermite. I think that breach now. In terms of denial, 1C4. That is it. That's all they have to try and get through. So this is going to be quite easy for Team Liquid Alienware. And in they go. They also have the Thatcher Rolling to deny the C4, but H just sprays through the smoke and finds the kill onto the player going for the plant.
It's a tale as old as time. Where's he planting? Probably in the smoke where you can't see him. Just spray the smoke. Even with the Vector, they get the job done. KZ's having to go nuclear to close this round out. 3 kills so far. Pino and Fancy still just about in the fight. Draws for the pistol. Maya with the trade. Pino tucked inside of meeting with 50 seconds and 3 players that are going to be baying down onto him. The only advantage that he has at the moment is the diffuser is cold inside and there are eyes on it. But he has now just been droned. Player on the window. Just going to push in through Janitor as well. Little pre-fire through the wall. Picks the first. You can separate these out. He's got a very good chance. This needs to be a hell of a pistol shot, though, to try and win the round. It looks as though KZ thinks better of it. Retreats. Philippox has now made his way in. Picked up the diffuser. He can look to try and guarantee this round instead of separating, instead of giving 1 versus 1s. This is Pino's time to shine, though. He needs to nail this kill, and he needs to do it now. He's able to take KZ down whilst it was 1v1. Lands some shots, but both players trade. Philippox is better on the second chance, though. A narrow end. That felt much more like Nighthaven Labs than it did Bank. Those rounds haven't been close for a while in this series demo. Oh boy, oh boy. We're going to take a breather, and we are going to let you hear from our wonderful desk as they break down the halfway point.
Yes, indeed, my friends. We are at the halfway point with a very close round that would have gone the way of NIP at some point, and it kept flip-flopping between them. Tactically speaking, Team Liquid Alienware are winning pretty much every single round, but there's something that's keeping NIP in this and keeping Liquid Alienware from running away with every single one of them here on Bankleo.
Something, Milosh, or someone? I think looking at the scoreboard, you've seen it, right? You've seen Fantasy. He's 9-5 right now, and for me, it starts with this first kill of the map. A one-tap with a Boss G. When Team Liquid Alienware are trying to attack server, look at this guy. He's on virtually in server, picking the hatch. Everyone would die here. Instead, Fantasy, he gets a triple kill somehow, and that is the only guy keeping NIP in the race, because if it's not for him going crazy and pulling these kills out of nowhere, honestly, NIP wouldn't stand a chance. That was the impact on the Blackbird, by the way, that triggered later. And then that's him, Fantasy, 8-3 here, getting the final kill into the round 4 on open area. Now, honestly, I look at this and I think, okay, it's all great. That's it. No, it's not the slow-paced team that we expected. NIP, they've changed things. They try to go on the roam. They try to have the Vigil and the Mozzie together. But it just doesn't work. Because on the side of Team Liquid, you have a team that plays behind the Blackbird of Felipox, that goes through the motions, that has some direct takes with the Glass, the Ying, and the Amaru, and they're not afraid to do it. On the last round, for example, on round 6, this is exactly what they do. And even when that fails, they have KZ to unlock the situation. So they've made the most out of the attack side. The weakest side for Ben clearly, in my opinion, is defense. So NIP was still on that weak side. I would love for Fantasy to continue being this aggressive when he switched to attack. And for the rest of the team to wake up a little bit alongside him. Because right now, he's the only player keeping them in a race.
Everybody should be checking their monitors here to see if they're up and awake and ready. NIP collecting 2 rounds on their defense. Like you said, Leo, the tougher side. But what happens when you swap it? And will that teamwork that we saw in Map 2 come back into play? We'll have to see. We'll hand it over to XR Turka and Demo to get us into the action. Enjoy.
Milosh, Leo, thank you both very much indeed. We join back round number 7 here. And I agree. I think Leo has hit the nail on the head. Fancy is the main force. Well, I mean, it is kind of his job, isn't it?
Yeah. To be fair, we were talking about it yesterday. We were talking about it yesterday. You know the way that he's, we kind of teach him to say words. You know the same way you teach like a 5-year-old like a word that they shouldn't be saying. And you know the way you've kind of taught him a lot of words. You got any new ones for him that he doesn't know yet?
Oh, like sayings.
Yeah, like you taught him like knackered. He loves. Oh, you're completely knackered. You know, he loves that one.
Yeah, it's usually like more Northern England sort of slang words, isn't it? It's nothing rude or anything, but I don't know. They just sort of come out. It's like, but phrases can be one as well. Cat among the pigeons is a favourite of mine, and not everyone gets it.
Does he know about the cat among the pigeons?
I don't know if he does.
Leo, any cats amongst the pigeons?
It'd probably sound quite good in French as well, that.
He could be stealing your thunder, you'd be careful.
Ooh, okay. Turn them off. Turn off the boxes.
He gave us a translation. Un chat, un melu de pigeons.
Yeah, I did think pigeons was the same.
You know, I've got a new saying.
What is it?
Today is to do.
You've been saying that for a while, though.
No, that's recent. That's a new one.
No, it's not. I like you were pulling that one out last when we used to cast together.
No.
I've heard it before. It's not new to me. You got to get up earlier than that to catch me out with a new saying. Round number 7, then. A Grim and a Yingban that countered with a Castle and a Goyo.
Yeah.
NIP again, I think they recognize their weakness, don't they? It is the time. They are a very slow team. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, and is it necessarily a weakness? But they just try and make that late round a little bit easier for themselves. And the Goyo removal is going to do just exactly that. Kind of surprised to not see this Janker here, but we move. It is available for a later point. Baseto is going to be allowed a shield to play around at the moment, though, but that shield is going to be getting harassed a little bit. The roaming Yokai. Good pinch onto Maya, though. Some brilliant cover and a great cut-off from Pino. As with Habana and that DMR now, you can hold some of these really long, nasty angles and have a great effect, especially with that Monty shoving the players around. That is going to be the C4 gone out of this lineup. So in terms of what you've got to chew through later on, yes, you have the Clash, and yes, you've got KZ with only one Toxic Babe canister. You've given yourself a little bit of an easier option later.
I mean, look at the time. Minute remaining. Still have yet to clear out these players in mid-floor. KZ, able to find Wizard. The Monty is there to try and feed out the information. He hasn't dropped just yet. JV goes down as he was challenging onto that Monty and gets picked off from quad wall. In 40 seconds, you've still got a Clash up. More importantly, you've got the Echo. I mean, the Yokai drones is obviously going to be the kicker that can maybe win them the round or not. But NIP, they really need to start moving. 30 seconds remaining. Where are they going to go?
I mean, as far as I can tell, the Yokai drone's in square, so that's going to need to be moved across. You're not going to be able to deny the plant from there unless you've got a worldy angle through the hatch.
Go.
Fancy knows that there's a player inside a server right now. And a trade going to come out. Felipox takes Pino, but Hates is there for KZ. This is where you need to find that value out of the Monty. Hello? Big kill coming in from Nade, though. Takes Hates down. Basetto, you might have the kit, but you've got to do a bit more than that. You've been left in the 1v1 by your teammate, and it's shield v shield for the showdown. 0-0, plank going down. And well, Basetto isn't going to give Nade the satisfaction of grabbing that kill and padding the stats. Instead, he's going to come off and time will do the rest. NIP, I'd love to see what they're capable of with an extra 15 seconds. Like, if they could just buy 15 seconds at the start of the round. Like, where do they lose it? Because that's all it takes. That's all they need. They just need a little bit more.
I'll be honest with you, that they've kind of bought an extra 30 seconds with the Goyo ban. And they still can't do it.
Like, it's not even like they're unaware of it. They know it's a weakness. They know it's a problem, so they ban appropriately, and then it still bites them. You imagine that round with an Echo, with a Goyo in play? It'd have been a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, taking mid-floor with a minute remaining, you need to be snappier. Yes, we know there's going to be a hold in towards open area, but you just need to run through the motions. I mean, there's, what, maybe 2 players upstairs, and that was it?
Mm.
Oh, well. I mean, for NIP, it is quite a heavy round to lose because similar to what I kind of mentioned whenever we seen NIP 4-2 up against Team Liquid Alienware and we came in to that kind of side switch, you had a situation where you could have either brought the game back 1 round apiece, or you've gave Liquid now the 3-round extension, similar to what Liquid did with NIP.
Yeah, it feels like exactly that. For me, big round. Round 8 must win at the moment for NIP. You can't give Team Liquid Alienware that match and series point at what feels like quite an early point in Bank as a map. Going to be attacking up to that top floor. Side that we've seen successfully attacked by Team Liquid Alienware today. Can they successfully defend it? Bit of information gathering here as Fancy is going to be below. Often finds himself in these sort of vertical positions. Very rarely will play like a typical vert operator there. Deimos, Snake, this time Dokubi. All of which can do the job, just in slightly different ways. You're a bit more pinpoint accurate when you haven't got the skeleton key to rip open everything. KZ. In a good position to buddy up with Felipox here. Team Liquid Alienware aren't leaving massive gaps between each other at the moment. Not giving that opportunity for players to just walk in. Dokubi call comes out. Fancy might find something vertically off the back of that. That DMR will rip the floor open. Big C4 attempted. It's going to put Basetto down low. Immediately downed as he moves in. Fancy has to make a big play now in through Janitor. The diffuser going down. Pino looks like he's going to be successful with this. This should be holdable from the windows. Get yourself outside. The post plant is on the rappel. Pino in position. Fancy another logic bomb phone call. Chance at a kill onto the player inside a stock and doesn't waste any opportunity. Ripping Maya to shreds. Felipox next on the chopping block. Chunked down to just less than 20 HP. As this advantage further favors NIP. Nade with 1. Shuts Fancy down, but the rest of the players are external. They're on the roof. They're on the rappels. And you haven't got the angles to challenge onto that. JV, a long rotate up spiral. 6 seconds. We all know that time is too short. You can pad his stats, but the round will be given to NIP.
Yeah, nice from NIP. The win con for Team Liquid Alienware. They were hoping their main form of denial was going to be the Maestro cameras. But what do NIP have? They have the Dokubi. So as the player goes in for the plant, you use the Dokubi call, you force the Maestro off the cameras, and there's no denial from Team Liquid Alienware. So overall for NIP, they assess the situation, they see the defense, and they counter it perfectly.
The theory and the strategy behind it, second to none. The execution, second to none. They did exactly what they needed to do. Nobody overcommitted to the building. I think, was Fancy and Pino the only 2 players that actually made it inside the building? Because that was all that was required, let's be honest. You need Fancy to go in and get some kills, and you need Pino to go in and put the plant down. After that, everything else is done from externally. Get yourself on the rappel, get yourself on the skylight, find the picks. Picks are going to come to you. You can see the diffuser. You know where the post plant is. Brilliant stuff. I'm surprised we didn't see more of a challenge onto those players that were on the rappel. There was no aggressive run out. There was no one playing downstairs in ATMs. Nothing really from Team Liquid Alienware. As soon as they knew that that was going to be the game plan, I would have expected them to play a little bit more aggressively for that control. And we just didn't really see it. I'm not saying that they rolled over and let the plant go down. But their version of what the plant denial was going to be was very different to what actually transpired. As NIP, as you say, Demo, just circumnavigated it. Oh, they've got a Maestro? Oh, you might need to play the Bravo. Nope. We'll just play the Dokkaebi. We'll get him off the cameras one way or another.
I mean, there is a one-man army on NIP right now, isn't it? And that's honestly the only reason why they're still in this game is because this one guy. He is miles clear from anyone else in the server. He's got 14 and 7. Remember I said he was, what, 8 and 4 earlier?
Yeah.
He's still on a 2 KD.
Big performance from Fancy, but this is why, you know, you need those players that have got the big performances in them sometimes. Speaking of big performances, great opening pick. Wizard takes Philippox down. Philippox playing on the Wamai upstairs. Oh, another down as well. Oh dear, this is going from bad to worse. This could be a flawless demo. Fancy, Bassetto, Wizard, all contributing here in round number 9. Maya, just headless. Doesn't know whether to run in the site or rotate back upstairs. Nade, with just less than half the round, is now getting Deimos tracked. Dokkaebi called, full white flashed, pushed by a shield, finds 2. I mean, the end was written on the wall from the start, but I'm surprised he got 2. One was a Razor Bloom, granted, but it wasn't looking great. Almost a flawless round for NIP. You think back to a couple of rounds ago when I said that was a must-win round for NIP. They have taken that and ran with it. They are now within 1 of leveling up with Team Liquid Alienware.
I mean, that was a whitewash of a round, wasn't it? And just everyone flooding in for the top floor. Team Liquid Alienware have tried to fight against it. They've lost their engagements. I mean, going to the bans. Capital as the ban. Haven't played it once. Running the Dokkaebi and the Blitz now in the past 2 rounds, which has been successful for NIP. That's allowed to stay up. Maybe it's the fact that they think, okay, we know that we're going into a basement. They'll maybe try and use that operator for the basement. Bit of a weird one. I think it's just more of a preemptive ban, but I just feel as though there's bigger issues that are causing Team Liquid Alienware headaches. Mostly being that combo of the Blitz and the Dokkaebi. I mean, even the Deimos as well, you could argue.
It's another one of those situations where there's just not enough attacker bans, is there? Because there's so many good attackers at the moment. You're spoilt for choice. You can really just go in any direction with it. You know, Snake, Deimos, both of those are going to be fantastic picks. Dokkaebi has already proved to be a huge operator for what NIP want to play, for how NIP want to play in this series. Don't think you could have made a bad choice really with the ban, but you've just not got enough of them to, you know, close every avenue down, and you're basically left with just picking what you're most comfortable playing against, or maybe what you're least comfortable playing with, and that's the way that you've got to make your decision. Team Liquid Alienware, again, slightly different approach. Cade isn't available, so they're forced onto the 2 brow. Fancy might be looking to try and make something happen a bit quickly here. He's going to send a nade into Dirt Tunnel. Potentially just trying to burn a little bit of util. He might not fully know what's down there at the moment, but he isn't going to make his approach there. Instead, quickly gets himself out there onto safety. CPino once again trying to play this cut-off angle. We've already seen him have success with this.
I mean, first minute gone. A lot of NIP really got to show for it. Yes, they've been able to take top floor, but that was always going to happen. Team Liquid Alienware aren't interested in that part of the map. They want to try and hold in towards open area. And to be fair, I mean, they've dropped off a lot earlier than they did last time. They still got Maya upstairs, but I don't think it's going to be too long until he also goes down. Half the round gone. NIP just have to try and figure out the last player, which they have done now as Maya has dropped. So at least they've got themselves into open area now. Patch is going to be open to them too. But it's that blue stairs. That's the next mini game. That's the next fight that we're going to be eyeing up. Going to be dealing with Felipox on the forward with a shotgun as well to boot.
Deimos call. Thorn. Position known. Veto has to try and make this work along with Fancy. A nade can go in. That's likely going to force them back down the stairs. Fancy not really in a position to try and hold that angle. He knows how powerful this hatch can be. We've already seen how capable he can be playing on the reverse. And just has to show a little bit of patience here and now. Veto will clean that kill up. An opening kill coming at around the 45-second mark. To trademarkly slow round here for NIP. As they are not leaving turned. But as such, Nade still has 2 Toxic Babe canisters. And they're going to choke out a lot of this round from that server side. As such, players like JV92 can turn their attention. They need to be worried about a gold drop. Where is this second element of pressure going to be coming from? Feet shots in onto Maya as Bassetto's trying to get this diffuser down. I think he's got a pocket there. The smoke's been missed. Wizard finds one, dodges out of the way of the C4 beautifully. That's the only one. The cover now has to be perfect. And it's all down to JV92. He's getting shot left, right, and center. And eventually, Wizard finishes him off. A flawless round and a plant. NIP using every second, but using it to perfection.
NIP with 3 in a row. They've been able to win the full rotation against Team Liquid Alienware, who were cruising at 5-2. They've called the timeout because momentum has been taken away from them, and NIP on cloud 9 right now. And for NIP, Ollie, you look at that last round, the difference was Team Liquid Alienware kind of left a little bit, maybe too soon. I don't know. I feel as though they could have maybe stuck up there for a little bit longer. You kind of leave at, what, a minute 30? NIP are thinking, you know what? We got the extra 30 seconds that Ollie was talking about. We have it now.
And it's incredible to see how they can perform when they've got it. And from Team Liquid Alienware's point of view, what do? Do you risk the roam? Or do you just try and double down onto the site? You've lost the Goyo, so you've lost a lot of that ability to double down on the site. But that's the direction that they're going to go in. They're going downstairs. They're bringing the Clash. They're bringing the Tachanka. They're bringing the smoke again. If NIP get a good read on this and recognize, hey, they're doing it again. Maybe they've got KZ out on the road. Maybe they leave KZ as like the unknown entity. Fenrir, they can be fairly self-sufficient out there. Maybe you can waste some time. Maybe you can shoot some drones. Might be enough, but when you've still got the Monty available, and NIP have already just so masterfully showed us that they're capable of taking that control and really carefully dealing with people. I was so worried when we had the fancy engagement on Blue Stairs and we've got Bassetto on the Monty. Like, how many times today have we seen a Monty go a little bit too far on their own from NIP? It's not been so often, but it's happened, hasn't it? You know, there's been a couple of really key occasions that you can think of, but I genuinely don't think they could have played it better.
Another thing as well that I think we need to take note of is the opening kills. The past 5 rounds, NIP have had the first pick, and it has not been traded back. But for Team Liquid Alienware, that is certainly something that they have to look at. It's the entry engagements. They're constantly going into these rounds at a man disadvantage. But we run it back into the basement is where we go. More focus, of course, on that denial with the Tachanka being brought in alongside the Clash too. And for NIP, I wouldn't say they have a great lineup though to really deal with the Clash specifically. They've got, what, 1 nade, and that's it. And even then, it's, you know, you have to get the Clash to put the shield down before you get the value, so certainly think that shield is going to be a kicker here for Team Liquid Alienware. NIP, again, always working against the clock. There's the first minute gone, and once more, just not quick enough to get in the building, I fear, Ollie.
Yeah, not too much has happened. You've got the hatch open toward gold. That's a big tick in a box. Like you say, with the position that Maya's playing at the moment on that clash, it can be fairly safe in there. JV going to get called in the garage, as is the rest of Team Liquid Alienware. Fancy trying to make something happen in through server. He's going to smoke himself off and attempt to try and work through that. Toxic Babe canister is just going to force him out briefly. A very important engagement, but doesn't finish it off. Maya in the right place at the right time. Stops Philippox from getting finished, and there's a chance that Philippox can be picked up here. There's nobody from NIP to secure that kill onto the blue player at the moment. Hates just going to be playing the hatch inside of open. Philippox picked up, and more importantly with it, 2 Toxic Babes.
Oh, NIP. Up against it. I mean, unless somebody can appear, big old double or triple kill to really turn this round on its head. I just think it's going to be the lockout here for Team Liquid Alienware, and so they've been able to stop the bleeding. It was what's happened on this half currently. Well, there's Beset with 1, but oh no, it's a clash that he's looking at, who can easily rotate their way back into the bomb site. Never mind, Maya actually going to go for the server take instead. I'm going to try and hold his ground as long as he can and waste time. He will get finished off, 15 seconds, but we know that Tachanka is still up and alive, has that deployable shield. NIP are going to have to try and go deep now using the smoke, but surely the flames are going to ricochet, they're going to bounce. Beset gets it off. No! KZ stops it with a 0.2 to go and finds a double 2. I almost was worried there that the Tachanka maybe not doing enough.
I don't think the Tachanka did enough. And if KZ misses a couple of bullets there, it's match and series point the opposite direction, isn't it? Team Liquid Alienware holding on when it matters most. And you just get the feeling that NIP bottled it. Where has the momentum gone that they've had leading up to that last round? Because we just didn't see it. There wasn't as much confidence. There wasn't as much team play. Very individual, solo pushes. And none of it really transpiring. It got close towards the end, but again, you're planting in the smoke. Like, you kind of need to still have control of upstairs in open area. And the only reason that they don't is because they've already lost too many bodies. And there's only so many places that the remaining players can be. NIP, a late timeout. But it's just got to be good for 1 round to take them into an OT. They've had the run of their teeth so far on this attacking side of Bank. And it'd be a shame for them now to let that slip. Team Liquid Alienware. I don't think they're necessarily going to be pinching themselves, Demo, but they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief that they've got themselves within a shot here. And overtime is at least guaranteed for them.
NIP let that last round slip and have gave control back over to Team Liquid Alienware, who look as though they want to try and finish it here on that top floor. However, last time they were at the top floor, I mean, NIP had a great lockout, really good plant position, using the skylight to make it so easy to hold. That's one thing that Team Liquid Alienware need to try and stop. It's that plant going in. I mean, they used the Dokumi to get everyone off the cameras, which was why they got the plant down the last time. They haven't went for that approach, though. Look what they have. I mean, I'm seeing Fantasy on a nuke here. I mean, what's he up to? What's he going to go for?
I'm seeing a Nook and I'm seeing an Ash. And I don't really know where this is coming from. When we've seen stuff work so well from NIP, this is what they come up with after their tap timeout. I'm looking forward to it.
The shields have been the big thing, I think, for NIP winning. Where are they? They've gone. The last round, they didn't have one.
Just look at the sheer amount of soft destruction as well. We've got the Ash, the Zofia, and the Flores. What are they expecting to have to go through? There's not even a deployable. Yeah, that's what I mean. They banned the castle. They're not like Team Liquid Alienware aren't playing the Azami. They've got the Ace to open up the wall instead of the Thermite, which works so well. I mean, it's a choice, isn't it?
No
Fancy. He's making his choice right now, and he's spotted a gap. There is going to be a player just tucked into Kanto right now. And he's on the Nook. Creeping his way up there. There is a Legion, so there could be a goo mine up at the top here. The Rotero drone isn't going to be too much of a giveaway, but it's going to be his cue to move. Great kill there onto Nade and bursts into the site. He's looking for more right now, but the call is going to have gone out. JV92 finds one back in response. Fancy needs to make good on this. Picks up his second, can't get a third. 3-3.
Oh, he's a one-man wrecking ball straight for that top floor. However, Team Liquid Alienware have been able to deal with him, and they also got another one. So it is going to be all square. NIP, where do they go now without Fantasy leading the charge? It's up to these three players now to try and make it a success. Team Liquid Alienware, I'm sure they've still got the information from the Echo that they can have, and also that BP. So I think in terms of the information game, it should be Team Liquid Alienware on top. They've got a minute left. They've got 2 C4s still that they can utilize. For NIP, it just feels a little bit of a slower paced time here for them. We're almost waiting to see if Team Liquid Alienware are going to expose themselves and give them some kills. Obviously, have to also wait out the tub too as they try to open up those breaches. But 40 seconds, NIP need to start eyeing up the bomb site and going for a plant soon.
Yeah, time and space isn't something that you want to be giving Team Liquid Alienware right now. Hates going to take Maya's time away from him, and KZ's. Felipox tries to deny the plan, but Basetto is able to reposition. There's nobody to shut him down, and Pino from the window seals the deal. Overtime confirmed.
Oh, it's fitting that we see the OT come in. It has been one heck of a map. I mean, whenever you think about just how this game has went, it's kind of been dominated in large portions by one another, hasn't it? We had seen Liquid go on a good run, NIP, a little bit back and forth at the start, back and forth now, but 4-2 splits. I mean, it's bank. I think this is what we expected. It's 4-2 in attacks. And who gets the attack? Well, Team Liquid Alienware, they get the favored side.
That could be defining for this series. It really could. I don't think that NIP's performance on the attack can be stressed enough. I understand that Team Liquid Alienware came away with exactly the same split. But the sheer dominance in that opening kill statistic, every single round, bar one, NIP got the opening pick on attack. They really controlled the pace. And I think with a bit more time and with a little bit more speed, they're going to be a devastating team on that attacking side. But it just felt like they weren't there yet. They are in some rounds, but not in all of them. And this is where it really starts to get tested. Now, if that isn't a signal, then I don't know what is, Demo. But Fancy is on the Clash. He's 18-10, and he's on the Clash. Now, is this because they just want him to stay and play in sight, and they don't want him on the Vigil roaming around all over the place? Surely. I mean, he's going to play an open, and he's got the hatch to drop, so needs to burn a little bit of time. Well, that's a big statement for your best fragger of the series. Not that Clash is particularly bad in that department, but it's just not what you think of when you think of a Clash player.
Big risk. See if it pays off for them. Team Liquid Alienware going through the motions, and I mean, look at the difference between the two teams. Look how quickly Team Liquid Alienware are in the building compared to NIP in their attacks. You know, and also if you look at the kind of setup here from NIP, they've got a Clash in open by himself. That's it. Nobody else. So should be pretty simple for Team Liquid Alienware to gain control of this mid floor. Yep, and goes the Clash. So you look at the difference. 30 seconds quicker than what we've had NIP in these attacks.
2 leftover reinforcements as well. I mean, not that it's going to be, you know, the biggest thing that Elevator Hatch isn't reinforced. I suppose it's an option that someone can open if Fancy had needed it at a point in the round, but something to take note of. Hatches now can start to be opened. JV92 is just going to need a little bit more time on the Maverick to get that job done. But as we know, he's very proficient with that blowtorch, so it isn't going to be a massive problem. Seto, very crucial part to play. The start to get droned here on these blue stairs. Fortunately this time for him, there's no shield that he's going to swing around into, so anyone that is going to try and challenge him is going to have to face the full wrath of the shotgun at close range. There's players almost lining up right now to be that person Felipox, Maya, even KZ joining this action. Fancy can feed away that information, but the air jabs, they're just going to force him back to site.
Well, they need to try and drop in and see if they can find the guy in blue stairs, but KZ is ignoring that. The shotgun swings, it misses though. Maya's taking a lot of damage, so is KZ, and I mean, Basel is still fighting for his life. Oh, he's fully blind, but he finds the shotgun. However, Maya's been able to kill him before KZ was finished off. You still have this clash though that's up, and they need to try and deal with Fantasy, but he's going to try and dig his heels in as best as he can. The smokes are being panically thrown, and Pino only has one more remaining.
Twitch drone sent in as a last-ditch attempt.
Oh, no.
Maya, Nade, both desperately pre-fire and trying to make something happen. Felipox is down. He's usually the diffuser carrier. 2 for the Toxic Babe canisters and 2 for Wizard. Maya might have the kit, but he's got a second to work with. And with 2 defenders left alive, it's going to be impossible. NIP know just how big a round that was.
What was that? 2 people die into the smoke, and only, do you know what I think it was? Because they had used their own smokes for the glass.
They didn't know.
They run in deep, so they didn't know that what they were going into was bad smoke. It was bad smoke on good smoke. It's secondhand smoke. That's what it was. Oh, Team Liquid Alienware. It's not the fact that one of them fell for it, 2 of them fell for it.
Well, they didn't really have much choice.
Oh,
the time was so low, like, you know, you can understand the mistake, but it was in part due to the lack of time. I tell you what, this has been a hell of a series. We have seen a lot of these rounds. Like, we've regularly been in the last 10 seconds. We've regularly been in red time. I know we've had a 7-4 and a 7-2, but to finish it off with an OT, I think it is fitting, especially for what's on the table here. A spot at the Salt Lake City Major. Guaranteed 175 SI points. And a seeding match to play later on. Between the winner, of course, of our second best of 3 of the day. Furia versus Fluxo. So whoever wins today, I mean, they're not out of the fire necessarily, or they're not, you know, they're jumping out of the frying pan and straight into a fire, because they're going to have a best of 3. Obviously, they've got to wait for that best of 3 to happen, so they're going to have plenty of time to rest up. There is still some Siege going to be played.
Mm-hmm.
As for now, NIP onto this favoured side. Could be a big window of opportunity for them. They need to get it done here and now.
I mean, Ollie, does it smell like a Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe? Do we smell a red on blue?
I know.
I could be on the way. My oh my,
it's free.
No.
There's 2.
No. Hate pulls off a double that he has no right finding. I think that's it. Is that the nail? Is that the final nail in the coffin?
It's either the nail or the hammer that's hitting it. Well, this is now a massive task. Oh, and NIP are flooding. Hates. He's hit the 3rd. Felipox, Nade. You've got so much to do. Shaping up for a flawless round here for NIP to book their ticket. Felipox, the IGL, what have you got to show us? A massive extension into that top floor that hasn't paid off. Fancy to finish things off and to wrap up the flawless for NIP. They have confirmed Salt Lake City. They will be at the major.
And they deserve it. I said NIP last year were my team that just went from strength to strength, improved. And it was coming into this year, having a roster change. How was that going to impact the side? Ollie, I dare say, I think they look better than what they did last year.
Yeah, I would totally agree. They've ironed out a lot of the creases that we were seeing inside of this roster, and for me, they've moved from I don't really call them that young roster anymore. They're getting that experience, they are gaining that exposure, and I think it's beautiful to see. As a team, they are really starting to come together. I mean, a bit of a one-man show on bank at times from Fancy, but Hates has certainly had his moment in the sun today as well. Some of those rounds on Nighthaven Labs were massive. I understand it's a map that they lost, but the point still remains. NIP have done an incredible job today, securing their spot at the Salt Lake City Major and sending Team Liquid into that lower bracket. We're going to jump over and hear from our wonderful desk, but we have got plenty more Siege still yet to be played today. Stay tuned.
I'm a bit speechless, Leo. I'm a bit speechless. Oh my God!
I am as well.
Hello, Canal.
I think she's pissed us as well.
She's restless because she's like, how did Team Liquid Alienware throw that away? They had it all. So many rounds. And the first half, we glazed the hell out of TL Alienware. We're talking about them as, wow, this is looking great. You go to the second half, and NIP just keep rolling. It's not just the fantasy show. It's the entire NIP show. Is my mic absolutely destroying people's ears right now?
I feel like
I'm gonna stop being excited, Leo. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I feel like I'm the only one that hear you properly, so I'll just take over on this. But you remember what we said at halftime? Remember what we said? We said that overall, I felt like Team Liquid was in control in the attack, but one player, the one on your screen, Fantasy, was the one keeping NIP in the race. In defense, he was the one that pulled the crazy triple kills on the Vigil. He was the one that tried and retain as many defense rounds as possible, because let's be real, at the highest level of Siege, this map will always be attacker sided. At least that's what we thought. And so whenever Team Liquid goes and gets 4-2 on their side, you think that, you know, there may be an advantage. Well, I thought that if NIP got their stuff together and managed to really, I guess, leverage the advantage that Fantasy was creating every single time, there was a space for them to come back. And as soon as they switch to the attack, it's exactly what happened. Fantasy, once again, either finds the open engagement, either finds the critical kills in so many moments, and based from that, they managed to snowball. I mean, honestly, incredible game from him. I think he's got more than 18 kills in the end. But also props to the rest of the team, you know, that knew how to react, that, you know, won 4 different attacks and continued then in the defense. You know, it's not a given to take down Team Liquid, especially when you know the scale of that roster. And I think in a very, you know, obvious way, I believe that the fact that they had played the BO3 on Tuesday, that they warmed up, that they played more official games, really helped them, especially because they have a new AGL and Team Liquid have changed all of their roles. So you remember what I told you about getting punished because you were top of the group and you were only playing 1 BO3? That's exactly what I feel has happened here to Team Liquid Alienware.
We saw how NIP played in their upper bracket match, and they looked very comfortable against Sloss, even more comfortable than the score even lets on to, if you ask me. But the question going into this match is that this is the first real test for Team Liquid Alienware. The first time we see them in best of threes. The first time that we're seeing against a tough opponent in that setting, other than the BO1 that they had against FaZe. And that themselves, they knew that it's just the BO1 in groups. It doesn't really say much or do anything. That's out of Team Liquid Alienware themselves. Kudos to NIP for playing it the way that they did. Fantasy at 20 kills to 11 death. Insane performance in this map. Insane performance in the entire series, right? But especially in this map where it really mattered to get NIP across the line. Beautiful. That is no longer a fantasy. It is real what you're seeing here. NIP have beaten Team Liquid Alienware 2-1, 8-6 on bank, and they qualify to the Salt Lake City Major. What seed? That'll be a question for later, depending on who they'll end up facing. But Team Liquid Alienware, they're going to drop in that bracket. They're going to play FaZe Clan. That's going to be an insane match. A lower bracket game where only one of them can qualify to Salt Lake City. If that doesn't get you watching on Sunday, I don't know what will. A best of 3 like that. But I'll tell you, we got Pino on the line, and I hope that today he's very excited and happy. And there he is. I'm seeing a smile from Pino. How you doing?
Very well. It was a very pressure match. Like when we got 5-2 on bank, it was really difficult to come back. Like On labs, it was our first time with this lineup playing it. We are hiding it, and we played really bad because we don't have much experience on tournaments yet. I feel like we could have won 2-0 if we won labs. We throw many rounds on defense. I think that the match should have started 5-0 for us. So yeah, on bank it was really hard at the beginning of the comeback, 5-2. We have thrown some close rounds as well. But yeah, proud of the team with the resilience, with the job of Dan and Frison. Did a really good prep for this game, and yeah, hope to do well at the major.
And what a game from Fantasy, by the way, that N1 with on bank. I don't know if he was getting crazy in the voice comms, but like the shots that he was hitting. Did he say anything after the first kill, the very first round with the boss G? I want to know.
No, he didn't say anything. He just said that kill Hibana and then it was a great shot for him. I didn't see where he killed me.
He was top floor, okay. And then Hibana is rappelling main. He just quick speak main and through the window, just one taps with the Boji straight in the head, and then goes back down.
Between the bars on the window,
between the bars,
sitting on camp. It's insane.
Yeah. That was one of the rounds we tried. We killed Hibana and didn't fall back. So yeah, it was good the opening kill, but really frustrating to lose after it. So.
Yeah, but I mean the end result is the one that matters. You made it to Salt Lake City. You're guaranteed to go to phase 2. You're guaranteed to be at least top 2 seed of SAL, and 175 SI points as well. I'm wondering, is this victory tasting even better because you're sending 2 of your biggest rivals to face each other, and you know that either phase or Team Liquid are not going to make the major because of you?
Yeah, it feels really great because last year we qualified for all tournaments, but in the qualifier matches we played low tier teams. But this time we beat one of the top dogs, so yeah, it feels really great. The way we did it, with the resilience, with the adaptation, with the strats mid round. So yeah, feels even better than last year. And yeah, for sure we are playing better as a team this year.
And then I guess one last question for me, Pino. I think when we talk to other players from other teams, they seem to think that because you had lost Cons and you got Bassetto instead, that you would be weaker. And I think that the results has proven them wrong. What would you say to these guys now that you have Bassetto?
Yeah, I think most of these comments is because loud performance, but the team there was not playing well for a long time, and they had a wrong impression of him. He's really good. He's helping us a lot with coordination on the attacks. And yeah, this we proved all these people wrong, and yeah, we hope to keep proving them wrong at the major.
Today, an incredible day that you've had here, Pino, for yourself and for the entire team. Like we said, you dropped Team Liquid Alienware to lower bracket to face FaZe Clan, but you still have one more match to go. It is a seeding match, and that's for later. Furia plays Fluxo W7M in just a bit. Who do you think is taking that match and qualifying directly to Salt Lake City and playing you today for #1 seed?
Sorry, which matchup you asked?
Furia Fluxo W7M.
Yeah, I think that if Fluxo knows how to play against the fast pace at the start of the round that Furia has, they should have an advantage. I think they maybe learned from the last border they played on the best of 1. So I think that they figured that out, that the pace that Furia plays, it could be Fluxo. I think they have that advantage.
Very good. Thank you very much for your input, your insight, and for, I guess, an incredible matchup that we just had. Pino, congratulations to you and NIP. Anything you'd like to end with to the NIP fans out there that are excited to see you at yet another event, Pino?
Yeah, the NIP fans can expect always the best from us. We are dedicating very hard. We are playing better as a new lineup, and we are coming for more than last year. This year is going to be better. Hope to make some more large runs at the playoffs.
Very good. Thank you very much, Pino. And I'm sure Bob is going to be very proud and happy of you and the entire team. I'll let you go. Rest up before your matchup. We'll be seeing you later this evening. Have a good rest of it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And there it is, the man of the hour, that is Pino. Of course, we've been hearing from him and about him for many years. And on the NIP side, they've managed to beat expectations in more ways than one and qualify to the Salt Lake City Major, defeating Team Liquid Alienware, a huge comeback on Bank to bring it home. A big performance on Lair. Everybody's playing well, really to their best fantasy in terms of the kills department. Excellent, but he is not the MVP in numbers because Hates, overall in the series, has put in an even better performance. It's crazy to think of, Leo, because you just saw what Fantasy and Pino have been doing in this game. This team has it all.
Clash, then playing Oryx, then playing Kaid, then playing Thorn, then playing Oryx again. Like he just kept on playing not only operators that are different, but like roles and playstyle that are entirely different. Either very passive, either very aggressive, and doing so in such a way that he was consistently getting frights. You know, I think NIP can be really proud of that lineup. Remember when many people say that, you know, they had lost cons and they would be weaker. I think in most of these moments, many teams would see this as a setback. I think they saw this as an opportunity to bring in an IGL that would bring them a fresh vision. And I think that so far, what they've shown shows that it works, you know. And I like what Pino said with confidence here. We think we're going to be better than last year. Yes, we made every event, but let's be real. Pino is the guy that has and won an SI, you know. So I think in terms of ambition, you can't really get higher than that. So for him to say that, you know, they're going to do better this time, I'm quite confident on it. And especially now that either Team Liquid or FaZe are going to miss the event. So this will be a huge blow to their chances.
The conversations around Salt Lake City are going to be huge, especially for SAL. If you're a fan of like any big NA or EU team or whatever it is, really any other region, and you're thinking, oh, either FaZe or Team Liquid Alienware are going to get knocked out and not play as Salt Lake City, you're probably going to be extremely happy, because that maybe gives your region a slightly higher chance. But honestly, looking at how NIP played today, I'm not really sure that you're getting an easier game at the Salt Lake City, which is great for us. Good to see. We're talking about big dogs, right? That's NIP, but we got a big dog joining us later on. That's Lynx swapping in on the commentary, because we have match number 2 of 3. Today is a longer day, as will be tomorrow, and now we get to decide who plays against NIP in that grand final for seeding Furia versus Fluxo W7M, a game that I expect to go really quick in the rounds. We'll talk about that after the break.
Manda direito aqui no seu pé. Não, faltou vontade. Mano, eu tentei, viado. Que isso? Eu tentei muito, viado. Você jogou a bola errado. Não, péssimo. Horroroso. Não, vamos falar quem foi os piores. Vamos falar ali. Quem? Porque eu vi que... do D. Não, Norris? Norris foi o jogo que... Lovex, vem cá. Quem que conseguiu continuar o jogo, pelo menos? Quer fazer uma vez? Quer fazer o ultiminho? Porque foi horrível. Vontade, o bagulho é sobre ter vontade. A gente não tem vontade aqui. Eu e o Paulo não tem vontade. Não, mas não vontade. A nossa comunicação é ruim, mas a gente tem vontade aqui. Impressão, mano. Eu... Era pica, viado. Ô, viado, você me beitou, viado. Você achou?
Mano, eu acho que foi muito abaixo do que a gente ainda poderia, mas tem uns caras que apanham da bola, mano. Sim. Fica fácil, né?
Mano, a gente treina lá no office, né? Todo dia. Mano, e a gente faz tipo umas 50, 60 todo dia. Aqui realmente eu acho que a bola, o gramado não ajudaram, tá ligado? Sim. E o boque também. O boque não ajudou muito. Mas é isso aí. Dentro do que dava pra fazer, foi feito.
Welcome back, my friends, to SAL. Leo, we just had a wonderful match number one that really changes things for, I guess, the conversations of Team Liquid, Alienware, and FaZe Clan. They'll be playing in that lower bracket, but now we have to see who plays NIP in the upper bracket final. That is a seeding match, who gets seed 1 and 2 going into phase 2 of the Salt Lake City Major. You get to skip the first step that has 8 teams divided into 2 groups, and 4 of them will be able to survive and advance into the Swiss Buchholz system. Everybody's playing everyone and seeing who gets to make it out and into the main event. And that comes down now to Furia versus Fluxo W7M. Let's remind everybody, Fluxo W7M, that game they had against FaZe was super tight. You flip a coin, and it's FaZe still in this upper bracket, not Fluxo, which is pretty scary, if you ask me, Leo. Mm-hmm.
He did so against FaZe Clan, the 2 times SI champions, and beat them. In my opinion, that is not only more experience, that also is more confidence going into this matchup. On the other hand, you have Furia, who have only played a couple of matches, 4 BO1s, have not played a BO3 yet. As a roster, an entirely new team that, yes, has players of experience, but still, players that don't have a lot of experience together. In my opinion, once again, I think it favors Fluxo W7M. Because when I look at this Furia roster, I look at a team that is made of superstars, but that they still have to prove that they can gel well together. I think topping their group was a big statement. And I think doing so in the way they did it, by dominating Loud, by 7-1ing Fluxo W7M, by beating NIP, was such a statement, but also a proof of inconsistency. How can you do that and then lose to INTZ, for example? And to me, it speaks a lot about what Pino just told us about them. If Fluxo W7M is ready for their aggression, then they will win. Because we all knew that if one roster was going to be built around Herd's playstyle, it would be relentless aggression. You take Volps, the most aggressive player on the side of Fluxo W7M last year. You take Boxzera, the most aggressive player on the side of ENX last year. You take Loira, arguably the most aggressive player on the side of G2, and then you bring the backline that was holding everything together with Liquid previously, which is Diaz. And I look at this and I think, yeah, they have one clear vision for the game. That vision is aggression, it's chaos, it's being unpredictable. However, if you expect it, then it's not a surprise anymore. And if you know how to counter it, then it becomes a weakness.
Absolutely. And Diaz, I mean, Diaz has been around the block, quite experienced player at this point. So is Loira, but Herds has been someone who's grinded a lot after SI. I think at that point he had already known that things were going to change after the Invitational and they would split. Basically, he would remain on Furia. The rest of the squad would go over to Team Liquid Alienware, and he grinded for the entire month right after SI. Basically, the moment he landed back in Brazil, just because he knows that this team has a lot of potential, but they have to work together and they have to play as much as possible, scrim and play the game on their own and together. And so far, they've done well. This is a big test. Fluxo W7M on their end, they are not going to give them any quarter. We talked so much about this roster and how high it will go. We're seeing some incredible players on here. Cons is one, of course, that the conversation's kind of surfaced around. But Loben, Palu are also two that have really put up numbers when it was necessary, especially Palu.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking at the statistics that we'll see later, you'll see what we're speaking about. I think in terms of records with that team, I think they had a slow start and maybe got punished a little bit by the format in the sense that they were in a group with Furia, they were in a group with NIP, and so when they had to play them, you know, it was rough. They had 2 regulation loss. 1-7 to Furia, 5-7 to NIP. It really hurts their chances to make it into the upper brackets. Eventually, because of their dominant victories over Loud and ITZ, they still managed to do it. But I think when really redemption happened, and you spoke about it, Milos, that was that 2-1 victory over FaZe Clan, taking them down in the BO3, doing so in a very close fashion, but also dominating. And looking at this roster, I like what I see here. Because the main thing that Fluxo W7M was lacking last year was direction. Dots became the IGL, and on top of that, they got Cons, who was the IGL of NIP, who can then shot call from the flex/front line. So now, not only do you have strong players like Palu, Lobin, Dodes in terms of fragging power, you have Cons that's able to shot call on the flex position, and Dots who can both play the shield and IGL at the same time. To me, that's a roster that works on paper. Is it enough to take down Furia? I think so. I think they have more experience together. It's just overall a question of can they punish the aggression on the other side?
Well, then, that is a big question for us to try to solve in this one. How can you adapt and kind of guess how your opponents are going to go in the sense that Furia can be predictable, Fluxo adaptable, but is that enough in a game with so many stakes on it? We saw the pressure getting to other teams, though in this head-to-head between Palu and Volps, both leading their teams in performance, they're both going to need to keep that up today, Leo.
Yeah, and most importantly, this one has special emotional meaning. Not only is it for Volps his ticket to the Salt Lake City Major, it is him leaving his former roster. A roster that in the Munich Major, for example, was looking up to him to find solutions when they were getting eliminated. A roster that demoted him from being the IGL and sent Dots to be the IGL in his place when they played at SI. A roster that meant a lot for him because it was representing the W7M colors, it was playing with a roster that achieved so much in the past, and a roster that he left to join Furia on a whole new project and rebuild everything from scratch. For him, it's more than just the ticket to the major. For him, it's proving that he made the right career choice, that it shows the best project in this huge roster mania. So for Volps especially, this must feel emotional. And for his former teammates, it's the same story.
Well, then, our map veto, what do we have for this best of 3 series? This is the second out of 3 that we're going to get today. And with our first 4 bans, we're going to go to Fortress. All right, that is the Furia pick in this case. They played against Loud only a week or so ago. But how deep does this go? Cafe and Nighthaven. Leo, thoughts before bringing our casters?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of counter-stratting involved. I think that, Fluxo W7M, they've played it against FaZe, they lost it against FaZe. That gives Furia a blueprint to play it. Furia, who were already comfortable at SI, the old roster showing it, but the current one have played it also and managed to beat Loud on it during kickoff. It was a close one, closer than expected, and it was very heavily defender-sided, which is not always a good sign for Furia, who will be starting in attack. And then looking at Cafe, it is a map that I think we have seen Furia played recently, twice in kickoff, including a victory over NIP, which I think is a statement victory. However, it's also the one they lost against INTZ.
Oh my God.
But most importantly, on the side of Fluxo WCNM, it's a map that no one want to play against them. They're so used to being so good on it, no one wants to play against them. They didn't even have a choice to show it yet in kickoff. That's how good they are on it. And then Labs was one of their favorites.
Yeah, we'll leave the in-depth conversation about Labs if we need to get to it later on. For now, the focus on Fortress. Let's bring in our commentators and have a quick chat before we dive into our live matchup. Joining us now live, our XR Troika, of course, back at it again. And Lynx, my friend, how are you doing? What did you get to see so far from our previous match? Does it get you fired up for now who can go up and face NIP in the final?
Oh, I mean, obviously it gets me fired up. The fun thing, and I'm sure Ollie can speak to this, like when you're casting a really long match, you have to balance both like excitement and also just like the fatigue of like being actively engaged in that casting process the whole time. The benefit of not casting watching a match like that is I feel like a fan all over again. Is like I get to appreciate everything. I don't have the strain of casting it. I just get to be like, wow, this rules. So, no, I had a great time watching the last series, and while I'm excited for this one, I too am also just thinking about Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe tomorrow. So, I'll be a bit distracted by that thought the whole time.
I think everyone's going to be thinking about the El Clasico that is going to be happening tomorrow. Looking to this one, honestly, I looked at the bans, and obviously the series that we've just been through was a very good series. And I look at this, and I think it's going to be a 3-mapper again. I genuinely do. I think the odds are just stacked against one another at the right point to really round it out. Maybe I'm speaking it into existence. I don't know, Milosh.
It's the caster curse, as some would call it. We heard it from Pino in our interview. He's thinking that Fluxo W7M have an advantage, but it comes down to shutting down Furia's early round aggression. That is from the horse's mouth in this case, former world champion, of course. How does it actually play out on Fortress? That's the question that we look to discover here. I'll leave it to you, Lynx and XR Troika. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And straight from the horse's mouth is what Pino, or well, it's not what Pino said, but we heard from Pino earlier that potential strategy that Fluxo W7M could win. We'll see how it pays off. As Ollie, we have our first set of bans come through on Fortress. My first time casting the map, though I've watched it played before. And what do you know? Cade and Bandit banned. Might be a new map, but usually the same old defensive rotation. We've seen quite a bit.
So I was thinking about this. Are you sure we haven't cast a Fortress?
I am actually very sure that you might have. I don't know. I have not casted Fortress. I
don't know who I would have done it with though.
That is the interesting thing. I don't know.
We went through a whole stage of NAL without casting it.
We have not cast Fortress in any of the games for NAL that you and I have casted.
Well, I say a whole. We've cast a few days of kickoff, haven't we?
A whole kickoff without Fortress.
We've got a whole 3 games. Yeah, I mean, who knows? All we know is that we are here now. Furia and Fluxo W7M, as Leo was putting it, there's a little bit more between these two rosters than maybe first meets the eye. Obviously, there's the Vulpes angle, the Vulpes storyline that is going to be woven through these two teams going against one another. And I think that in itself is always a nice thing to pick up on when you've got two teams that, let's face it, either one of them is going to make it to Salt Lake over the course of the next 3 maps. It just depends on how well either of those two teams play as to how many of those maps we end up seeing. But at least for now, we'll be starting off on Fortress. Furia on that attacking side. As you've mentioned, they have made the breaching nice and straightforward. That's demonstrated there. We've only seen around 30 seconds of play, and already with key walls being opened. On the flip side, it's a little bit of that outside to in that has been targeted. Glass removed. Last thing you want if your walls are going to be weak and vulnerable is somebody being able to sit out there in a cloud of smoke with Glaz's scope picking you off through it. And of course, the Ying taken away for some of those more quick, disruptive plays.
But both those bans mean the absence of any shield bans whatsoever, and so Volps will still bring some explosiveness with the blitz in down through Old Tower. Now looking to progress deeper through the second floor, though, of course, with that early bit of control established within the first minute, hesitant to press their advantage upstairs. Instead, they will isolate the lone defender down below. About as clean as a press as you can get in the first half of a round of Rainbow Six. Spot the player down below, the shield goes in to push him back, the gun not too far behind to close in for the kill. Minimal effort expended by Furia to get this 5v4 advantage, and now they continue their march across the top floor.
All off the back of Volps on that shield as well. Shouldn't have too much of a difficult time of things right now as they start to move through. As you mentioned, with Lobin going down, the only benefit of going down as the Valkyrie is you can at least man your own cameras, but it's not as if there's a C4 to make good on any of that information. With the sheer amount of smokes that are getting sent around, no surprise that it's going to be a difficult job to really pinpoint any of these attackers at the moment. Furia aren't rushing into this. They are moving very cautiously throughout this map so far. Toxic Babe canister on the window. That'll slow Boxera's approach down somewhat. And the Clash is starting to make a play.
And she's got to make a play as now with the smoke canisters gone and 2 bodies down. The Clash is really the only tool left to stall out this Furia aggression. And, well, she's not soon to fall soon after I make note of her presence. Cons and Dodes in a 2v4. As Loira, the first player to bleed on the side of the attack, and it seems Herds, he'll bleed at the last second, but not before Furia take victory in round 1. As you mentioned, they move very slowly throughout the top floor, and then the moment they find their opportunity, they launch.
And I don't think that they needed to rush into things, really, did they? They had everything nice and open. Obviously, they banned the hard breaches, so that isn't going to be too much of a factor, and they can just start to move through the map, and especially with the power and the proficiency that Volps can play the shield with, it just makes things a heck of a lot easier when you start to move on through. Round number 1 chalked up for Furia there. Isn't going to force too much of a reaction out of Fluxo W7M. Still going to be running that Clash. And they're still going to be running a little bit of information. This time, instead of the Valkyrie, they're going to be switching things over onto the Pulse. I'm not sure about you, Lynx, but do you think that Fluxo W7M have enough barbed wire?
You know, I think it's an excellent question, one we might be considering long after this map ends, however it goes. 8 different sets of barbed wire being brought. And on top of that, Ollie, the Clash again. It's just a bit jobless, isn't it? I mean, how much more could you possibly slow the attack? And which is ironic, because we just commented that Furia didn't. I mean, did they have quick, like, bursts of speed and pace? Yes. Were they particularly fast to necessitate 8 pairs of barbed wire in a Clash? I don't know about that.
We're about 8 minutes into a best of 3 and you're dropping the jobless comp.
I mean, it's 4 sets of barbed wire in a Clash. And in a zombie. I didn't even mention that.
I mean, at least it's all been used.
I will concede that. They have found a use for every piece.
They've actually managed to find enough space. They've had to put an extension on, though, to get the required amount of space.
That's actually why they reworked the map. They reworked the map so Fluxo W7M could put this much barbed wire down.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that myself as well. I mean, it's a play, isn't it? I think we focus quite a bit on secondary utility sometimes because it genuinely does interest me. Obviously, the primary utility, gadgets, so important. But that secondary utility equally so, and so many rounds come down to AC4 or information that a bulletproof camera provides. When you do see a real hefty investment onto one particular type of that utility, it is always worth a bit of a mention. At least for the moment. It's not causing too many problems. Flores should see to it that a lot of that barbed wire is destroyed, and at least the barbed wire on the stairs will go. Dots Uses to place his shield down for a time being and can try and challenge off the back of that. Lobin coming over to join him as well. Furia, again, not overcommitting. They're just poking and prodding at the building right now.
Though they found much less success than they did before. Herds and Volps were able to hop in for a quick 5v4 down below. But as the defense appears to be much more consolidated on the old tower side, they've yet to find that same gap. There's a quick trade as we pass the halfway point of the round. Bach will reveal some kind of lurk on this side by the Razor Bloom, but no, Lobin so focused on the front side. Bach still goes unnoticed. Herds really making up for those poor stats we saw at the beginning as Loira 4 F2 kills by 2 separate players. Fury get their second in a row.
And that's what we talk about, or at least that's what Leo was talking about when he was saying that this Furia side can be very aggressive. Not that there was loads of aggression being demonstrated there, but just the ability to perform in the gap that you spot. Everybody on the side of Furia hitting those crucial shots. Couple of more thrown in there as well. And Fluxo W7M, they look so flat-footed at the moment. Like, they know that this is an aggressive side. We made the joke about the barbed wire. Like, they're trying to stop people from just walking in. And all Furia do is, well, they just play a Flores. They just destroy the barbed wire, open up the corridor, open up that lane, and all of a sudden you've got people walking down, picking up kills off the back of it. Really straightforward stuff when you look at the Furia side of things. And for Fluxo not to be able to find solutions in all of that, it feels like there's a bit of an alarm bell starting to ring. I think this is why we're seeing Fortress as map 1 in the series. And again, it sort of furthers my thought that there's a very good chance this goes to all 3 because there are some very good Fluxo W7M maps coming up.
And also got to acknowledge, I mean, Herd's making it look easy so far throughout these first couple rounds. Obviously the 4K in round 1, but a double in round 2, in which case it seemed to be that sort of weird quality Herds has where everything he does just looks like the easiest thing on the planet when he's playing well. It looks like the shot, like anybody could hit those shots. And obviously that's not true, but he just makes it look that way when he's performing well. And that energy seemed to carry through with both Loira and Box here, but particularly Loira in that round as well. Perhaps it's just the quality of the new F2 feeling particularly smooth. Who knows? But either way, Furia moving through the map quite nicely and clearly with a lot of comfort. Snake also helping gather a lot of early information on these defenders. Loira multiple times has gone up to a wall, activated the scanner, and tried to spot what possibilities might be involved in this defensive setup and who might be playing close. Unclear if they know Lobin's exact position, but he'll take some damage as the barricade falls. Much defensive presence on this top floor. 3 different defenders spread out along its length. Furia once again enters their, I suppose, normal positions at the beginning of these rounds, probing for any weaknesses, but again, they start off in the deficit. Dots spraying through, cuts down Box Zera. We'll see if a trade falls Furia's way like it did in round 3, but it seems the defense might just have got away.
And that's the benefit of just that gentle roam on the top floor. That when the site's downstairs, if you can get a kill and get out of there, you are going to benefit quite considerably from that. The worry that I have for Furia in this lineup is a bit of a lack of soft breach. Oh, great kill from Lobin up the hatch. Loira just suffering some really unfortunate time in there. He had the read on the Soliton scanner as well, so even more unlucky to not come away with a kill off that. The soft breach is really where I start to worry. 3 smokes. Yeah, you've got Ace, but I mean, the hatches are already open. Like, they're for reinforced walls. You can bear down with this Monty, but a brilliant crossfire being held. Dodes picks up 2 to close out the round. Furia fight back. It's amazing what a little bit more space is going to give them here in this matchup. That top floor has been really punishing for them just because of how much, or how easy, I should say, it is for attackers to quite literally just walk in. And as soon as they just get given a little bit more space, they find a bit more confidence. A Clash and a Snake removed at the start of round 4. I don't think there's too much surprise there with the Snake ban, A-Links.
No, I don't think there's too much surprise with the Clash ban either. I mean, sure, she wasn't played in round 3, but was a focal point of both of Fluxo W7M's primary defenses, so it makes sense to take her down, and that's even ignoring the intrinsic weight she can bring to a defensive lineup. But to your point about the Snake, I mean, it's obviously the Soliton scanner has proven quite a valuable and not strictly speaking necessary, a highly valued tool in the attacker's overall box. And as we've seen with Loira, just walking out to the outskirts, gaining in for quite a lot of information for whole segments of Fortress by triggering that scanner. it's enabled Furia to, at least in theory, be a bit more decisive on their attacks, and you can see that in the way they move for control. And even though Fluxo W7M were able to kind of lead them in and then cut them off either individually or through crossfires, that scanner still gave Furia a lot of comfort in moving through and trying to acquire that control. So it makes quite a lot of sense why, even though it didn't really stun Fluxo W7M that much in the last round, it's still a powerful tool that, one, worked twice, and two, would definitely give Furia a lot more confidence moving through these rounds, win or lose.
Camera in position.
Fluxo W7M still hammering on that information game. I like the addition of the Lucy. Something that is going to be crucial. And something they brought before. Something that they are going to need to just stop this walk-in that they seem to be suffering from when defending upstairs. Should have a little bit more space to work with this time, though. Nice thing that Fury have got going for them at the moment is that because they've played a little bit of Clash and it's been enough to attract a ban, they've got a mirror available. So Dots is going to be able to play those black mirrors in some really good, powerful positions. Again, just stopping that horizontal approach. Parker Camera's now getting spot out by Herds. Herds, always a fan. Never needs too much of an excuse to jump over onto the IQ. And there's quite a liking for the gun there for Herds. Ooh. Okay, mirror window place, but both sides of the panel fully reinforced. That is a horrible ace charge. How has that gone? I think that's maybe more of a visual thing. But this is the problem with the mirror. Not only does it give you great information, also a vessel for a bit of impact tricking. Unfortunately for Fluxo W7M, they only brought one set. And Dodes has used both.
DS has one more Selma at least, so could get some additional form of hard breaching, but the remaining supplies are growing minimal. So with that remaining hard breach charge with Volps.
I'll find you.
Probably the slowest round we've had so far, despite the presence of both these shields, yet the one that's gained prominence in this round is the Monty slowly moving their way out from Old Tower into the broader setup. Loira taking a fight, spotting one player, but not knowing that there's two around the corner. Loses the fight against the one he's aware of. Fury again, the very lengthy deficit, only compounded by a double from, well, Dots in the late round, a triple overall. And DS often finding themselves in these clutch positions. Known for winning them and being quite expert at navigating them. A 1v4 on 50 HP seems a bit beyond the pale for the moment. Even barriers in his way. Diffuser on the opposite side of quite a few rooms. He'll still try with 30 seconds remaining, sending out one of his two flashbangs. And finally, Dots puts an end to it. I believe that's a 4K from Dots in round 4. And it's all tied up for Fluxo W7M.
Well, Fluxo W7M back in the fight here. I don't know if it's timeout worthy just yet from either of these two teams. Ah, there it is. It was timeout worthy. I was on the edge, Links. I had my little spider senses were tingling on whether the timeout was going to get called or not. But I think for how straightforward, I kind of want to say, that the first couple of rounds went for Furia, it makes sense that after coming up against that much opposition, struggling on the first floor site, struggling on the second floor site, again, after going back to it, it makes sense that they bring out that timeout now. Now, the landscape hasn't changed too much. The bans aren't drastically different. They've removed the snake. These players know how to play without a snake, so it should be a fairly straightforward correction here, and I don't think that they need to do anything that's like world-changing. They just need to alter a couple of little pointers, a little bit more of that teamwork, a little bit more of that coordination, isolating those players out there on the roam. But likewise, as the game's gone on, Fluxo W7M have started playing a lot better. They've started giving less of those options available.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, isn't it? Is that Fluxo W7M have made a good adaptation. They realized it's not that they were playing too spread out in terms of the relation between the off-site positions and the on-site positions. They were playing too spread out in terms of each player's relationship with their other players. There were a lot of gaps in between their positions. There were some roamers who were solo on the bottom floor, going back to the first round. And once they started actively denying those positions, or when they were there, being a lot more quick to retreat, Fury have completely lacked not only the kinds of opening kills, but also just openings for map control that they had in the first couple rounds. But really, if you think about it, only majorly in the first. Even in the second, they went down in the opening pick. They also were trading that out and needing to rely on some mid-round lurks, which often you have to in Siege. That strategy was a quick read by Fluxo W7M, one that's continued to pay it off and one that Furia will need to work around, as now they again go with the double shield like they did in the prior round. But now this time going with the Monty and the Blitz, which we have not seen since the first.
Back on the pulse, in an attempt to gather that information. And as you mentioned, double shield being brought here for round 5. Obviously the topic of the timeout. Play around that shield and really bully these defenders around a little bit. Nothing really to deal with these shields too well. I mean, you've got the Razor Blooms, I guess. We've got a couple of C4s this time where we've only really seen them bring one, but great kill there from Lobin. I don't know if Herds was assuming that wall was reinforced or not, but that's hard breach gone. Yeah, Vulps has got a little bit of secondary, but you're lacking the thermite now.
And also just lacking a player who, well, he's been quiet for a couple rounds now. You still always have to worry about a gun, the exothermics, massive loss for Furia, and we've only hit a minute in. It feels like so much is happening in the first minute of this round. We have C4s going up, Dokeby calls being used, the shield's trying to find greater initiative. The Monty by himself at the moment has blitzed with the other 2 attackers. You can see Fluxo W7M wondering if maybe they can pounce, but no, not at the moment. They're continuing to employ the lessons they learned from that first round, playing a lot more stable, playing a lot more together, even a pocket mirror window to keep that position intact. The Selma charges will end up giving Palu another angle from which he can peek around that black mirror. And so again, even when Furia make progress, they're still in the same position.
It almost feels like 2 shields is too many for this map in this style of play. Oh, Boxera, great kill there onto Palu off the back of the information gathered by Vulps. Maybe I'm about to eat my words about the shields, but just not getting the same level of value. Yeah, they're able to bully these defenders around, but because of where they've been defending, because of the slight extension into areas like bathroom and briefing, they've just got a little bit more room to move. VODs takes a ton of damage through the drone hole, and Toxic Babes can now start to force off that doorway. Diaz, great kill there onto Cons. That finally gives a bit of an advantage here for Furia.
Oh, and you could see Diaz sensed his opportunity with Dodez on low HP, but the Azami ready with that pre-fire. Furia maintains their lead, not over yet, as the last bit of toxic canisters detonated. Not any more utility to delay, so must be one with guns, and Lobin trapped in the corner. 2 shields, just enough to get the job done for Furia, meeting plenty of obstacles by the defense, but countering them at every single turn.
Well, here I am to eat my words. Furia did make it work. They had 30 seconds left on the clock as well when the final kill happened. So the double shield play clearly working for them, and they're going to run it back. They are going to run that again. It'll be a different landscape this time, though. I think it's okay for that top floor, where they are able to open up a couple of the walls. They are able to really navigate through. I mean, that was after losing the thermite as well, don't forget. For this first floor, it was kind of the soft destruction that they really struggled with, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of 6 picks here, but at the moment, Diaz just switching over onto the ace, really doubling down on that. Again, 2 shields. Doesn't really matter which 2, it's just going to be 2 that are played. To the Monty and the Blitz, it's looking like the Blackbeard and the Monty. Same sort of sentiment, though. Furia looking to recreate the success they found in round 5.
5 seconds to go.
And it felt like slim success at every turn until at the end they were able to move beyond that 3v3. Fluxo W7M did a good job at keeping them at bay, but when you have those 2 shields, it's probably one of the best tools to break it. Just barrel on through. A Ying would be great, but of course she's banned, so can't rely on that nearly as much. Lobin running around over by the museum side very early on, trying to gather some information as to what they might find. As you mentioned, Ollie, the vertical destruction can be very important. It's something that Fluxo W7M will have a mind to as they pick this site. The part of the reason they bring the castle, either to allow them to extend or give them some greater cover, not from the vertical necessarily, but allow them to play in greater areas in the horizontal to avoid any vertical angles that might be created closer to the site. Herd spots 1. And so we'll look towards the area we saw Lobin running earlier. Museum, the bedroom, to try and see if in either of these rooms, with the aid of a blitz out front, they can clear this position and get another 5v4 like they did right at the start. Smoke grenade will go out, yet they bide their time. Fluxo W7M doing a good job at the moment of destroying a lot of the information gathering devices on this side of the map. You can clearly see it's halting Fury a little bit. Next smoke canister goes out and Fulps loses quite a bit of HP as he tries to run down the central stairs, spotting another. These stairs always so difficult for attackers or shield attackers specifically to run down. Exposes the feet or the head, but it still gives Volps the information and Herds moves in for the kill.
Dot's going to be the first player to fall there. Herds takes a good chunk of damage. Caught out on the beeper. That isn't going to give him up just yet. Still well and truly in the fight. Looks like he's going to be holding on for another here. Lobin isn't too far away on that Solus. I feel like Herds, with that second life that he seems to have gained, might just go hunting or at least hold the angle and stop this backstab from materializing. Furia. Oh, but ignore the top floor here. All they've done is just move through it. There's the kill onto Lobin. The backstab has been stopped. And Herds can now just move on and look to pressure onto the site with the rest of the team. Continue to be the thorn in the side, but no, Palu rips it out. Is going to buy a little bit of relief here for Fluxo. Here's Army doing a great job at keeping those shields at bay. But is it going to be enough?
The barrier's doing okay work, but Khans ends up framing himself perfectly for Boxera to take that fight. Volps will fall off the defuse plant, but this Azami effectively pinned down. I was about to say the only hope remaining is Dodaz, and it seems that one's vanished as well. Palu hops up. You got 4 total. Finds the next one, and now with Boxera, comparatively lower HP, Vulcan Pack to cut off the approach. Another one detonated as Palu himself forced out. Might just give Boxera enough time to get this diffuser down. Yes, it will, and move back up in full shield in the process. No impact grenades to speak of, but one key but a cover. Can Boxera full shield and keep him at bay, pull the Vidiking special, and secure the 4-2 half for Furia. Firing some shots, but Boxera! What decision does he make with safety behind the wall? He overheats and Palu burns him alive.
I've never seen a more blatant Monty play in all of my life. I've been watching and playing this game for 10 years and I've never seen anything that incriminating. Look at the range he's de-shielding on. Pulling out the pistol.
Oh, no.
What are we thinking?
No.
It's Palu. He has a big moment every single series and he's had it already in map 1. Desk, I mean, we've got to send it to the desk. The desk needs to take over. I need a breather.
Ourselves, let's just say that was probably one of the worst things that you can do in a situation like that. Obviously, P9, great pistol for ranged combat. Anyways, I almost lost my cool there, but it's clear though strategically, Leo, if we peel back the layers here, that there is a bit of a testudo that's being forming here, a Fabian strategy, as one would call it historically, starving out your opponents the way that Furia have been, closing everything in with some very specific operators.
Yeah, two different ways to do it, right? For them, and let's take a look at one of the first rounds, right? Let's take a look at round 2, for example. You don't see a single shield in the lineup. What they're trying to do with Solid Snake is trying to get a gap somewhere. If they find a gap somewhere, look at how everyone is split around the map. But everyone is ready to react to a first gap. As soon as someone dies, they know the movement will create the first guy dying will create movement. And because that first guy is dead, everyone moves around, and 3, 2, 1, the rest of the team executes. Now, that's the aggressive Furia we spoke about in the pregame. If you leave them a gap, they're going to exploit it. Now, let's take a look at the adaptation on the side of Fluxo. Let's take a look at one of their rounds in defense, when this time, they choose to close the gaps. Round 4, what do? They decide to go back to their roots, closer to the bomb site, bring the Mira, bring the Melusi, bring trap operators, and the Valkyrie so you have information. And then, instead of just letting yourself get picked, you swing the guys because they're isolated. Because that's the way Furia has been playing, entirely split around the map without trade potential. Now, so far, you think this is a great comeback from Fluxo WCNM. But then, if we go out and play out the last 2 rounds, what do we see? Fluxo W7M are struggling to contain the double shields, and that is the adaptation on their own for Furia. They bring out the double shields, they bring the Blackbird and Monty, or they bring the Blitz and the Monty, and that is the testudo you spoke about. It is a moving core unit that creates movement because of the shield, and then the rest of the players like Hertz can get punished, or they can get free kills and
punish the players that are moving too much. And that was without counting for Palu Hayes. And what was that outgunning?
Yeah.
Like, why do you extend there? Why do you extend? That was crazy. Anyway.
Yeah. Speak of shields, Monty comes out. Furia know that there's going to be adaptation. Fluxo are banning out the clash from their own side. Maybe we'll have a bit more of an even set here, but it's not us casting it. That's Lynx and Exorderka. All yours, my friends.
Thank you very much, Ollie. Oh, not Ollie. Sorry, that was Milos. Entirely different person. I want to be honest. I still am frozen right after that guy ADS'd. I'm still living in that moment. Like, Leo's analysis was great, and I was paying attention, but like, Jesus, it's a rough play to end on.
It's a rough play for the sides to switch on, isn't it? Like, that's going to sit pretty heavy on, well, the professional players, aren't they? At the end of the day, it's a mistake.
Exactly.
It happens, doesn't it? I think from the standards that we hold these players to, which we can hold that standard because all we're here to do is lend a voice to the game. We look at it and we call it what it is. I think in the heat of the moment, when you are on the team and playing the game, you've kind of just got to chalk it up, and it'll come out in a debrief at a bit of a later point. You can't really let it define, or you definitely can't let it define the way that your day goes. But this should be 4-2. Absolutely should be 4-2. Giving Palu that little bit of an option. He doesn't need too much of an invitation. They were the only 5 kills that he got, by the way, in those first 6 rounds. So a little bit of a slow start from a main player and a star player on the side of Fluxo W7M.
Early kill, dots the blitz going down. An unfortunate batch of, I believe, a C4 tossed out by Furia. So looking to recover very quickly from that lost momentum on at the end of round 6. Good pinch by Fluxo W7. Good follow through as well. Dotas might be on low HP, but a 4v3 advantage as Fluxo W7M can spot some gaps of their own. Vertical control seems well and established as the first site being defended by Furia, as you can see. Waiting room and cafeteria. And with the vertical positions controlled, they can throw down these bookie drones, create some new angles, and likely take a bit of a reset in the mid-round to think about what to do next. Boxera currently has all 4 of his Kiva barriers stocked up, likely waiting for the actual push. Belopen also taking a lot of damage from beneath. This might be a 3v4, but do not count out Furia just yet. Still plenty of tools to throw against the attack.
Loeb and Dodes both a little bit low at the moment, but a 4 versus 3 nonetheless. Soliton Scanner is going to provide some crucial information right now. If Loban can make good on that or feed it through to the rest of his team, he might be able to leverage this advantage right now. They have a man count advantage, but certainly not a HP advantage. And sometimes that's really what matters. Big kill there from Palu. You can only hope and only think that that was information gained from that Soliton Scanner. C4 there from Diaz, intentionally placed on the frame. I think he's just trying to deter anyone from trying to push in at the moment. There's still time here for Fluxo W7M to work this advantage. Soliton Scanner again coming into its own. This pinpoint information in the 4 versus 2, but it might not be enough.
No, it might not. You can see the feed holes. Oh, but Diaz losing that initial opportunity and then walking under the vertical holes. There was for the briefest of moments a 2v2 within his grasp, and just the moment slips by. Boxera, another 1vx down below. This one falls short, but in a much more expected way. Not much you can do in that position. Fluxo W7M, 2 rounds in a row, finally realize their lead.
I feel like Fluxo W7M are on the precipice of chaining a few rounds together here. Furia have used their tactical timeout, and they used it at the end of round 4. Since then, they've only been good for 1 round. Likewise, Furia only good for 2, and it's early days. We've had a side swap thrown in there as well, so it's a very turbulent point in the game. But you do just feel as though they're starting to slowly but surely come alive. Best of 3, it's a long occasion. You don't want to peak too soon. You equally don't want to fall behind the pace. Now, Furia came out of the gate pretty much swinging, and we're yet to see that same level of aggression from them. Now, granted, they have swapped over onto the defense, so it's going to be a different type of aggression as to what we were used to seeing in rounds 1 and 2 on the attack, but still the sentiment remains. Fluxo W7M, round number 8, looking to make it 5-3 now. They are going to be getting rid of the snake, or at least swapping it off for another equally as annoying operator. It was going to be the Dokkaebi, now it's the Deimos. That point still stands. Just insert awkward operator onto Lobin, and you've pretty much got the full picture. Whether it's the Deimos or the snake, you know that it's going to be a nightmare. The thing that I like in this lineup is I love the addition of the Roarer, because there are so many doors, so many windows on this map, and so many corridors that all it takes is for a couple of those to be blocked off, and you've pretty much got a highway right to where you need to be.
Just a direct line to your destination. But of course, by the same token, sometimes the doors end up boxing the attack in. Both can be true. And sometimes, even despite your best intentions, luck might have completely different plans for you. We'll see what it might have in store for cons today. As with the Solid Snake, you should be able to get some good information on where these positions are and then place the doors accordingly and mitigate some of those downsides a bit, or at least more effectively. Dots breaking the barbed wire, moving up the barricade. You can see it's some quick acquisitions by Fluxo W7M, but one just around the corner. Door will block him off, and so Dots backs out. As instead they look to the opposite side, more towards Old Tower, to see where to effectuate their push. Breach is going out, but despite how close the attack has come, the Roar Door is just saving any kind of conflict from occurring.
Just keeping everyone safe, isn't it? It's keeping everyone in their own lane. Keeping the defenders safe, it's also keeping the attackers safe. But at a point, we are going to have to see a clash. We're going to have to see a little bit of violence. That's kind of what these rounds are all about. Diaz going to kick things off, takes Dots down. And I think the Selmas have already been placed. It's not too much of a concern. But it's an opening pick that you don't want to lose. Palu trying to make good on that Soliton scanner. Lobin taken down to low HP. We've got Herds tucked in behind the desk. He's got a great angle here for the ACOG. Just depends on how long he holds on.
Spotted position on that Soliton scanner. Again, the attack so close to the rest of the defense. Ooh, just spotting one behind the shield. As the Rooney goes out to take a fight on the opposite position. Notice misses a bit of an opportunity. Palu good for that one. Just a straight up 1v1. There's the trade from DS. So on point so far in this round for Furia. Throwing down the Kibas to create a new forward position. Swinging outside the breach as Boxzera joins at his right flank. Spotted by Lobin with 2 Deathmark trackers remaining. 30 seconds. As the final bit of these Kibas go out to block, Diaz spots one on the other side. Can fire through the soft wall. It has all been Diaz for Furia at the moment. And he might be able to find 5. With Lobin on such low HP and Dota's worse for air too. He's looking directly at the position, but now his number's up. Gotta be spotted by the Deimos. He turns around right as the Deimos swings, but on such low HP, he knows, and Lobin does too, that if one bullet hits him, that'll be the end. But Dota's off that information. He's able to mitigate any damage, but with such low time, Diaz, by his sacrifice, might have just given the round to Furia. Unless Bach can find him around the corner, he does. All tied up for the second time this series.
The timing on that was atrocious, wasn't it? Diaz just looks like just the total opposite way, just starts staring at the wall. And I'm just thinking, oh no, like this is the time. Strike, Lobin, swing the corner. So close. And you never know. If it's Boxzera in the 1 versus 1, who knows what might happen. Maybe he de-shields on the Monty from 100 yards away. I wouldn't like to predict what could happen next. Furia do level it up though, 4 rounds apiece. A very hotly contested fortress on our hands at the minute. Able to hold on to that top floor and now going to transition into that bottom floor. This is, I think the lineup that Fluxo W7M are bringing, it's much more what I would expect for this sort of a bomb site, where you're going to want to take control upstairs, you're going to use the Blackbeard to do that, and then you've got the sledge element to really rip open the floor. The vert just wasn't something that we saw Furia do when they were attacking onto these first floor bomb sites. And it's you know, it didn't go terribly well. It didn't go terribly wrong for them, but it was a bit of a gap. It was something that you looked at and thought there's maybe a bit of a missed opportunity there, because they were just trying to bang their head against the site. And they would have been successful, obviously, had it not been for the dreaded 1 versus 1. But I just like this a little bit more from Fluxo W7M. It just feels a little bit more stable. It feels a little bit more predictable.
Predictability certainly makes our jobs a bit easier. Able to foretell the consequences a lot better. Or even the possible benefits. I guess consequences, not inherently negative concept. One consequence of this nade, if it lands at the feet of that defender, will be to force them out of position, but it seems, especially not with any guns to the follow-up, it really be more like a null event rather than anything impactful. Very strange to see a note creeping up a staircase with a DMR one-handed in the process, but I will say, probably brought the right tool for the job. Lobin massacring Diaz at the top of the central stairs, now looking deeper into the bunk's position, but the rotate hole's already been reinforced off. It's no easy kill like he just found. Khan's up with the next. Fluxo W7M confident the first minute 10, swinging around the corner as a nade and impact trade positions. The Loira, the only one to deal any damage, detonates the Vulcan in response. Likely needs to start contemplating an exit. Two players bearing down in his position, a Selma charge opening up the wall. He will retreat to the single door for a bit more conservative of an angle.
Tubra, Zoto Canesta just freezing out that Selma briefly. It's going to stop the initial flow at the moment for Fluxo. Dots takes a sniff of damage as it eventually detonates. A couple of nades getting sent through there. That's going to do a good job of moving these players on the top floor, but nobody knows about Boxera at the moment. Say again! Oh, brilliant shot there. Nodes, no flies on him at all. You can only think that was a sound call or maybe even a drone, but the fight isn't over just there. Loira for 2, eventually taken down. But damage already done. Herds left in the clutches right now. Dodes getting that plant down quite early on. Still over 40 seconds left in the round.
And now another 45 seconds as we enter the post. Herds moving in deeper. No C4 to rely on, but a DMR always a lethal weapon, and especially in the hands of him. They might need to reload at some point. His first goal is the information. Where is this diffuser? Better question might have been, where's Dodes on a long angle on Overwatch, watching that exact position. Will take him down, and Fluxo W7M reestablish their lead.
Only a narrow lead, but a lead nonetheless. Round 10 sees our final round of bans for Fortress. Even if we do venture into an overtime, bans will remain dependent on the sides that the teams sit on, of course. What is it going to be? Ace and an Azami. Makes sense. I think that the Ace is maybe a weird one because Fury have done a really good job of impact tricking and sort of fighting against that a little bit. And it is going to forces the Thermite play. The Azami, always a good thing to get away from. Downstairs to waiting room we go then for round number 10. Fluxo. There's not been a serious chain together of rounds so far. It's been very stop-start from both teams. A couple of rounds for Fury, a couple of rounds for Fluxo. A couple of rounds again for Fluxo with one from Fury just sandwiched in the middle. A little bit swingy in terms of the opening pick as well. I mean, for a large portion of the game, W7M had that upper hand. They got 4 in a row. It only netted them 2 rounds, though. Likewise, with Furia, the opening pick hasn't always meant that round has been won. It's a stat that's been struggled to be converted on. It's held true for the last few rounds, though. But without big pop-off performances from, Dodes and Palu, Fluxo W7M would be way out of the fight here today. They're really relying on these big solo pop-offs. Well, not necessarily solo, but just chaining a couple of kills together in quick succession. And that is the playstyle that Fury are going to give up against you. They're not going to come at you one at a time. They are just going to flood.
Well, long way away from a flood, but you can imagine Fluxo W7M always ready for that kind of play style, especially when you're going to be moving in with a blitz. You got to be careful of getting overwhelmed by a shield if you're too, or overwhelmed as the shield if you're too isolated. And so the attack, taking a lot of these standard exterior positions, especially saw Loira holding this exact position with the Soliton scanner, trying to gather information on the interior. Herds will likely be the #1 target they're looking to find. If there's going to be anybody by themselves, it'll probably be him. You can hear the shield drop across the way. Gershmont detonating will give Herds double information as to the Blitz's position. So the smoke goes down to cover the angle. Volp's the first to fall. So a very fast trade nullifies any impact brought. So with the loss of the Capital, some active utility that Fluxo W7M might otherwise desire. Spotted. Loban ripping up the wall in front of him to get at his target. It's been a lot of individual performances from Furia in some of these rounds. Herds on attack, DS on defense, and now Loira as well getting involved. Finally, an advantage breaks their way, 3-2. So only Dodez and Polly remain on the top floor, uncontested, but in the disadvantage.
The round has sort of happened in reverse, hasn't it? We've seen a bit of a site execute attempted, and yet we're now only getting boogie drones sent out onto that top floor. Palu, he's going to fall, get shot through the soft wall there. Loira hits him with the business. I don't think it was Loira on the swing. I think it was potentially Diaz. Dodez now in a bit of a do or die. Has to find 3 kills. He's got tons of time. I don't think he's got too much information, given that none of his team are sat there watching a drone, but default cameras are flashing all over the place. Boxera, a nice little crouch peek to seal the deal. And Furia tie things up once again.
As close a game as you could probably get on Fortress so far. I mean, I think the leads at one point in time were 2 rounds, and that was all the way at the beginning of the game. Since then, it has been very tit for tat between these two teams. And for Fluxo W7M in particular, that while it might favor them because they are in the lead, it's also evidence that Fury, if they just start making the right adjustment or make the right play or even just get lucky once, that lead is a whole lot more fragile than you might otherwise think. And as we move up to the second floor, of course, turning our attention back to that Ace and the Azami ban, how did Furia adapt to those defenses? Well, bringing the presence of a bit more trap operators. We've got the introduction of the Fenrir, of course, but in tandem with the Ella, provides a lot of information for what Fluxo W7M are going for. And if you're going to bring those shields, the possibility of running into one of those could end up stalling your approach, could end up delaying a lot of time, and providing information to the defense, as well as disadvantaging you in any kind of gunfight. Fluxo W7M will stick with that strategy in this round. They will bring the shield again, though it's a last-second change from the Blitz to the Blackbeard. But the presence of those traps, now they're Razor Blooms instead of the Gershmots, is going to be a factor they'll have to contend with again.
Thorn increasingly popular at the moment. Great gun. Brilliant gadget. It's something that can be really good at not only dealing with shields, but sort of forcing attackers into really less than favorable positions. You trigger a Razor Bloom, you're left with one option, and if you've just hopped in a window, turning around and hopping back out isn't really one of them. You're likely just going to have to firm it and push through and hope that you find a pocket. Notice, quickly dealing with one of the castle barricades that Volps has popped out there. It's going to be a plethora of nades, so they're not going to be too much of a problem in round 11. Feels like a really big round, just through the back and forth nature that Fortress has been so far. The first team to guarantee that overtime is going to give themselves a heck of an advantage here. Dodez looking to try and blank off those track stingers getting sent out there. Boxera trying to challenge onto some of that vert as well. One of the Razor Blooms can be heard there going off. That's enough of a reason as any.
Ooh.
Both Herds and Boxera to dip out and just retreat back into command.
You see the idea from Fluxo W7M there. Use the nade and then cut them off through that vertical angle. Unfortunately, tags up Herds, doesn't end up finding any kills, but will push the defense back. It's taken half the round to secure this minimal control as Fluxo W7M have made progress. They are a bit claustrophobic at the moment, just outside of command. Loban taking down the first, though neither side gaining a lead. They continue to find their advantage. The defense seems to be holding strong. Oh, Dodez decides to reload the exact moment that Fenrir crosses. Furia keeping them at bay quite effectively. A quick swing around the corner as Volps with the better positioning. It's his Furious pick. Taking the lead wouldn't be a surprise, but holding this strong. Taking the lead away from Fluxo W7M as they started out so strong on the second half. It's a must-win at the moment. It's now Dodez the only one left. No nades to speak of. 45 seconds, some time. The moment he swings one, the others will go next, but Loira takes him down. Very narrowly costs his life, but finally somebody gets 2 in a row. And it's Furia 1 round away from their pick.
It's been a while since that's happened, but Furia managed to cement that OT. A lot of chatter in the all chat there. It's times like this that I wish I understood. Fluxo going to choose now to take their tactical timeout, try and give themselves a little bit of clarity as they move into what could be the last round here on Fortress. And to hold off Furia, the really successful round. And again, a round where the opening pick, Lobin's had the opening pick in the last 3 rounds, Links. And Fluxo W7M, they've been able to convert one of them.
And I think part of it is based on what you can see from the shift in strategy. We saw this shift a bit earlier on from Fluxo W7M when they were on the defenses. But when you have an attack that is generally good at, well, in Fluxo W7M's case, using the shields to kind of break through and create gaps and isolate engagements, a natural solution is to bring those trap operators, which if you look at the sort of lineups we saw, we had one maybe in the lineups from Furia. But then since I would say round 10, we've seen double both times. Ella, then Fenrir, and then Thorn, then Fenrir. And now is actually the first time where we don't see that straight up, but it comes in an important moment. When Fluxo W7 are taking that tactical timeout, they're thinking, okay, we want to use the shield. We want to break that control. They're going to bring traps, what we can do. So Furia rotate to a kind of operator that, honestly, I'm kind of surprised we've seen so little of this half, which is the hard breach denial. We saw the Cade last round, but that was basically the first time outside of Mute, or I guess Tuberao as well, that we're seeing the full-on electrified hard breach denial, despite the fact both of them were banned in the first go-around. So you can see Furia rotating to a new playstyle, anticipating some kind of response from Fluxo W7M, instead moving to something entirely different. But of course, attackers can repick. We'll see what Fluxo W7M's counter is, and the Thatcher gives us a clue.
Yeah, the Thatcher is going to be required here if they want to try and get this wall open. Of course, you've got so much more that you can do with that Thatcher. The Griswold Mines you can disable. You can play it for C4s. You can also deal with Warden and stop those glasses. And here, a C4 already ripped very early for that to be a factor, but it makes Lobin think twice before just walking in main door. I think he'll settle for the default camera for now and just cautiously back himself away. Not giving any options open. Herds trying for a bit of a rat play. Just tucked in there to tower, maybe hoping he could catch someone unawares, unprepared. Bit of a bandit trick attempt there, and it's going to work to a degree. Still 12 pellets for cons though, so shouldn't be too much of a concern about getting these walls open. You just don't really want to be stacking up in that position when you've got the single window that looks onto the breach. Maybe this vert play is going to be the key that opens the lock for Fluxo.
It certainly unlocks the first kill. As Herds was ratting at the beginning, not necessarily right then, but goes down to the attacking team, making watch of that angle. Ooh, Palu with the flank watch. Reveals Volps' flank, who is none the wiser to that information. A lot of damage done to these attackers. So Dots, Dotas, and Palu quite susceptible to enemy fire. But Dots knows. Has got the Warden's exact position figured out. Will bait him in, but ends up getting revealed in the process. And so the Warden wisely retreats. I'm not sure that he will know just how close he came to death. He certainly won't have the impact that he might have otherwise because of that information. That being said, though, only a minute remaining, and Fluxo W7M have not made much progress in the grand scheme of things. One of the only full health members of their attack has now gone down, and they've not made too much progress beyond that.
They're still struggling to get this wall open. It's still causing them a lot of concern. 50 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to be attempting it again. A couple of Thatchers getting sent out there. Plenty of Excaros pellets. As you say, the HP advantage, it just isn't there for Fluxo W7M. Furia, they just need to play patiently right now. This is going to be a very flat push when it eventually happens. A low HP blitz is not really where you want to be. There's not too much that you're going to be able to do to mount off the back of it. A C4 burnt out, but still, Toxic Babes remain.
And one will choke Dots even further. Loira getting the next kill. Cons, fresh to fall. Furia just not even phased by Fluxo W7M's attack. A known quantity and a constant around which Furia have ensnared 7-5, 3 defensive wins in a row, and Fortress is certainly Furia's map.
Furia looking really good on Fortress. The defensive side in particular looking fantastic. And an equal split on the attack. I don't think you can ask for much more. They did everything. They played at different levels. They knew when to turn it on. They knew when to dial it back a little bit. They knew when to play time. They even were able to fight back from losing a man advantage so many times. Those last 3 rounds that they won, they lost the opening pick in every single round. V7M, just off the pace at the moment. And if the all chat's anything to go by, I think that Furia were giving it the big one in there as well. Despite the little bit of a whoopsie that we saw at the end of round number 5, they have walked away with map number 1. We're going to hit a very short break, and after that, we will be back, with map number 2, which is going to be Cafe in the series.
And it's official. The Kingdom Hearts of FPS games is real. Okay, that's obviously a joke, but unless you've been hiding in a cave for the past few months, you already know that the main character from the Metal Gear franchise is now on a mission inside Rainbow Six. The legend himself, Solid Snake. So let's break it down and see what this iconic creation of Hideo Kojima can actually do in the world of Siege. Snake is a brand new attacking operator introduced in Operation Silent Hunt, and his stats, he's got 1 health and 3 speed. His loadout is just as spicy, the beautiful F2 as his primary weapon and the exclusive Tacit .45 as his secondary, which by the way is basically the same suppressed pistol he uses in his own games. Now, when it comes to secondary gadgets, you've got options, a lot of options. Frag grenades, stuns, impacts, smokes, and even breach charges. But the real highlight here is his signature gadget, the Soliton Raider MK3. This thing doesn't just reveal defender positions, it also shows which direction they are facing. But don't get too excited. Charges are limited, and enemies will know when you activate it. So yeah, timing is everything. And that's not all. Snake can also pick up secondary gadgets from eliminated defenders, giving him even more adaptability as the round goes on. Now, to me, everything sounds pretty solid. Maybe a little too solid, if I'm being honest. But what do the pros think about this new and very famous operator?
Mano, o Solid Snake é um operador muito versátil, assim. Eu acho que dá pra usar de 2 formas diferentes, uma forma agressiva, que é ativando o celular, vendo onde o inimigo tá entrando no mapa, ou uma forma mais defensiva, para os zagueiros de plantão aí, né? Pode usar ele para ver o celularzinho tirar a cara e ficar cagado só passando intel.
Pô, o Snake é um operador muito da hora. Fazia tempo que não lançava um boneco tão diferente assim, com uma ideia tão diferente.
Acho que é um boneco sofisticado, porque tipo assim, o problema pra mim é quando você olha, rastreia, o cara sabe que você tá vindo. Pô, ao mesmo tempo você vai tirar um V1, é isso, é como se fosse o Daemon, só que piorado. Pros caras 4-1 acho que é bom, boneco.
Perfect, efficient, adaptable, and with an easy to use gadget. Nothing to complain about. Editor, go ahead and stamp it. Approved. But what about you guys? Do you like the new operator? Do you think he's gonna be meta? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'm out for now. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you next time.
Até o Ibis?
O Ibis?
Ah, o Ibis é fácil, pô.
Pior time do mundo?
O Ibis é 6.
Nossa, tem uma. Precisa estar em atividade?
Nossa, que chato falar isso, né, velho?
Uma visita. Acho que é a Verducha.
Se for botar BD.
Antiga INTZ. Nossa, que time ruim de desgraça, velho.
É a BD, eu acho.
Eles são ruins nos 6.
Muita tradição, time pequeno.
Verdade, antiga Flux também, mano. Os caras tá... Pô, mas os dois são muito ruins, é difícil, velho.
Os próprios jogadores lá do time falam, a gente tá na BD, pá, já menospreza o bagulho. Quem é de fora não vai falar muita coisa diferente disso não, pô.
Mas sempre é bem lembrado pelo nome.
A Flux e a NTZ, os caras conseguiram competir na antiga Flux, tá? Que agora não tem quem respeita essa tag.
Edilson Capetinha, mano.
Edilson Capetinha?
Nossa.
Coloca uns caras que não é da minha idade também, é foda, né?
Edilson Capetinha, pô.
Acho que o Edilson Capetinha das 6
é o Erdina.
Eu não sei.
Mano, tem a menor ideia, velho.
Bom jogador?
É o alemão.
Tá sempre aí jogando farpinha pros outros.
Tá só nas polêmicas agora? Kamikaze R6. O JV, né?
O JV 92.
Aposentou só nas polêmicas, nas baladas aí. Iria pro BBB, seria expulso.
Ah, porque o cara gosta de provocar, é polêmico, mas ainda assim joga muito.
Fala muita bosta, já teve seu auge, mas hoje não é ninguém.
Welcome back, my friends. And yes, we have indeed recovered from that god-awful round where the Monty dropped the shield to use the pistol for a long-range fight. I like to pretend. It's called acting, Leo. I know you're very good at it.
Hey, he won the map. He won the map.
In the grand scheme of things, it was bait. At the end of it, we still got a victory for Furia, 7-5, hard-fought here on map 1. Fortress, how do we get to this point here? Because Furia were locking things in, that Testudo was playing well. We had the 3-3 half, and then on the swap, things just were not flowing well for Fluxo W7M.
Yeah, they just look in the defense, which is in theory where the playstyle of a team like Furia that thrives on the individual players holding individual areas is just going to thrive. I think that's just where it's going to work. And for them to already achieve a 3-3 side on Fortress, that's a little bit defender-sided right now in the meta, was already, in my opinion, the best head start possible. As soon as I saw 3-3, I was like, okay, it's probably in their hands now to just take it 7-5. Like, if they have a 4-2 split in defense, it's very doable. It was a game that we expected, where we expected at least to have some crazy multi-kills, some crazy moments. I think we got what we wanted. I think some crazy individual plays from there and here and there. Lobin gets a 3K on that one, by the way, in round 4, just the round before. And then finally, the round after that, by the way, the round 6. This was one of the cleanest attacks, but the round 6 here, oh my god, like, it's a 5v3 for Yat, everything in their hands, and then there's Execute. Here comes the Execute, 3v1. Palu gets a first kill here. There was a triple kill, 4th kill, and then the extension of the shield.
Yeah.
Why?
Disgusting.
This should have been a 4-2 split. This is why I think that strategically Furia won the game. I think first and foremost they attacked way better. Beginning to adapt to the way that Fluxo W7M was playing. I thought it's smart on their side, to bring the Solid Snake consistently, bring a Deimos or a shield, try to gain the advantage early on when you thought that Furia was going to be aggressive. Furia, yes, some of the players are aggressive, but they also know how to peel really well. And so as soon as they had the advantage, they knew how to abuse it. This is a perfect example, by the way. This was a 4v2 round. And obviously they made it back to a 2v2. That's the problem in the way that Furia plays. That's what the 5v3 that they brought back, and they won it, by the way. That's the problem when you face a team like Furia, is that every single player on that lineup can go and get a crazy 3K and make a round that was seemingly impossible to win, suddenly become possible to win. And that's how, if you look at the last few rounds, consistently Fluxo W7M win the opening engagement, and yet despite that man advantage, Furia will always find a double kill or a triple kill here and there to bring back the man advantage. It is so frustrating for Fluxo W7M because they do the first step well, but then get punished afterwards. And I just want to praise Lobin here because he's playing against some of the best guns in the world, and he goes 5-1 in the entry. And yet, despite that, his team just falls short because they're unable to have the discipline to shut down the aggression from Furia.
Yeah, gaining that entry kill, which is why you're highlighting Lobin in this case. 5-1 on entries, you're getting entries, it's working great, and then you're not able to capitalize on top of it. And the reason why we mention it is that, statistically speaking, and this is not new, this is over the entire existence of statistics in Rainbow Six. We're going back to the times where you have to manually track everything by hand. The entire point was you get the opening kill, and suddenly your potential to win the round spikes to 70 to 80%. Which is huge. So there is always the chance of get the opening kill, slow it down, solidify your position, and then play after that. That's where attackers, you see them always ganging up on one player in the beginning on the roam or maybe a bit off position. There was a lot of that for Furia, but what Furia were doing so well is lurking in little spots the whole time. Is that, yeah, you take out one, but on the other side, you got 2 or 3 others that are lined up as if using that player as bait to shred through whatever front line you have. And by the time you get to the point where you're pushing for a site, you're going for a plant, you have a very limp attack going into the site because you've lost all the utility and the manpower that you need for it. That's where Furia really, really shine. That Panther that represents the team, it's there for a reason because they know exactly when to strike and they hide all around the jungle. That is whatever map they're on. They'll jump on you when the opportunity comes, Leo.
Strong for them. To be honest, they were the second best team in all of Kickoff in group stage in defense win rate, 65%,
won most of them. And I think it's just because of the talent on the roster. Like I said, most of the time defense relies on individual initiatives. One guy holding one area, another one holding one area and calling to each other. Those micro plays, they know how to do it perfectly. That's why they're not worried in a 4v5, because they know that they can still get aggressive and grab that man advantage back. Now, why is it a problem? Let's take a look at the map veto again. And why is it a problem for Fluxo W7M? Because right now, Furia just won their map pick, which meant they were starting in attack all good. Now they're headed to Cafe. Cafe, again, one of the most defender-sided map in the meta. A map that they know very well. And they're going to start defense. No. So the main thing for me is, I'm sure they're going to continue on that momentum. You know, the fallback idea, the traps abuse, and the idea that whatever happens, your backline will be able to fight themselves, you know, around the bomb site, even if you're in a heavy man disadvantage. For the side of Fluxo W7M, what I need to see a change is the discipline once you get that man advantage. You know that Furia, they're going to go and aggress you. Most of the time, it's around the 1 minute 30 mark. When you're just preparing for the execute, you have utility in their hands, that's when Furia gets aggressive. So they should be expecting that. As soon as you get that injury kill, you've done half of the job, stick close to each other, have great discipline, and punish the aggression because it's going to be coming.
I am very fearful here. There's going to be something that Fluxo W7M have to bring out on their attack. And thing is, you might be thinking, oh, well, they can run the same Testudo Roman setup that Furia were running on Fortress, right? A lot of things are translating from Fortress into Cafe pretty well. But you think Furia are not going to actually just be ready for that and immediately fight back against you? They're going to ban the big shield that you might rely on. Maybe it'll be the Monty, maybe it'll be a Blackbeard or the Blitz. It's going to be a tough time. Yeah.
Could also be, you know, I think you have two options on the side of Furia. It's either you remove the shields and you make dots blind, basically, and it becomes really impossible for them to get into the building and it struggles to IGL from there. Either you remove the Solid Snake and the Deimos, because those are the ones that have made it really hard for the guys to roam and to win the initial opening engagements.
This is something we talked about once I think a couple of rounds into the second half, where you're seeing the Deimos, the Snake, and the Dokebi come out just to try to help out with or without a Lion, depending on the situations, where the three operators together are meant to corner in a different way. It's like a side grade to playing shields when none are available in a situation like that. I like the idea. The execution, unfortunately, did not go well in the attack for Fluxo W7M. I wonder if they're going to replay that and bring it back here for Cafe. If not, at least have something that's solid. Now, I'm not going to discount anybody because we saw it in Game 1 in Team Liquid Alienware and NIP, how Map 1 went, and go to Map 2, and things were completely flipped on its head. Each team won their own map pick, and I would say that Map 2 went in very distinct fashion for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Can it be recreated here in a completely different scenario? I'm not sure yet. I'm not saying yet also that Pino has maybe... I guess cursed Fluxo W7M, but that's just all a theory in here, Leo. So from a comeback perspective, what do you got to lock in for the attacking side on Cafe, even if this is your map pick as Fluxo W7M?
Well, I think I've already explained the blueprint for me, is that you know that Furia have their very unique playstyle, but it's very readable. As soon as you will get an advantage, they will try and find a way either to come flank you, either when you try to go for the execute, to have someone hidden somewhere and go for a crazy kill. So the easiest thing to go about this is, as soon as you get an opening engagement and you win it, you hit that reset button, and you make a clear win condition. We're going to take this space, we're going to execute here, everyone stays close to each other, and someone sits on flank drones the whole time. So long as you have that, and you play anti-roam operators, such as Lion, such as the KB, even Deimos, or even Solid Snake, whatever is open. So long as you have one dedicated flank watch, I can assure you, especially like on a map like Cafe, where Gridlock is played a lot, that you will get free kills from just sitting on drones and waiting for Furia to come to you. Because that is their one way, their one trick thing, the best way for them to just win rounds. And so they abuse it as much as they can.
Well, that's from us. Let's bring in our casters here and have a quick chat, as I believe our game is almost set. Oh no, it is. It is. Oh my God. We hear it in the back. We've summoned it. Links, Ollie, I'm not going to ask you much going into this, but are we believing in a comeback for Map 3? Yes or no?
No.
Ooh.
Nice.
You're a hater.
Great input.
What a hater.
You asked me a question.
Have fun, my friends. Have fun.
Literally, I get asked a question. I answer the question because we are low on time, and I am getting flack for it.
No.
I am being assaulted for my opinions. But in all seriousness, I actually think, to give Leo the credit, he did not extend to me with that answer. I actually think the last point that Leo brought up is a particularly good one, specifically playing the flank watch operators on not only against Furia, Ollie, but on Cafe. I mean, how many times over the past year, I feel like, have we talked about Gridlock's importance on this map? And while she's never important enough to get banned, she's always important enough to get played.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too hotly contested, isn't it? Attacker bans are a real hot commodity, and you have got to be pinpoint accurate. And at the end of the day, if you ban the gridlock, if you don't ban the gridlock, they'll play the nomad. Flanking's still difficult anyway. It just doesn't attract the right amount of attention, but it sits on that precipice. Because as you say, we will see games where somebody only ever plays that gridlock. As it stands, looks like Lobin is going to be switching off. He is going to be going over to Aurora, as I imagine that it's a bit of a surprise that Fury have chosen to go downstairs to kick things off. I think that Fluxo W7M were maybe expecting something a little bit different, maybe one of the middle floor sites, reading and mining, or of course reading and dining. However, doesn't seem to be the case. Downstairs we go. Herds. Very ambitious C4 right off the rip. 4 of them, so we can afford to be pretty loose with the first.
Oh, yeah.
But I think we can see from the outlines, it ain't going to net too much if he lets it sling.
There's a... Oh. We actually threw a completely different C4 out of a window. This one's sent out of dining more towards where the attack actually spawned, but similarly does not meet any kind of success, unfortunately. But with that surplus, with the presence of an additional 3 after the fact, I don't think anybody, including Furia, will really feel all that bothered by the loss of it. Seems like we got a bit of a setup in the early round here. Not only did the Deathmark tracker goes out, but some smokes already prepped to be sent through the VIP double window. Another C4 goes out, but this one also doesn't meet anything. Early trade between these two teams. Palu's 1v1 might be something that makes it a little more decisive, whether he wins on the backside, whether Furia holds him off. It just seems by their presence, they have thwarted the dim. What the hell? Dots is in the site. Dots has walked in through Bakery, into prep, is halfway to getting the diffuser down, and the defense has no answer for this. The roar doors block them off perfectly. He's denied every single angle, and now it's a retake that Furia have to effectuate. Dots holding inside of the site will bait in a defender as Dodes on the cross takes him down. Diaz waiting in the smoke. With one player just on the opposite side, will look to bide his time and land his opportunity, but Lobin ready for that one as well. Every eventuality considered, but Dots floored by one pump of the M59. Still an elegant cross held from Bakery, as Herds, so little ammo in that P10 Roni, has got to land a lot of shots with only 3 seconds to go. Door pops up, and what a beautiful round to start.
The writing was on the wall. Ever since Fluxo chose their lineup, ever since that 6 pick where they picked up the Aurora, it was always going to be a direct-to-site push. They had no soft breeze. They didn't have the sledge. They didn't have the ram. They had no intention of roaming. They had no intention of doing a roam clear. They just wanted the site. Little bit of pressure in the bottom of white. Brilliant Aurora door at the bottom of red stairs, cutting off wedding, and just a stroll on in. The defenders scattered to the wind, more concerned with throwing C4s out of windows than really what was going on. I think at the point where you don't get pushed on the top floor in the first 30, 40 seconds, you've maybe got to think, hang on a minute, are they just going direct? Because if you know where they aren't, you can guess where they are. And Fluxo W7M have just stolen around in broad daylight here on Cafe. And this attack is statistically the harder side of the coin here. So getting around on the board nice and early is only going to be a good thing for Fluxo, especially seeing as that they are fighting this series 1 map down.
Especially as a lot of the factors that, you know, we discussed and Desk discussed still haven't really been tested. And I say that as nothing but a good thing for Fluxo W7M. When you steal around like that, the actual overall strategy is still relatively obscure to the defense. They're not sure what exactly your game plan is going to be, how you're going to try and deal with their broader setup. When you find a gap like that, I'm not saying it was completely ad hoc, but when you find a gap like that both teams know is not really replicable, you buy yourself around and also give you time to really think out the plan you want to do and surprise Furia much later in the game, as it appears at the moment. Actually, no flank watch operators, at least the stereotypical ones that we talk about, Nomad, of course, but specifically the gridlock on this map. You do have the Dokkaebi, though, who will give that anti-roam information that the desk found particularly important, and with players like Herds and Loira roaming around the map, it's something you have to consider. But at the same time, Ollie, well, before I say that, seems Lobin has just found somebody going for a little bit of a walk, and unfortunately for Loira, he's not that sneaky today.
Volps takes Dodes down. They're just saying, not before Loira falls. Dokkaebi call answered. Boxera just playing on those cocktail windows. A little bit of a stalemate at the moment for Fluxo there. Got a good amount of information. They know where a couple of players are, and I mean, they've got Palu on the Soliton scanner, so they're going to know exactly where at least a few are. He's going to move through and take Boxera down. He knows that somebody's in the vicinity in Piano, but he's not got quite got the pinpoint just yet. But all it takes, jump into the Soliton, see where they are, assuming someone's on the bar, but we know they're tucked into shop. It's a dangerous angle right now, and he has to hit his shots, but no, Cons is going to fall.
Cons falls, and it's Herds. The next body for Furia. I do not know how Palu made it out of that crossfire, but he somehow evades it entirely. Volp's forced back down as Diaz, with one press of a button, levels things. Palu is weaving his way through the top floor, will not ever see the middle. Instead, it's Lobin to try to pick up some of that same success. Tucked in Z, a very difficult position given that defender, but he turns around at just the right time, and now it might be Diaz who's trapped, locks onto Lobin. No C4. And this will have to be a gunfight. He wins. Can Dots duck down? Start planning this diffuser? Instead, he pushes deeper. Looks to take the fight or make it behind a reinforcement. Face checking quite a bit. The two foes spot each other. Dot's still looking for the angle, but Diaz is keeping him at bay and ready for it when he peeks through the fireplace. Perfectly framed in the other sight. One round for Furia.
Furia look up for the fight today. That's the second round of map 2, and we've got people out of their chair. These guys are firing. Reading room and fireplace going to be round number 3 for us. Again, another round that comes down to a 1 versus 1. It's been a fairly consistent theme of the game so far. We've always had a couple of 1 versus 1s thrown into the mix. It seems as though Cafe is going to be no different. From Fluxo's side of things, I think they did a really good job on the roam clear. There was just that little bit of desync with Paolo. Like, I was watching him and I was expecting him to pull out that scanner at any moment. Like, that was one of the real key moments that you should be using the Soliton scanner, because you don't quite know where somebody is. And we just didn't see it. I don't know, it just really confused me.
It was a bit strange. Definitely just one of those moments that, like, narratively, you're like, okay, this will appear, right? This is like Solid Snake, it's his thing. But no, it didn't, and unfortunately ends up, I think, just impacting Fluxo W7M in a pretty critical way. So at least if we look to what Furia could possibly do on this side, as they've tied things up quickly. Fluxo W7M rotate with the presence of a shield. Something we saw in round 1, which they were able to sneak. Oh, Loira probably could have killed Dodes right there. Decides to make the safer play. Maybe the Nomad was ready, but just misses an opportunity. Cons with this blitz, though. It is second floor, so maybe could get a rush, but I don't think it'll be any sneaky play like we saw in round 1. We'll see a lot of time expended by Fluxo W7M earlier on to gain some information to these extremities.
Yeah, I don't think the Fluxo need to overplay the hand of gap spotting. It's Cafe, it's going to be difficult. Attacks are going to be hard fought. You know that. Lobin. Nice little angle, just trying to cut off the bottom of those brown stairs, but oh my goodness! Herds. Pre-fire, intuition, information. any of the above credited him with that kill onto Lobin. Lobin no slouch either at the start of this map at 5-2. That's only the second time he's been taken out. You've lost a big portion of that soft breach. And so many times we see these mid-floor rounds come down that soft breach. Have you got in upstairs in time to destroy sufficient of the floor to then transition into a plant? Are you able to move the defenders out successfully into criers? And the answer to both of those questions is actually going to be no here. Not only because low, but time's going to start to be a factor. We've still got 3 players out on the rappel.
Still got 3 players out on the rappel as E1D goes out. Paul was able to get some good impact on the flank watch from this position. Now be the shields who need to be a little bit out. The shield singular needs to be a little bit active. Just moving their way through the top. Khan's face checking at every single angle. Of course, finally securing complete control of that position. Much better success than he was before. But what do you know? There's one guy sitting right there on the opposite side. Box Zero riding on this position. We know what Furia were going to do. We know their game plan entirely. So as the next one crosses the corner, it's an easy one for Bach to figure out. Furia up 3-1 as Palu finally making his way to the inside. He's got to pick up all the pieces of an attack that is dead and gone.
Well, in classic Palu fashion, he'll get himself an exit frag, but that's all it will be. Herds, again, out of his seat, letting his team know just how much it means to him. Hyped up and ready for the fight. This is a qualification match, don't forget. The winner directly qualifies to Salt Lake City. The loser drops down into the lower bracket. The winner, of course, plays against NIP later on tonight. It's a 3 best-of-3 day here on the SAL broadcast. There is plenty of Siege yet to come. Round 4, we see the Mirror and the Nomad are both taken out. And I don't think it's too much surprise to see Fluxo use that timeout here. Regardless, attack's always going to be difficult. And I don't think that they feel like they need to save it for that defensive side.
No, I don't think they certainly don't. And I think when this is your pick, when Furia have clearly shown they're starting to gain momentum in the series, and you came out the gate swinging with that creep into Bakery, but now since then it's been not one-sided. I mean, round 2 is a 1v1, but it's like Furia have had the upper hands. Their rat plays are working. The flank watch is not having the success that we thought it would, though really it was only somewhat notably present in round 2. It's not been a factor. I mean, there was Nomad in that round, but when you're controlling the flanks, but the defenders are ratting in positions you haven't cleared, especially positions you don't really air jab, there's clearly got to be some other thought put into this strategy. Now, what it might be, see what Fluxo W7M decide to rotate towards. Of course,
defenders, protect your
the rest of this round, or the rest of this half. Furia will start repeating their sight, start learning on these improvements, and for what their at least pre-adjustment has been, seen a lot of Mozzie being brought in, not banned out by Fluxo W7M, but drops away in quite a heavy utility setup. Of course, we have some traps and some intel, but this screams to me like nobody wants to move an inch out of the first floor.
I mean, that was... Well, which first floor are we talking? American first floor or European first floor?
That's a good point. That's actually a very good point. Sorry. First floor, I think American first floor is like the bottom floor.
So we would call ground floor. Okay.
Got you. Okay.
No, I feel you, because
floor.
I was saying the fact that they didn't move out of the first floor, which you would call the second floor, was the problem inside of round number 1, right? Because they just let everyone walk in and take the site. I agree. I think they need to. Well, I mean, they're still going to try and play these C4s out of the windows.
It's
this time may be successful as well. I don't know if Boxera lets it go or not, but on the outlines, it at least looked like it was possible. I feel like the time and the moment has passed now, though. The lineup, it's much more typical, isn't it, from Fluxo W7M? They know, it's like you said in round 2, they know that they're not going to get away with just walking into sight again. Instead, they're going to go for their alternate approach, and it's an approach that Furia haven't seen yet. It's a full map clear, it's drone the top floor, it's get in, work the skeleton key on the book, utilize those track stingers on the stairways, and really just take full control of the map from that point. There's only two, well, I say only, there are 2 C4s to contend with. That can be devastating, but it all depends on the information that they've got to go off. Depends on box black eye cameras, I guess.
Depends on what you find. Spotted by the Death March trap. Not able to move as freely as he otherwise would like. The lurking worked out last time, and he's the immediate target of the counter this time around. Hops outside. Oh, and Dots still goes down. Here's the Sen's room, just roaming outside. Now with an early kill, Furia immediately drops back. I mean, I don't know if you could get a worse start from Fluxo W7M. Some intended flank watch, and I mean, Dots couldn't spot him. That was the Deimos' job, but I mean, nobody with the follow-up. That is, things just continue to decline for Fluxo W7M.
Con's can at least move in and start getting the vert going now, but when you've lost your sense, that's a big portion of your pushing power. A brilliant swing timed there. It was just as the nade was, the freezer wall soft. It's the end of the world to try and shoot through that, but you've got to deal with the player inside of VIP. That's charge with finds one onto Hertz and gets himself 5. Half Kickoff as well. Not a bad trade by any stretch. Yoda's still with this player inside of Christmas at the minute. Got nobody at the bottom of Brown Stairs. Nobody on Brown Stairs. Such. Doyo could just pretty much for free.
On low HP, there might be a cost to this at some point. Always a risk you have to keep in mind. Vulcan packs detonated, some important utility destroyed. So as Lawyer waits for the oncoming push. A lot of damage being shot. The holes outside of code check, but still no progress by Fluxo W7M. Halted at the immediate entrance to the site, facing quite a lot of difficulties as they progress downward. Shots fired in turn. Finally, Laura might find one. It's a huge amount of kills flying Furia's way. I mean, the round pretty much goes, let's be honest, how we all expected when Fluxo W7M couldn't even make it down a staircase.
I think that the insinuation was that they have them in their pocket. And I would
Something
agree.
like that.
I would wholeheartedly agree. At the moment, Fluxo W7M are falling flat. And it's such a shame because that first attacking round, you look at it on the balance of things, it was everything that you could hope for in an attacking round. There was opportunity spotting. There was a clear call, obviously, inside of the prep phase, which resulted in a 6-pick. And then everybody just did their job and the round was won. Everyone knew exactly where they needed to be. And since then, we've just seen a level of disjointedness that we've not really been familiar with this Fluxo W7M roster so far. Don't forget, this is the team that we casted last week that did fantastically well against FaZe. It knocked FaZe into the lower bracket.
Well, and looked very good doing it. Like, you know, obviously it wasn't perfect, but you have to be on the ball that day to not face down to the lower bracket.
FaZe's games are always going to go to overtime. That is just a rule that God made. It's 7 days in a week, FaZe's games go to overtime. It's not news, you know what I mean? And Fluxo W7M were able to dig that deep, that often. And yet we see them today against this Furia side. They've kind of looked like a shell.
Well, certainly on Cafe they have, which given that this is their map pick, it is the last place. I mean, Ollie kind of, or not Ollie. Why do I keep calling Leo Ollie for some reason? Leo alluded to it on the desk. You know, this is a bit of a defender-sided map in Brazil, in the SAL. So if Fluxo W7M pick it, odds are that they'll end up playing the attack. This is not some crazy possibility that they're encountering. The fact that they are struggling this hard is worrying, to say the least. But still could win 2 rounds in a row and tie the half. So it is not doom and gloom yet. But if they lose this one, 3-1 is recoverable, but 5-1 starts looming in the mind, and for everybody involved, that is a much too scary thought to contemplate. Are they waiting on the rappel, seeing if anybody might run out of the white position? They're not finding anybody just yet. As Fury in the first minute 15 have not looked to test Fluxo W7M all that drastically. Instead, holding these power positions on the top floor, contesting around bathroom and so on. But no presence of Amira, she's banned. Can't really peek out as aggressively. The Azami can push forth. Ooh! Ropes will be able to find one of those Selma charges before he makes his way back.
Bulb's just hanging around inside a pixel there. Loban gonna look to try and move through. Can destroy the deployable camera. And get himself a line in onto Freezer. There is the potential for a run out there. We've got a great pit. Players on rappel, need to be careful. This is Cafe. That sort of thing is very common. We've already seen players throwing themselves out of the window. Box error, we're looking at you. That time it was Loira just threatening at the bottom of White Stairs. Instead, it's Diaz to find a response here. Noda's going down. More bullets flying as Loban's put super low. But Fluxo maintain a brief advantage. Again, not a HP one, but still an advantage nonetheless.
Something they can push forward and build off of. With the DMR still in play, never mind, by DMR. Dot's able to move in, put this diffuser down. All the angles should be covered. Not quite sure how the defense might fight back. C4 goes around the corner, but Diaz has attackers hot on his heels. What a flick onto the bathroom rotate. But, I mean, Dot's starting it. Palu on the corner. Flux with W7M only need 2 rounds to tie things up. He much improved in the first.
This is more what we were expecting out of Fluxo W7M. This team has a 6-map win streak, or a 6-game win streak, should I say, on this map. And that's not over a crazy long time period either. That's over the last 4 months. So that's been played at, well, majority SI, and then I guess in SAL finals, the 4th of December result against FaZe. 7-2 they beat FaZe on this map, way back when. So 4 months ago, it's relevant data. It's recent. 67% win on the attack. 69% defense win. That's the sort of standard. That's the quality that we're holding Fluxo W7M2 on Cafe. They've picked this map. They need to be coming out with at least a favorable split. I mean, that's all that they can hope for at this point. They can hope for that equal 3-3. Would that be classed as favorable? I mean, it's 50-50. It's not as good as their 76% win rate that, you know, the data would suggest. But as we know, we can't always trust the data. We can just use it as a guide to lead us to where we end up. Sometimes it leads us a little bit astray. Furia clearly want to try and lock this last round down, as Volps is going to pull out a bit of an old favourite. Going to be looking to try and play the Clash. I imagine he's going to try and play that inside of Cigar here. I don't think he'll play too aggressive on the piano. Maybe for the opening portion, see if he can get a little bit of aggression or just make players think twice before approaching the building. But if he can back himself up and play White Corridor a little bit in Pixel, and Loira's the one to watch right now, though. Primed and ready. Tempted for a jump out. He's got Diaz in tow as well, just on the other side of the soft wall. I feel like Furia, they're sort of tempted by it, aren't they? But they're holding their nerve. They're not jumping the gun too early.
I think for Furia, exercising a bit of that discipline is always good, just because they can be so quick with it and so ready to take that course of action, that I think just tempering it ever so slightly makes them probably the more lethal team than just letting it run wild. And so hiding behind these reinforcements, playing these power positions on the defense, but most importantly, biasing it towards the cocktail side. Sure, it's going to allow Dots in the first minute 10 to put down some of those boogie drones, get some important vertical control. But now that he has to push up, not only can you hold down to the cocktail side, Birds can jump out, but, well, he spots Loban. He's completely on ADS the whole time. I suppose inadvertently facilitates somebody's retreat down White Stairs, but as Furia decide to activate, it just does not work.
We saw the same on Bank earlier. Obviously, the new changes jumping out and thrown out of that ADS animation. You're relying so much more on hipfire to get the job done. And it's much more seldom now that we actually see those kills or those attempts be worthwhile. You've got to get a little bit lucky as a defender to make it work. Maybe a little bit of a throwaway there from Herds gives an advantage over to Fluxo, and they desperately need it. Palu just hanging outside of Red Window. He's got Loira quite literally 1.5 meters away on the other side of the wall. And I just feel like Palu knows Loira not in the best position right now, especially if someone starts to walk down those red stairs, but I don't know, he might find a kill onto Conce again. Palu takes him out as the kills start to flood in here for Fluxo. Only Diaz left to try and hold the line, as he's been so many times. Fluxo W7M, a flawless round. It was a slow burn, but they finally got up to speed on the attacks here for Cafe. I want to know what Leo and Milosh have to say about the first 6 rounds.
Question here, my friends, because before we got into map number 2 in the series, we were talking about what does Fluxo W7M need to bring this game back on their attacking start here. And Leo said very carefully and very promptly that it was about playing together as a cohesive unit and with discipline. Leo, has that been the case so far? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that if you really focus on a few rounds where they do a direct take, I think it works really well. If you take an example of round 1, for example, they hit Bakery. Instead of going for a full clear all the way up top and clearing all of the things, giving a lot of space for the roamers, what do? They do direct take onto the bomb site, sneak dots in with the Blackbird, Riora execute here. With the new Riora buff, it takes ages for the rear door to open up. And then as soon as they have control, there's nothing Furia can do. That was just one example of those direct takes. The last 2 rounds in attack are examples of direct takes. They take limited control. On the top floor, they just take Cigar and Piano, go straight for the freezer execute at the door, and go for the plant. The less control you take, the more you can maneuver exactly where the aggression is coming for. And I think that's exactly the right plan. Take limited control, make sure you have what you need. Because if we look at another round where they don't do that, if we look at the exact same bomb site, right, of the ground floor, we go and look at round 4. This time, they decide to go for a full room clear. What do we see here? An opportunity for Buck to get aggressive, jump out, get a kill on 2 dots. And then even later, what do we see here? They have information on these Resistors players and they just let him go away. They have 20 seconds left, 4 players are still alive, and in this situation, honestly, there's nothing Fluxo can do to win this convincingly. Yes, you're good, you take more control, but in the end, Furia is still in a winning position. And so they take you apart. And so I thought that, in general, their idea of hitting site directly as possible was such a good comeback to the way that Furia has been playing. And now it's 3-3. They won 3 attacks on the hardest side. They can go into defense and make sure they get the remaining rounds.
I would say great result for the attacking side of Fluxo W7M. Last round being incredibly important to turn it into a 3-3. Now on the defense, can they play in the same way? Can they use these shields and defense position to their advantage? We'll see how they fare against Furia, who's already bringing out the Montes. I'm very excited to hand this back to Lynx and Xer Troika. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And I think, as Leo mentioned, with the direct takes enabling a tie game between Fluxo W7M and Furia, now we will, of course, look to the opposite sides. But I also think of just some important, slight differences in the ban phase to start. Snake ban out of the gate, of course. But then, of course, the Mira also getting taken down early by Furia. Some important tools, not only in general, but especially on Cafe, will make things quite a bit harder for both these respective sides going forward. And then, of course, Khan's bringing out the Clash, an operator that I believe we only saw once at the very tail end of the half from Furious defenses we brought out immediately for Fluxo W7M.
Yeah, some slight differences there. I think that the Snake ban, it's just going to attract so much attention, isn't it? Especially for Cafe, because attacks pressed anyway at the best of times. And anything that's going to expedite that, anything that's going to keep you out of your drone or enable you to be a little bit more self-sufficient or feed information over to your team, it is going to be targeted. And we know that Fury are a team to, they crutch onto that a little bit. I've seen a couple of players really like the F2 as well. There was a couple of rounds over on Fortress where both F2s were being run, both the Snake and the Twitch. Really lends into their playstyle. As it stands, they're going to have to do without it, as they have done for so long. Loira really punishing dots. Sentry maybe going for something at the bottom of those white stairs. I think Loira's just got some really nice timing on him. He's taking him out as he was attempting to challenge onto the windows. Again, it's part and parcel of playing on Cafe, isn't it? You know as an attacker that you are never safe out there on the rappel. There's always an angle that can be challenged. Speaking of angles, I love this from Volps. That DMR is going to be super effective through that sort of a pixel. And he's not too worried about the clash. I mean, Cons is literally just operating inside of Cigar right now, but there's not really much that any of the defenders can do anything about the players on the windows.
No, and that's always the case on Cafe, something you kind of have to deal with. I mean, you know, Amira can be brought to deal with it. Of course, she's banned. Alternatively, in a zombie, but not an option that Furia, or Fluxo W7M, excuse me, want to go for in this round. It's a much more passive defensive style. Don't need to take these early gunfights. Just hope that the clash and maybe just the general vibe of Cafe is enough to keep them at bay and stall any kind of entrance. It's only a minute 10 seconds before DS actually steps foot into Christmas, in behind the brown bar. It's only a minute remaining, and they have not made much progress beyond that. That being said, one kill earlier, Lawyer with a quick swing in, catches Loban ratting outside of Snow Door. And so even though you are low on time, with these couple frags you've gathered just over the course of the preceding round, it's going to make this a lot more workable, especially if it ends up being low time. A 2-body lead will make things so much better. Loira spotted on the cam. One defender around the corner behind the cocktail bar. Need to be ready for this engagement because 3-3 might just come if he ends up losing this fight. Dota is focused on the long angle, not looking to his right. It's Palu instead, the one to even things out. Finally, the player falls, and instead it's all left up to the Thorn. A quick swing as he cuts down all of them! Palu's second ace of the series! My goodness, not even we expected him to win that.
There's nothing more iconic than a Palu ace and then seeing the player cams and that laugh that he does after it. Because I swear it's like the same every single time. He just sits there, leans back in the chair and just laughs his face off for like 10 seconds as the rest of the team are just like, oh my goodness, thank God we've got Palu in our team again to pull us out of the shit when it all goes south. Another ace. 2 rounds entirely off Palu's back in this series. Now, this time's a little bit different. He got the ace over on Fortress, and they were the first 5 kills he got of the map, and I think it happened in like round 3, round 4. This time, he's at least 11-3, so he's firing. He's having a great game so far, barely dying. He's only died in the 3 rounds that Furia have won, or at least that's the storyline that sounds good. He might have died in a few of them, but who knows? What a big performance from him on an attack that it was hanging in the balance, wasn't it, Lings? I think there was a time where you thought, okay, 2 kills for Loira. Still not looking terrible. Fluxo W7M still have the clash. They still can work around that in some way. And then all of a sudden, Loira, he jumps toward New Balcony, and you're thinking, hang on a minute. You can now challenge onto Cocktail. We've got the Cocktail player super distracted. Bosh, a couple of kills go elsewhere. And then a Taylor's all the time. Where's the last defender? Well, they're usually in the freezer tucked in, and in this instance, it just happened to be Palu, and he had the bullets for business.
Second ace in 2 maps is quite impressive, but at the same time, Flux 7 down 1-0 in the series, but up 4-3 on their pick. Starting to chain together rounds. That was their 3rd in a row. Now they look to acquire their 4th. So, as Palu moves to the clash, a really action-packed operator when it comes to the gunplay. Might be a bit more passive for the majority of the round, but I think that's a good role for him to be on in a place that he will feel very, very comfortable. A lot of utility stationed around this bakery side. Some Rooney gates, of course, and the clash can rotate to any of these outward positions. There's 2 different players, or 3 different players, I guess, in total. Stationed around bakery and small bake. Utility goes in, looking to get an angle through this smoke as the glass pushes through. Some shots will land inside of the small bake, but not hit any of the actual attackers. Herds pushing deeper will cut down Dota as the clash must fall back. With support of Dots from behind, will not fall today. There's one player pushing into the VIP side as well. Furia looking to surround this defense, but Fluxo W7M have warded off the pressure for the moment, and aided by this information, the Clash is prone behind Smallbake. There was nobody covering that window. Perhaps Furia getting a little too comfortable in this round as Loban walks up and gets the freest kill of his career.
Speaking of free kills, seems like Fluxo could just shoot at a wall and pick one up at the minute. Bok and Herds, last 2 remaining attackers. I mean, it's a choice way to try and deal with the glass, isn't it? Just smoke them off and hop in. Like, where was the cut-off from Brownstairs? Where was the cut-off from Kochek? Where was the cut-off coming in from the bottom of Red? That kill will go down as a trade. Leaves a chance for Bok. We all know what that DMR can do. When one of them's a clash, you're always going to be up against it. Isn't going to find the first. Got time to worry about the clash. She's got to get through cons first and isn't going to do so. Fluxo W7M breathe a sigh of relief. They've chained 2 rounds together here. And they've now got a 2-round buffer. Furia, it's as good a time as any. They're going to take that tactical timeout.
And 2 rounds, by the way, in which Furia have started with the opening pick. We've kind of had the shoes swap between maps 1 and 2. In map 1, it was a lot of Lobin early round impact and Fluxo W7M failing to convert. Now it's Furia who seem to be struggling to implement any kind of like consistent plan on their attacking side. I mean, if you go back to round 7, we had a 3v5, right? Lawyer was able to get 2 kills, but they were within the first 2 minutes and all seemed a little bit haphazard, particularly that kill over on Lobin outside of Snow or inside of Snow Door. Obviously, it was quite nice, but it didn't really necessarily seem part of some like coherent overall strategy, right? Found a good opportunity, but it was an isolated one at that. Then you have that round, and like you pointed out, Ollie, I mean, on the small bake position, we have an entry, we have a plan to acquire control, but to keep it, to hold the crosses and to make sure your players are covered, that's where Furia lacked, and it just gave Fluxo W7M an immediate and easy avenue back into the round and just continue stacking on top of their victory so far. 4 in a row, 2 on the attacking side and 2 on the defense. And if they win their 3rd choice site on the defense, it'll be 5 in a row. And they'll be 1 round away from sending us to Nighthaven.
I said at the start of the series, you look at the balance of the maps, you look at the way that the veto played out, you look at the evidence both these teams, past performances, things that we've seen recently only last week. Felt like a 3-mapper from the start.
10 seconds remaining.
Is that timeout going to be enough from Furia's point of view to get it done in 2? Still a chance for a 7-5. That was the scoreline on Fortress. Equally, there's a chance for a 7-3. Fluxo haven't shown any signs of letting up on the defense. Nice Thorn. That is just never going to get found. Ooh, another one as well.
Chance.
I like chaining them to that because you kind of run from one before you know it. You've had to push all the way up to one or something. Held in, and we're hoping to like play on the piano for a second or 2.
Well, and also just kind of human nature generally indicates, you know, that you're going to cover a lot of areas horizontally. So if you hit one in that area, your first instinct is going to be there's probably not another one over here.
There can't.
Yeah,
exactly. Surely there's not another.
Yeah, sure. No, exactly. You think surely there's not another. It's the same logic of when you see somebody spawn peek and they evade. You're like, surely they're not going to do it again. And most of the time it's correct, but when you see kind of those little bits like that, take advantage of that human reasoning, it can be quite difficult. Not saying those razor blooms will like literally define the round, but it's an interesting little thing to note. Hertz, by the way, is on very low HP, all ready to start. He's got some important utility. He'll bank off the corner, but I was about to say, if somebody gets a nice vertical angle, Palu or even Dodez might have a shot at taking him down early. He'll force the Jaeger out of position, but he'll just rotate over to Pallets. As next to Goyo, tracked by the death mark. And Hertz needing to perform double duty, not only apply pressure, but also worry about the player on his white window. As Fluxo W7M are facing a lot of heat, but not really taking any damage. Dots hops out of the window, gets Hertz in the process. A nice clean 1-for-1 on a player who already seemed marked for death.
It really felt like that's what Furia were trying to bait out there. They were trying to bait out that overreaction, and they are getting a serious reaction right now. Lobin going to drop down right into Loira's lap. Upside down repel at the moment for Bok. Going to be on that reading door. A big advantage right now for Furia, not only in the time, but also in the man count. Cons, just no business being in that position with that gun, looking in that direction. Punishment is severe right now. Furia have just kind of let them undo themselves in a lot of ways. The plant now starting to go down. Palu, we've seen him perform miracles already tonight, but there's no room for another. Dodez, last remaining player. The diffuser did get stopped from going down, but there's nothing likely that's going to stop it this time. Say again, Boxera is going to come off just for a brief time. Why has this diffuser not been put down? I mean, there's still 30 seconds. There's still plenty of time, but every second that ticks by, it's another little bit of opportunity. The stun is going to miss. But surely he doesn't pick up all 3 right now.
No, just the one for the moment. Just the one, an impactless frag as Furia win an important round and break Fluxo W7M's streak. As you pointed out, just looking to bait out some reactions from the defense, and they are more than willing to oblige. Very understandable jump out on the white window side. See people do that all the time. No worries, even though you die to a Claymore, that's just kind of the risk you take in that position. You take out the Sledge in the process, who was applying some pressure on the cocktail window. So it's all a normal beginning of the round. But then you see Loira creep into pillar with that Dokkaebi call, and you're thinking, well, surely he's not going to run into the site. It's much too early for that. And no, he's not. He's able to throw that Dokkaebi call, and that is what kind of signals to the defense, oh, we need to fall back. It's about half the round. They're applying more and more pressure to cocktail. I need to drop down in the pillar to make sure that I can get back to the site safely. It's a very logical human reaction. But by working himself into that position, while clearly Loban was expecting it in some way, I think spotted him as he was falling, Loban's able to get that kill, or Loira, is able to get that kill, and just a mid-round call by Furia works out perfectly. Again, taking advantage of kind of what Fluxo W7M are used to with the rhythm of these rounds. Early pressure, mid-round retreat, hold out in the late round. By realizing that pattern and kind of taking advantage and breaking it, Furia get a very important round to at least narrow Fluxo W7M's lead.
Well, they only trail by 1 now. Starts to feel very doable. Fluxo W7M don't watch it, and they continue to overreact and continue to overaggress. Furia are a team that don't need a lot of the clock to be able to operate in. They're not going to be too worried about spending a little bit of the round just trying to bait out something from the defense. They're going to be happy to pay that time for the possibility of reward. The reward definitely paid off in round 9. Time will tell if it pays off here in round number 10. Cons, he's going to be downstairs just playing on red. Cautious of somebody maybe trying a bit of a walk up. A lot going to be happening on this cocktail side once again. Loban taken down. Volps. DMRs. They pack a serious punch. With Loban down, that should be piano fairly easy to take. Like, you're looking toward that Azami to really hold that ground, play inside a pixel. Seeing a lot of utility burn as well. This could be quite a quick move right now from Furia after they've got that opening.
To force Dotas to move a little bit, but is able to withstand the explosiveness of that frag grenade. Loses a lot of health, but that DMR, it packs enough of a punch that might be able to make up for the lost HP. The pulse down below relaying this information to him, but I think Her just has a bit more active intel, or at least a better ability to capitalize off of it. So while Dots can relay the comms, it's still a 5v3 for Furia, spotting another. Cons letting his shin show for just a second. Punishing so much of the attack at the moment, taking another bite at it. Cons looking to get aggressive. One more. Going for the prone as well. Fluxo W7M know they need to bring this man count back, but with Boxzera going down, I think the pressure's off them a little bit.
They know that 2 players are off site at the moment. And they know that 2 players are downstairs. Cons, Dots, trying to play in and around this white window. Volps is just there to capitalize on this. Herds has dropped off the window, but the pressure is equally being applied from above. A nade, that's surely going to send at least one of them down there, but Herds has moved elsewhere. Prowling finds a kill onto Palu. And Cons and Dots now, they've given up that white stairs position, playing on 90. Is he able to find sufficient frags?
He's able to find the one and the next 2. Lasers onto Herds. Doesn't exactly have 2 1v1s isolated, but until this diffuser goes down, his only DS on the cover will send a nade around the corner. Impact goes out, but oh, he walks into it! Oh, I gotta feel bad for Cons there. The indicator was barely even on his screen. Possibly the worst timing you could possibly have. As a result, it completely ties the game.
It just goes to show how important that secondary utility can be. Throwing the nade just to zone off the area. Just so that if somebody pushes through, they're either going to take damage or die. It's just another thing. Like, it's not that you don't count or back yourself in the gunfight. It's just double security. So I'm just going to make this even easier for myself. I've got a nade left over. I know I'm going to throw it toward the direction that they're coming from because they've got one job, and that is to swing me. And if they kill the guy planting and I miss him, then I'm the one that's left with egg on my chin. I think it was Boxzera that was playing on the line. I think that was playing on the line. So Volps' nade quite possibly to close that last one. But regardless, a brilliant round from Furia. 2 in a row, and they now level series. two maps starts to become quite a real possibility. Head downstairs to the basement. We have, of course, been here before. Last round that Fluxo W7 on there. Where Herd's got an opening pick. Again, but always are those opening picks converted on. I think it was a big dots 3K to really seal the deal and pull it out of the bag. But this time it looks a lot more certain, doesn't it? We've got a very solid lineup. Soft breach ×2. Gridlock, always a good pick. And the Monty to really pivot it all around.
It can be quite good to march through that first floor. I mean, we often see it moving up that white hallway. So I imagine we can see Volps contemplating that position later on in the round as Furia will weigh their options over the course of the first minute and a half. Stunned a little bit at the beginning. Not a whole lot to worry about just yet as Furia opening up the castle barricades, ascertaining the nature of Fluxo W7M's defense. I mean, it's pretty standard so far as we can tell from the operator lineup. So it'll be a full hold of the bottom floor, spread out to white stairs and in the co-check position. Castle barricades will deny some visibility, will deny some angles, but the nature of the site will allow everybody to hop in through that top floor. No ram will mean that the vertical destruction will be a bit more tedious, as you mentioned, 2 options, but no boogie drones. Requires it to be a little more manual. Thankfully for them, only 1 C4 in the process, but still something to consider. You can't just throw the boogie drones and walk away. There'll have to be a bit more required attention, active attention from Furia.
And while I agree, I think you can be a little bit more pinpoint with the skeleton key and the sledge.
True.
And if you know that you've got key angles to get rather than just a long strip, maybe can be a good position to be in. Currently, Furia are trying to dial in on this player down inside a VIP. Instead, it's going to be Dodes first in that firing line. Mission successful then in getting that opening pick, and now just wait for the Monty to push down and really open this up a little bit and shoot out a lot of that soft wall. Do still have a player inside of Christmas and a couple of players at the bottom of red or maybe even long bar. Zoto canister going to slow things down a bit, but you can't help but feel that Dots' moments are numbered in his current position. Time is going to be a factor though, and it's going to be the hand pressing on the backs of Furia, forcing them to push down these white stairs.
They have to move at some point. They feel their impetus, feel the wind at their backs. They'll have to start making progress, especially with only 30 seconds to go. A lot of secondary utility to rely on. Volps has made his way into the site. Never dealt with Dots though, but most importantly, Dots still has that C4. If he can rotate around and find the right position, it could have massive impact. Volps shielding the defuse plant as the guns behind him go alive. Boxera good for 1. Volps somehow making it through. Flawless for Furia. Completely lethal on the execute. Just march their way in. And the defuse plant is merely a bait for an inevitable outcome.
They have no business being that well coordinated when they've been together for as long as they have. They look like a team that has been together for years at this stage. But everything seems to be clicking beautifully. They get the opening pick. They're able to push themselves into sight. There's a bit of a diffuser juggle, and there's a plan to get a plant down behind the Monty. As soon as that plan changes, it's not that it fails. The objective just changes a little bit, and it's like, well, we now know where 2 people are. Monty can call out all of that information, and the rest of the team is in such a brilliant position to collapse. You could go through the match replay and watch the POV for every one of these Furia players for that last round, and it just looked like a synchronized dance with how in touch and how linked up they were with one another. A real fine display of attacking onto Bakery, and a fine display of attacking overall on Cafe with the way that some of these rounds have transpired. Match and series point now for Furia. A guaranteed overtime here if they aren't able to convert it in this round. We've got chances, Lynx.
They've got chances, specifically 1 right now. Just 1 round Fluxo W7M need to win to bring us to OT to get another shot at this. It's the same Razor Blooms we observed before from Loben. These dual layers that the attack might have to walk through should they choose to rappel in through the Christmas window. Castle barricades also present with the Vulcan packs placed on the door. Whew, but an early kill by Loira. No active utility lost, but is an important presence. It's Loira to go down next as already almost to the red hallway. Getting very quick with things. either out of step with the rest of the attack or maybe just trying to latch onto a gap. Make things an even trade early on, and any bit of momentum Furia could have acquired from that will likely be halted a little bit by the loss of the Ashe. They continue looking forward as they know that the Thorn is below New Hatch. No nades for Volps to deal with her, but does have a Deathmark tracker to fill a similar purpose. Crossfire on the skylight as well as the Thorn goes down immediately the moment that Deathmark begins buzzing around her head.
Ooh, Bogzera there. Displaying a little bit of trigger discipline, but also jumping the gun at the same time. Herd's trademark angle. We've seen him upside down repel on White so many times so far. Cons, now the next target for that death mark. Players on the side of Fluxo left with not really too much to hold on to on this top floor. We do have a player tucked into Cocktail still. Herds doing his best attempt to baiting things out there. Is now going to get himself upside down on that reading door. In a dangerous position for Volps to find himself in. Got that Vendetta in hand, but a brilliant pre-fire through the wall. Nodes will fall in the process, but it leaves the advantage firmly with Furia.
Only for the moment, though, as W7M, or Fluxo W7M, able to cut him down for a moment, but now it all lands on Cons. They qualify in a few more rounds, or will they fall to the lower bracket right here? Spotted around the corner, trying to land the pre-fire with a pistol, only has so much ammo. 12 rounds apiece, but only 2 maps necessary, as Furia are your second team to qualify to Salt Lake City.
You can see just exactly what that means to this team. Team built with the sole purpose of achieving majors. And at their first opportunity, they will be headed to Salt Lake City. Guaranteeing themselves some SI points as well. And if that wasn't enough of a prize, they have got a chance to play NIP a little bit later on today for seeding for Salt Lake. The main headline is that they are qualified directly into stage 2 there. Fluxo W7M, unfortunately for them, will drop into that lower bracket. But that's why we've got a desk to help break down all of those little nuances. But for the meantime, that is going to do it for the cast. We do still have another best of 3 coming up, so don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it over to our desk, and they're going to have an interview now with Furia.
Thank you very much, my friends. And yes, we do have it. Furia are locked and loaded. They're going to Salt Lake City as the second representative from the SAL region. The way it all came down to, though, Leo, was beautiful to witness, because at some point it looked like it would slip away from them.
Yeah, I think we all had doubts at the moment where they switched to attack. I think it's really the moment where we were all wondering, is there really a chance for these guys to go into attack on a defend-decided map and show us something else than just the relentless aggression? Is there something else in that team? And I think we saw it today, because they showed that no, it's not just purely skill. There is cohesion, there is team play. That last round, the demo striker on Lobin, who's playing Shaiko, that creates movement. At the same time, we have a Rappel Heaven to punish him. At the same time, then Demos uses that pressure to go in. Those are preset plays that are, yes, from outside the map, but like step-by-step takes, that's like full-on coordinated, full roam clear attacks that are fundamentally at the highest level of what you can get on pro attacks on Cafe, So I'm looking at a team that does not solely rely on individual play. It's very easy to dismiss Furia as this big TDM team. Well, I think they just showed us today that they had more in them.
They absolutely did. And we saw, even from Fluxo, the attempts, the Raora that was brought in, locking down certain locations that they might want to play with. The Silent Snake, that was brought in multiple times from both teams, abusing the FAMAS all the way to the edge. Balu, who played a game out of his mind also, but all of that is still not enough. And I want to bring everybody back to the start of Kickoff, where the conversation around Furia was, how the hell do you make a team like this work? You're bringing players from all over the world, and yes, you have Herds there in the center, but you're bringing back the Brazilians that went abroad, had experience in other teams and other regions. You put them together, and you're always asking, can this actually function or not? And it does. It does. It just takes a bit of time. But beating Fluxo in the way that they have in this game, after Fluxo played an excellent game against FaZe earlier in the bracket, I think that, if anything, solidifies Furia as, despite the fact that they are not the same Furia that we knew a couple months ago, they are still a team to be reckoned with, and the legacy of the organization that is Furia continues on, even though there is a brand new roster, a brand new set of cavalry that are representing it.
Yeah, I just saw the round 11 again. That was just one more example that Basement take with that was a flawless round with VODs leading the charge with the Monty and all of his teammates playing the right way, having the right vertical play and the angles to punish anyone moving. Thanks to VODs getting into the bomb sites, those are the layers of strategic depth that I guess, I don't think many people were expecting from a team like this. It goes to show that, very similar to G2, it's not because you have big gunners on a team that necessarily you can't have strategic depth. You can see that these guys also know how to play fundamentally well. It's just that sometimes they're just ready to take more risk than others. And that makes them a very, very scary team because Furia is one of the only teams that can change that pace really quickly. From a heavy rush with full-on firepower, getting super aggressive with Hertz, for example, who jumps out, or Buck, who jumped out in the last game, to a full-on direct take that is step-by-step and way closer to a default take, but really well executed as well. It is very surprising, I think, for many teams to see a lineup that was composed of 5 different players come in and in a span of a few weeks already reach a level of cohesion that defeats a team that has just beaten FaZe, for example.
Keep in mind, neither FaZe nor Team Liquid and Alienware are yet to be confirmed for the Salt Lake City Major.
Like literally the top
Fluxo,
3. Yeah.
Oh my god. This just shows you that the up-and-comers in this region can, on good days, definitely hang with the best. This is not cut and dry. This is not, I guess, your Spanish football league where you know that where the top 2 are going to be pretty much all the time, or your top 3. It's not the case. This is the Premier League of Siege, where you have no idea if the equivalent of a Crystal Palace is going to make it into a final someday, somehow. That's the beauty of SAL, is that it's always in constant movement and in constant manner of reinventing itself with fresh blood, with different rosters that in theory shouldn't work, and yet they do. That's what I love about watching this region and being a fan of Brazilian teams for all those years, 10 years plus now, going on it. And every time they never cease to blow my mind with what they do. However, one that has done quite a bit is the man of the hour, Dias Lucas, joining us on the call all the way from Brazil, representing Furia. Dias, congratulations. You've made it to Salt Lake City. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's been a while.
I see a smile.
Finally,
I've been seeing focused up Dias for all of these weeks, and now he's happy. He's proud.
Yep. Yeah, I'm happy. Last time I qualified for a major was Atlanta. Last LAN I played was Reload. Before that was Boston Invite. So I've been away from international events for quite some time, and I'm happy to be back.
Speaking about this for you, Dias, I was just thinking that, looking at your stats from Kickoff, and I was thinking it feels like when you were on Liquid, you were already one of the standout players alongside Maya statistically, despite being on the back line. I feel like with this new roster, though, you reach a whole new level where one that I did not see on OXG. I just feel like you keep on progressing. Do you feel like in this roster specifically, you can really thrive in the role you're in? Because I feel like I've never seen you that consistent with the roster.
Yeah, the roster plays a big part in it. I feel like every roster I played for, I improved a little bit. And this one by far is the one I've improved the most. But mainly, I feel like the main thing was coming to Brazil. The level here is just on another level. Every team here is good. The scrims are very good. And it just forces you to improve, And when you have nasty teammates surrounding you, a crazy staff, just a perfect environment, it's almost impossible to not improve and succeed.
Speaking of that competition in Brazil, like I was feeling the same thing, and I was like, you guys just got like 5 different rosters only a few weeks ago to build this project. You had to wait till after SI basically to rebuild everything, and in the most competitive region in the world, you get at least guaranteed top 2 of SAL when teams like FaZe, like the former Furia roster, now Team Liquid, like Fluxo W7M now that you've sent to the lower bracket, all 3 of these teams who have been together for much longer than you guys are sent to the lower bracket and will be lower seed than you guys.
did you expect that? How do you explain that you managed to get there in just a couple of weeks compared to these teams?
Yeah, I definitely did expect that. Before our first practice, I knew that we were gonna do good. You know, it's impossible to not do good with the lineup, with all these names, and our practice is perfect. Everyone is good in their roles. Like I don't know, it's almost impossible to not succeed in this roster.
Well, DS, you're talking about the kind of the success of the roster, but I feel like with every team, there's always the one person on it that is the glue that keeps everybody together and keeps them motivated and set and focused on their goal. Who is that for you on Furia?
It definitely has to be our coach, Reduct. He's very good at being a leader, you know, inside and outside of the server. And all the personalities and game styles all like mesh very well. So, but glue would definitely Reduct. And then everyone plays their part in their own kind of way.
Makes a lot of sense. Reduct is, of course, a person that has been in and around the scene in Brazil for, 8 years at this point, since the very beginning of Brazilian Siege and its push internationally. So good to hear here. But DS, with your victory, like I said, you solidified Salt Lake City. You're going there. Anything you'd like to say to the Furia fans and the DS fans out there rooting for you, the MVP of this matchup as well? And what do you like to say to NIP before your matchup against them?
I honestly didn't understand anything you said. Everything's freezing. But I think
I don't know. I'll repeat it for you. Can you hear us now? We can now.
No.
It's freezing.
You're gone. You're all robotic.
I would say just congratulations.
They call me a bot, but yeah.
Let's just
we'll leave it at that.
He has another match to play. He has another match to play.
Go rest up, DS. Go rest up. He's our MVP in the matchup. Go rest up, my friend. 114 APS, 19-3, MVP of the matchup. Great to see from DS, who's obviously told us a bit about his story and how he got to this point and the experience he's had all over the different rosters in the past, the events he's been to, and now Leo, he's adding yet another one. He's gone to more international events than you have.
Yeah, probably. I would not be surprised, to be honest. I mean, he competed for longer than I did, and honestly has been on better teams than I've ever been into, I think. I mean, he's a better player overall. Not there to compare myself to him. I think the growth from the player that we saw start in NA to where he's been here in Brazil is actually impressive. Because I thought that he was a standout player in NA, but he was amongst the top few teams and did not really was not that superstar player in NA, right? I think when he reached Liquid, he started really being seen as that layer of backline that is always so consistent alongside Maya, even in a roster that did not work well. And I think that now with Furia, around all of Kickoff, he's been the most consistent player alongside Ropes, but on very different roles. Like he plays most of the flex support ones. So if you need a balance between a team that is overly aggressive and inconsistent results, then you need a backline that can pull rounds off when they've lost the man advantage. Because your entry line is going to take risk. You need the backline to be good enough to be able to save rounds. And I think that's why I think he really shines in his roster. I think overall, he's also in a position where he knows he needs to frag at some point because there will be at a man disadvantage, and he does it consistently.
Leo, you broke our stats. The scoreboard is dead just because of how exciting. Well, Megamind, thank you very much for our first two matchups, and our night is not done yet. I'd like to take a look at our bracket, I guess the second to last time of today, because unlike the usual that we have here. What? You're not going to break
the bracket?
No.
Okay.
No, you're not. You know who already broke the bracket? It's our two finalists, NIP and Furia, because look at what's happening in the semis. Fluxo W7M, Team Liquid Alienware, FaZe Clan, and Los. All four of the teams, but really the first three. Only two of them are going to make it to Salt Lake City, and only one of them is going to play in Phase 2. The other one is going to have to trudge through the swamp of Phase 1 before qualifying to the actual, group stage that leads you into the main event. That is insane Leo. SAL always finding ways to top itself from stage to stage.
Yeah, and that I think is another statement of just how good this region is. You know, they have so much talent that if you put them all together in 5 different rosters, like the roster Mania created, then you get an opportunity where I stated at the beginning. I said there's only 4 spots for the major for SAL. Yet you have NIP, Team Liquid, Furia, Fluxo WCNM, and FaZe. One of them will have to miss it. And the problem is with the fact that Fluxo WCNM defeated FaZe, we're now in a scenario where either Team Liquid, either FaZe is going to miss it. And these two were not, well, they were amongst probably the first and second seed of SAL in everyone's mind.
Yeah.
And that will be a huge, huge disappointment to whoever doesn't make it. On one side, 2-time SI Hammers, SI champions. Another one, Furia, the one team that had the biggest after FaZe. One of these two, the streak stops here.
Well, if anything, you might thinking, because a fan that doesn't really get to watch SAL that often, you think maybe the best opportunity for NAL and EML to really telling you it is not getting easier with NIP and Furia qualifying, not with the quality of games that we've seen out of that. Anything that just promises that Salt Lake City a super fun major to win. We're not even done with teams from SAL or from NAL, from CNL and APL. So cannot wait to see the final results will be. Make sure you're grabbing your tickets if especially you're in North America and would like to be part of Siege history. But Leo, we just had 2 teams that just played their game. So we're going to give them a little break. And when we get back, so we're going to be like around 40 or so minutes. When we get back, we'll prepare you for the pre-match, the grand final of SAL's upper bracket story. Furia versus Ninjas in Pajamas after the break.
Elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAL. A quick break was needed to reset before we go into our final match, our grand final, that is here in the upper bracket. It's NIP versus Furia. If you told us at the beginning of Kickoff, or even at the invitation, that this would be our final, Leo, I don't think there are many people that would believe at least the NIP part. Furia was a very different beast back then. Now, with a completely revamped Furia, they're doing great. NIP, they're doing great. And FaZe and Team Liquid Alienware, they're in a local bracket playing tomorrow. It's a hell of a situation that we find ourselves in.
That's what happened when you put the most competitive region in the world into a massive roster mania and somehow 5 super teams come out of it and you only have 4 spots for a major. You arrive in a situation where, you know what, both Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe Clan are in the lower bracket, and we're ending up with this upper final that was, to a certain degree, unexpected. A team that was made of 5 players that went from 5 different rosters has managed to do a better job as some of the most consistent teams in the world. Welcome to SAL. This is Siege Esports.
You all right?
I'm all right. I feel great. I feel amazing right now.
I'm happy to hear. You know, we should always be wanting good things for our friends, and this makes me really happy. Leo, NIP versus Furia is a big matchup. And we have to talk about Furia. We'll provide to all the new coming viewers the context of what happened in the matchup prior to this one. Furia played Fluxo W7M. They looked very good despite how tough the game was. Furia, on the individual levels, on the teamwork, on the strategy, knowing how to isolate individual players on roam when they're on the attack, knowing what operators to bring to really condense all that defense into specific spots and then completely put them off. It was beautiful. W7M certainly gets lost. Kudos to Paulo on that. But it was not enough.
Yeah, honestly, if you look at Furia, I think you have a core that basically creates the core playstyle, and that is Hertz, and alongside him, you put Loira and you put Volps. And in that scenario, you have 3 of the most aggressive players in the world, creating the most relentless, chaotic playstyles you could think of. Now, many things we think that, or many people would have thought that that would be the only label to that team, the only playstyle they would be able to play. And I think they've proved everyone wrong. Like we said, just a few rounds before, in the match before that they just played, there is more to that team. There is more to that team with the backline supported by Diaz, by Boxzera playing the shields, by a team that is able to play fundamentals really well. It's a team that is somewhat complete. And like Diaz said, as soon as I saw the team on paper, I knew we were going to perform even before starting the scrims. And I think so far they've proved it. On the other side, we're looking at NIP. NIP who's been consistent throughout the whole year, who've, they had waited 1.5 years to go back to an international tournament. They had a really back deep after winning Invitational. They were struggling to really make it back to the top international level. And they found their solution last year. However, they did not perform like they wanted to. No semi-final, no grand final for these guys, and it was just not enough. And like Pino said in his interview, he feels like with that team, with Bassetto as the lead now, after Khan's departure, they feel like they're ready for another year of not only making every international event, but this time actually going further and for all their fans, maybe attending a new grand final. And I think they would start today by storming things and winning SAL. That is such a strong statement to go into the major and doing so by being the best team out of the best region.
Fantasy putting up numbers alongside Wizard. Hates has been kind of this underground pick that we're seeing really rise in the right moments and actually snatch MVP positions quite often, more often than one would even think. And one person that Pino specifically talked about in multiple interviews, but especially our last one that we had, Bassetto, is really playing it up here on the team and providing a lot of backline support to give this team successful rounds and really help them achieve those spots.
Yeah, he's the one that replaced Cons, and I think he proved today, especially, that he could not only play the shields and lead his team in a different way than Cons did, but also top the charts, because he was, for the first time ever, the best rated player on one of the maps in that BO3, and I think one of the staple players that made them win their game against a very tough opponent. I mean, it's no small feat, to literally send Team Liquid and Alienware to the lower bracket.
And you count on top of it that Veto entering in this position, NIP being, I guess, having this breath of fresh air put back into them, getting to the grand final position that they're already qualified to Salt Lake City, right? That applies in the same way to their opponents in Furia. But winning here puts you as number one, the top dog that everybody's going to look at in SAL. SI points aplenty. Cash money at the end of it, and a higher seed going into Salt Lake City. That is really big, and I would say the most important part would be the morale, the momentum, and the bragging rights. They can say, hey, you underestimated us for so long, and look at us now.
The main thing has to be the SI points, though. Like, it has to be that. Like, I mean, if you're top two right now, if you lose this, you've got 175 SI points. If you win 240, that is massive. That is way too much math for me. 25 plus 40. 65 SI points. I'm able to do that math. Woo! 65 wow. SI points that you win more than the second one. So, very important one. And then also $4,000 more than top two. Looking at this, I'm very interested to look at the maps. I think that both of these teams have unveiled a lot of things. I think for Furia especially, they were going through SAL with such a massive advantage because they were a brand new team. No one really knew what their map pool was. They've been able to abuse it as much as possible. We saw it today on Fortress, for example. So kind of interested to see, Milos, where we're headed at right now.
Yeah, let's bring on the map, Vito. Why not? And we'll see what we get out of this one here. What do we have for this BO3? Chalet, Consulate, Nighthaven, and Club. Removed Bank is going to be the first. And Fortress. Wait. We're getting some repeats here. And we go to Border. Okay. I know it's past midnight for myself. And my wife is probably going to hate me for saying this.
Mao
But but I hope to God that we see Border in this series.
And we see it, Milosh, we see it. And that will be, honestly, if we go all the way through, it will be a banger of a map. But before that, we have to go through Bank, we have to go through Fortress. Two maps that we saw today. Bank, we've not seen it played by Furia yet. A brand new team, like I said, they will be able to surprise. However, it was a map that Herds love to play. But yeah, like we said, it is a map that they've banned a lot so far, so pretty low priority. However, we did see an IP a bit lost on it during the playoffs. They were really confident on it. Not a big surprise to see them pick it. Fortress, we've just seen it played today on by an IP as well, if I'm not mistaken. And Loud also won it 7-5 during the playoffs. Oh, Furia won it against Loud.
They won it in 7-5. That close matchup. 7-5 between them.
And then if we go to Border, honestly, it will be a barn burner because you have such big fraggers on both sides. I just want to see Fantasy play against Herds. I think in terms of explosiveness and aggression, I think we'll reach something that is really cool.
This is a proper test for both of these lineups. We already said it ahead of the semifinals of the upper bracket. This final here is going to be studied very, very closely by every team that's going into Salt Lake City, preparing for these two monsters once they get to the major. But we're here, we're chatting about what maps we can get. I want to say hi in chat to our casters for today, please, on our grand final. It's Lynx and Intero. Lynx, welcome back. Intero, hey, welcome to SAL, my friend. How you doing?
Thanks. I picked a great day for Leo to be high energy, it would seem. I enjoyed the Borat reference. I was supposed to work SAL weeks ago, but Emmy had like I don't know, something. So now here I am, and I get to work with Lynx again, which is always delightful. So it should be a good day, and we got a grand final. Well, the upper bracket final to go through, I suppose.
That is the grand final.
Technically speaking, it counts as a grand final. I mean, like, it's, it's the two, like, based on the leaderboards, like the best teams, they're not going to the lower bracket after this. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's like, it's a grand final. We can ignore the labels.
I mean, I'm sorry, it says upper bracket finals, not grand finals. So I think
Oh, I'm
technically
sorry.
I'm correct,
I didn't know we were being,
the best
like,
kind
strict.
of correct. Actually.
Why did we put them two together?
We have the lawyer and the pedant. How do you say it?
That's called a
Someone
lawyer. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
You said the
Technically,
same
Lynx
thing.
is not a lawyer yet.
That is true.
Will be
I have a whole
at
2
some
years.
point. A whole 2 years. Well, look, great. Look, both of you have guitars. Only one of you has a cat. So I'm giving this over to Did you just change classes?
No.
You gaslighting me. Anyways,
it's Magic
okay.
Man.
Well, Magic Man, what do you think of this here going into it? Were you expecting NIP Furia with all the roster changes and all to be the grand final of the region if you were just looking at Kickoff without any context of matches?
I mean, in all seriousness, Nip, no. Furia, sure. I think that the Furia team on paper is quite scary, and I think that their potential is very, very high. I mean, the one thing you will see from the Flux of W7M game, particularly the Fortress game, is that there's ample mistakes that both of these teams are going to commit, right? And it's all about punishing that. I think Nip maintained and kept their core identity. They look like they're a little bit better. They had a great run through stage 2 last year, if you recall. But I think for Furia, I think the potential is still even higher than what we've seen them achieve so far. I could have seen them making the grand final. I'm a little surprised that FaZe isn't there. And a little surprised that Team Liquid Alienware isn't there. But I mean, we'll see them in action tomorrow. Those two teams in particular, so.
That's going to be a sick game, and well, that might be a grand final quality on its own. However, we have our grand final right here. Two have earned their positions. We start off with our first map on Bank, Furia, NIP. Time to cash it in. Intero and Lynx. Have fun.
Oh, thank you so very much. Lynx will be joining me to do some color commentary. It's actually been quite a while since we last worked together. I think we worked Brazil together last time. I can't remember the last time we actually did cast together, but this one will be good. Bank is a great map for Brazil. These are some strong teams, and I expect to see some fireworks here.
Well, and not only is it a great map for Brazil, I think it's just a great map in general. One of my personal favorite maps in the whole pool. I don't know if it's like #1. I think that might go to Chalet, but I love Bank in general, but I agree that I think for Brazil in particular, this is a really, really, really strong map. Of course, we saw NIP play earlier, and it was exceptionally good quality. It was an 8-6 victory for NIP against Team Liquid Alienware in the map that I still think is probably the most impactful of the day, necessitating a Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe match in the lower bracket. But at least for now, with our 2 qualified teams to the Salt Lake City Major, we'll have a redo of Bank for one of them. Starting off on the first site, we will have a defense of basement, as is typically the case, and a bit of an extension into the open area position, as you can see. A bit of a looser setup. This will not surprise anybody who's been paying attention to NIP today. Fancy on that visual is going to be the player who usually will go for any kind of solo roam. He's got a bit of a fortress he can fall back to. Maybe not necessarily in terms of, strong utility like castle barricades, but a bit of a looser setup, and he's dead because he hopped out of the map at the start. So I'm just going to hand it over to you.
I mean, everybody knows that the best way to use a vigil ability is to hop off the top rope and engage it outside the building.
I've always said that.
You've said that so many times. I want to say that you are a trendsetter. You are always ahead of the curve.
I really am quite something. What can I say?
Well, you really are quite something, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a compliment.
Well, I like to think so. I mean, if Josh Lyman says something, it's got to be positive.
Debilitating start for Fantasy. Nip's identity, adding Basetto to this roster, has changed things around quite a bit, and it's also made them a little bit less reliant on Fantasy. I recall the stat that we brought up frequently from SI and the competing matches before that was that so goes Fantasy, so goes this Nip team. If Fantasy dies early, usually this team's chances are in the mud. This Nip is a bit more well-rounded this time. You see guys like Hates putting in better performances. Pino's even had some better numbers than we're used to. So they will have their hands full against a Furia team that is banging on all cylinders. They'll trade things back with Pino gunning down Loira with half the round to go. We're at a 4v4.
Not just trying to probe for some more control around the garage position, but given that DS Lucas is on such low HP, he's going to have to be careful how hard he presses that advantage. It'll be Volpus with the next kill. 4v3 acquired for Furia. And especially good timing to use that Soliton scanner. You've got pretty much most of the defenders forced back towards the site. So if you're on the same level as it, you're going to be able to figure out a lot of these late round positions that odds are NIP simply do not have the bandwidth or the time to move outside of. And even then, you still have a minute to reset, find these drones. We've got 3 nades and 2 flashbangs for Furia as well. Only issue I could see is with the lack of smokes, there's going to be a lot of difficulty getting that glass properly activated to like look through an angle, and with Wizard getting aggressive like that, seems like NMP still has some fight left in him.
I mean, you're right, looking through an angle. That's a hell of a shot from Wizard. Furia will regain the lead. They gunned down Fantasy much earlier on, and then these teams drawing blows. I believe Furia in a 3v2, and there was good patience from Hates that we saw as he was watching the cross into the bomb site. Had to reposition, as has Basetto. 2 smoke canisters in pocket for Basetto as well, so we can blanket whatever entry point. Hates actually hasn't moved, Lynx, still holding in the same position, watching over towards stairs and watching over towards garage. Furia all the while will go for a plan in the back of the site. Hates gets down, so Basetto will have to do it all himself. They managed to pull off the plant right in front of Basetto's very eyes, and he will have no choice but to get Hates up. All right, I like what they're cooking here. 30 seconds left on that defuse kit. Volps and Herds are both hurt. It'll allow Basetto to take from upstairs. Just got to make sure they play this clock so effectively. Can't cook the nade, so you just keep it in hand. Nip struggling on this clock. There goes Basetto. Watch from Volps. Good coverage from Furia. Hates back from the dead. He's still got time against the soft wall. He'll attempt it.
Aww.
Boink. Herds will get the final kill, and Furia takes the round.
Gotta give a lot of credit to DS Lucas there. And I mean, talk about I said that you gotta be careful not to press that advantage too far because of the low HP. And if there's a player you want to make the cautious decision, it's gotta be DS Lucas out of everybody in this lobby. Probably one of the most patient players I think we generally see in the SAL. And when he was in North America, he had a similar reputation. The downside of that, you can often find yourselves in unwinnable 1v3 and 1v4 positions. But in cases like that, when you want somebody just to passively hold an angle and more so focus on the passive pressure applied rather than actively taking any fights, that's the exact kind of position that DS Lucas thrives in and that he's really good at calculating in. And obviously in that round, as you saw, not only does he get the first pick, but once the smokes fall back, he understands that the best position is to kind of hold passive and firm. And while he ended up losing that fight to Hates, I think you have to understand that even though he might not have gotten a lot of kills, the fact that that garage angle was such a constant threat makes the defense a lot more hesitant to move and forces them to take a fight in the process. And as you can see, Hates got softened up enough that Basetto had to take time to go revive him. It affected the retake in the late round, and it was a lot of work done just by DS Lucas holding one position.
There was some finger pointing at Diaz Lucas when he was picked up by this Furious squad because, well, he was a good player in North America, and he was fine on Team Liquid before they were known as Team Liquid Alienware, of course. But I do think there was some commentary about what he could provide for this roster, given some of the heavy hitters. Everybody knows Volps, everybody knows Herds. You know, you see a guy like Loira and what he was able to accomplish on that G2 roster. Even before he went across to Europe, people were saying Diaz Lucas might be the odd man out here. So it's good to see him being able to compete with some real heavyweights. Fantasy now finding himself in familiar territory as we're 30 seconds into this second round. This was the window that, if you recall, he jumped out of in the previous round and died almost immediately. He watched as some of those barricades went in front of him and was prepped a nitro cell, just in case this Furia team decided to get a bit aggressive, but they will hold right now a little bit patient on the window rappel looking into this top floor bomb site.
Oh, I mean, doesn't get more standard of pre-fire than that. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, though, and all things considered, probably one that actually favors NIP. Basetto's already placed a lot of his HP, and you're not really relying on him to be a heavy hitter. But not only is Herds one of the main players you want to open up, lurks or gaps and exploit them, he also is bringing those 5 Grimbees, very active utility, kind of an odd position to see Herds in. Normally we see him on operators like IQ, where the utility's a bit more passive, not necessarily as super impactful execute utility. So that 1-for-1 trade, it's a nice pre-fire from Furia, but it probably ends up cutting against them because the player and the utility lost. They still have the Ying, and the glass can see through those smokes, but not having that trifecta, especially the intel gathering capabilities of Herds, will be a bit of a problem. And as they look to gear up for their push in through square, a lot will need to come down to these smokes and these Candelas, but specifically these smokes to get DS activated.
Oh, there goes another one from Furia. Nip, full court press now towards that skylight stairwell part of this map. Hates is looking for some more. Now Diaz taking some damage, and he's been dropped in the midst of his own smoke. Furia coming up almost empty-handed. If it wasn't for that Basetto kill earlier, This would be a devastating round for Furia. Still salvageable, though not a ton of time for them to work with. The perks of having Basetto dead is that he gets to watch all of the cameras that Nip has strewn about this map. In particular, those yokai drones. Good patience by Lura as Fantasy gets a bit too aggressive. He's gunned down. There's very limited time with now for this Furia squad to work with. They don't have any hard destruction, so they're just going to have to go through what soft destruction has been done using what limited gadgetry they have at their disposal, Candelas, to go out. And now Loira will follow in that death mark. Furia sweeping through this site. It's all up to Pino in a 1v3. Things were looking mighty good for Nip. Pino finds one, turns towards the other, but Diaz, who was involved earlier, downed, but still not dead, picked up to be the savior for Furia.
That's the name of your podcast, right? Down but still not dead?
That is spot on. You are so good. How do you do this?
So the thing that I really loved in that round that Furia did, obviously you have the initial loss and a bit of a missed round down in archives. You know, those things happen, but it's definitely something that Furia will want to keep an eye on, making sure that, ironic considering who I'm talking about, that the defense doesn't end up finding a gap and hitting a flank, something Furia are quite well known for on their defensive side. But as they get that 3v3 with Fancy potentially getting a little too aggressive, as, I mean, he would have known the attack was in square, maybe just betting that they were already committing to the janitor push, and fortunately the timing doesn't go his way. You still see Furia take that time to reset and fully use all of their utility. You can see a more inexperienced team maybe getting a bit disconnected, not making full use of the Candelas or the Glass, but no, Furia pause in the 3v3, use all of that, and also activate the Deimos by pushing him up vending machine to get a completely different angle of the situation. So just a really well thought out late round that came together really fast.
There is a reason why Furia made it to the finals. Same with Nip. Let's not count them out by any stretch of the imagination. But I mean, both of these teams are here for good reason, and we expect them to show off their dominance. Furia's ability to pivot after what looked like a devastating round, so you so succinctly just put into words there, is exactly why this team could very easily top SAL. And let's not kid ourselves. I know that we trip over ourselves all the time to say, oh, you know, SAL is the most competitive region. It's the most, it's the strongest region, if we want to be completely honest. Sorry?
I said you're tripping right now.
You disagree? You think that there's a better region than SAL?
No, I was just trying to make a joke.
Trying to make a joke, weren't you?
Just trying to make. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, Boxera's gonna laugh at that Nitro Cell. Give him a little bit of tickle.
That was funny. See, because he didn't die. He only got tickled a little bit.
Nitro Cell came out the window, just a little bit of damage, not too much.
Too much. Not a whole lot to write home about. But to your point, there was a lot of talk that people talk about SEL being the best team in the region, but I think given what we've seen in the finals so far, I mean, at least based off these first 3 rounds, Furia is certainly making a good run at the best in the league title. 2 in a row, and Moira might just have a good angle on the site itself. Oh. Cuts Wizard's head clean off inside of the small office, and what do you know? That's the site.
Basetto surviving by a hair, finished off by Herds from above, and now Moira has control. Pino finds himself on an island. Half of the round is still to go. Nip don't want to be too static inside of this map. That's why you see them being really aggressive on the windows. 2 rounds for Fantasy. Hates upstairs was quite aggressive as well, and now it really falls onto these anchor players, because if you don't succeed from those first few outbursts and you trade off, then your anchor players, your support players, on-site players, they're going to be feeling it. Pino felt it in the previous round, in familiar territory, same result, dies at the hands of Furia yet again. And the Panthers, man, they look indomitable so far here on Bank.
And again, when you have these late round moments when Furia have a very clear advantage in terms of man count, utility, map control, everything, they're not throwing them away. It's a small detail to praise, just like converting a 2v1 when you've got like 4 Candelas in your pocket. But it's a moment in which they're not letting the small things go unnoticed. Again, you could easily see the player in cafeteria moving too quickly, because for a brief moment there, as Pino was rotating behind the cubicle, you saw that player face check, and that, for the briefest moment, was a 1v1 that likely could not have been traded. But Furia instead reset, pause, and make use of all of their remaining utility to win a round that was basically already probably gonna go their way anyway. And that's just really good to see. For 3 rounds in a row, their attacks and their calling have looked really clean. They've been very well coordinated and not leaving anything unnoticed. And I think you have no choice at that point to take a tactical timeout if you're NIP, and also you're down 3-0.
Obviously not an ideal place for you to be on your own map, starting, of course, on defense of Bank. Bank is a bit of a weird one, right? Long considered a relatively friendly territory for the attackers because of how open it is. And if you can pull off a successful entry and your drone work and communication are top tier, then you can easily isolate any lone roamers playing on this map. And as you've seen from NIP, they've deployed Fantasy and a few times Hates, depending on the site, largely by themselves. And with limited support, if you're playing up against a well-coordinated team with tons of intel, you might not be long for this earth. We seem to oscillate, Links, between whether you go real shield heavy and you bring a lot of that cheese, or whether you go real intel heavy, right? You get your Deimos, you get your Solid Snake, you get your Dokkaebis, you get your Lions on the board. Well, so far it's been intel for Furia. We've seen an awful lot of Solid Snake. We've seen Deimos be played, and information is incredibly important. When you back it up with a Ying or a Glass, that information almost always leads to somebody's untimely death, whether it be Boxera on that Ying, whether it was Diaz on the Glass for 2 rounds. You can use those very effectively. And NIP, I don't know if they have an answer, right? Whether they're expecting shields, whether they're expecting intel, they are playing too solo. They're getting picked off. And now they're in a hole and had to burn a timeout very early.
Well, I think you could see the adjustment by NIP here. I mean, I don't know what he just got hit by. I think it was a DMR shot from Fancy. That is unfortunate to start. But I think the pivot you see NIP making is they won't necessarily be all starting on the site, because you generally want to have a little bit of presence in open area within the first minute. As you can see that right now, as there are, I believe, 1 player tucked already close to the hatch, and I think 2 others closer to elevator. If you're not trying to let this even slight bit of aggression go unpunished, will force them back immediately. You've still got this double stack inside of elevator at the moment. And even somebody else on marble stairs as well. It'll spot 2 of them, but the third will go unnoticed. And obviously the defense will make note of that fact, that maybe one of them has slipped beyond the radar.
What did I say about bringing cheese?
Well, it's.
What do you think? How long do you think Fantasy lives for here?
That long.
You are so good at your job.
I really am, you know. Oh, speaking of good at your
job.
But
what did I say, right? About these solo roams. They're playing without much help. And I have to imagine that Fantasy was hoping to get his way out of that position, to drop down the hatch into the waiting arms of Hates. But what you've now found is 2 of your best fraggers are now gone. You have gained nothing. You didn't even really waste that much time. All told, really effective entry for Furia.
It's a very effective Furia entry, but I also think it's important to note it wasn't necessarily a solo roam as much as it was, I think, just a little bit of an overcommitment to the roam generally. I think they expected Furia to maybe not catch the player prone, and that way you'd have somebody baiting in the fight, and that way the shotgun could get the kill. But Furia are clearly playing very patiently. We've seen that with the way they're converting these late rounds. We've seen the fact that they're still running the Solid Snake. I think NIP just thought maybe they could cheese a team that so far through 3 rounds has proven that they are being exceptionally thorough. And for a player on blue stairs in the 3v5, I think they're going to treat him the same way.
You're spot on here. By Basetto, lots of ones on the board, 4 kills from this NIP team. They're sputtering in strategy. They're sputtering on offense. They'll try to waste some time now popping those Goyo canisters. And honestly, with 50 seconds left, you'll be able to slow down the juggernaut that is this Furia offense. But I mean, the only real damage that was done was to the Blackbeard much earlier in the round. You'll have to wait through the flames and the gas, as you've still got those 2 anchor operators buying you more time. This is a full-in execute, though, onto that server. So if you're Pino, you have to rotate. There he goes. He heard that somebody dropped an easy pick, but he's all by himself. Yet again, Pino last alive. 3 rounds in a row, all 3 with the exact same conclusion. Furia keeping his body warm. 4-0. That timeout not paying off. And dare I say it, that was one of the more dominant rounds we've seen so far from Furia.
Absolutely, and arguably one of the more impressive ones in my opinion, because as we were looking with 30 seconds left, it was a 2v5, but based on the utility we had, it was actually very close. You had 3 toxic canisters going in with about 35 seconds remaining. You still had Vulcan packs on the server doors. Those are normally cleared way before then, but there was no Twitch. There were not a whole lot of nades either left for the site or not a whole nades brought, period, so that Furia could actually clear them. So even though it was a 2v5, you had some of the most powerful utility to burn out, very little time remaining. But Furia just looks so sharp right now in the way that they're calculating, because what do? They see all the smoke, they see the Vulcan packs, And immediately they pivot to with somebody dropping down gold, people flooding down the main stairs, going down elevator, and hitting the remaining 2 NIP players from all sides. They immediately realized the situation and reacted and pivoted within about 10 seconds. That is clear enough evidence that Furia are really critically and actively engaging with the situations in front of them and are just not letting up off the gas.
See, teams, especially teams that feel a little bit cocky and confident. And let's not kid ourselves. Any team that Volps and Herds is on will have a level of swagger that maybe sometimes betrays them. We saw it on some of those older teams, whether it be the old Team Liquid roster, whether it be the old W7M roster that Volps was on. You saw it with Herds, whether he was on W7M or Furia. Sometimes these guys get a little too cocky, right? They get a little too ahead of themselves. What we've seen from this Furia team, even with the mistakes that they did commit in their previous matchup against Fluxo W7M, this Furia team seems a little bit more composed and really more business-like and not so much as vibes-based. And I mean, it's working out very effectively. Good patience from them. They're finding their frags. They realize what's at stake. You know, they've qualified for the Salt Lake City Major. You want to be the best in Brazil? All right, here's your chance. You got to knock out NIP. And so far, on NIP's map, a 4-0 start is pretty damn good. All things so far for Furia going according to plan.
Completely agree with that. I also like this role swap we see on the attacking side. You don't have Herds bringing the Grim anymore. Instead, he's going to the Snake. I think that lends a lot more to his playstyle, a lot more of what he likes to do on the attacking side, especially if this gets to the late round and the defense is focused on fending off a square push, setting him up something like Marble could be really good. Though, ironic or coincidentally, I guess, the Grim will still be the first to go down, despite him changing positions. Though this time, Bugzera used all of that utility, though unfortunately not acquiring a whole lot with it. There are some new angles opened by the Furia attack, getting direct lines of sight onto both the CEO positions and the broader 2 sites as a whole. But they still are lacking that immediate way in. NIP can play a bit aggressive in this position. They've got the castle barricade for support. They've got these long angles. Hertz ready for the cutoff. That's all well and good, but the broader site structure is still not disrupted. That kill, though, that changes things. With Checkers now completely gone, DS can contemplate and maybe even realize a flank-up spiral.
Grim position to be in now for this NIP squad. Still have some ability to buy time with those castle barricades up and all the gas canisters in pocket for Besetto. That'll certainly help as well. 45 seconds left, 3 gas canisters. You say 15-ish seconds on each canister. That's not bad, though. I suppose Besetto won't be using them all in the same direction. Ooh. Nice read from Diaz. He's been getting these freebies. Lynx and almost has another now looking over towards Conference. Smoke getting targeted. Diaz has a blind spot to his right, hearing at the last second. Wow. Not a lot of ammo in that Type 89, but you only need a few bullets to kill somebody in this game. Besetto dies at the hands of Herds. Hey, at least it wasn't Pino, the last to die. Still same result. Furia continues rolling, and they are speed running NIP's map 5-0.
Not to state the obvious, but this isn't even close right now. This is not even a competition. Obviously, 5-0, that's very obvious.
Could have fooled me.
I know, right? Who could believe it? But with what Diaz was capable of on that lurk is frankly ridiculous. Sure, sometimes you're in the Checkers position, you're taking a long angle, you're going to forget that somebody might be on the main lobby rappel. Sure, okay, that happens. It was a particularly nice kill from Diaz. But really, when you see somebody walking up the spiral side like that, I mean, doesn't even see the drone, Diaz barely even had to try on that lurk. He got all the information he wanted for free. NIP were giving opening after opening, and a lot of it unintentional, just unaware of either the player's position or, in the second case, the intel. The fact that Diaz was able to get away with so much is frankly incredible, and very real possibility of a 6-0 start to, and I just want to make sure we're all clear on this, NIP's pick that they won earlier against Team Liquid Alienware and sent them to the lower bracket could be a flawless half to start for the opposing team.
I know that it's the upper bracket finals, but for people watching this, obviously the grand finals. You don't want to get blown out in the grand finals. NIP has had some problems in these tougher matches, though, over the last year. This is something that has plagued this organization. I mean, Team Liquid Alienware has the same problems, and I actually can't believe they ended up losing their best of 3 earlier. I was like, man, is this organization cursed? It's Salt Lake City, though, if you're in this match, so congratulations to NIP. Leo really did outline the stakes in the analyst desk about the money and the SI points and all that jazz and how much they matter to a team like NIP. But you're not going to make it into this match and just give up. So you can't really say, oh, they don't really care. It's just the, the upper bracket finals. No, this is just Furia taking full advantage of NIP's weaknesses. NIP does get the leadoff pick, though, so that's excellent. 1 minute off of the board, and Volps is gone. Very different from when Volps was on that Blackbeard, and you saw the damage that he did, getting 2 kills and cracking the round wide open. Now, you got no blitz to contend with. Furia is actually much weaker now because of this.
Not having the main force of the attacking side, no opportunities for a trade either because of how conservative NIP are playing. And I mean, if you want to track the trajectory of their defenses or their basement defenses over the course of this half, it's been a story of defending less and less space as these rounds have gone on. The first one, we got people hopping out of CEO. The second one, we got 1 guy on the open area hatch, but 2 in the elevator. This time, we're cating everything. We're sitting on the bottom floor. We're playing Tachanka, Vulcan packs, smoke canisters. They are leaning fully into one style of play, and it's working out so far. Obviously, Volps died, but that's not necessarily part of that strategy. The actual part we're seeing is the fact that Fury are just now getting these hatches open and destroying some of these Vulcan packs with a minute remaining. They have a Twitch this time, so they can do it a lot earlier, and, well, I think just do it a lot more than they even were able to before. But they might need to start adding another dimension, and that's why you start seeing this focus on the garage side. Wizard needs to go big here if he's going to halt this push.
Well, he's got his hands full now. There's some smoke to obscure him, but guess what? There's no glass on the board. Instead, he'll just play instinctively through the information he had. No real follow-up, no help whatsoever. Tries to do it all himself. Gets punished for it, and Furia levels the man count with 35 seconds left. Good time for the fire to go out. Basetto refusing to allow Herds in, right into the waiting arms of Hates. He will go. NIP with an advantage, and it will continue to grow. The best look we've seen from NIP this entire first half, and it comes in round 6. Yeehaw. It's all up to Diaz now to clutch out a 1v3. It won't happen. NIP gets on the board. A 5-1 half for Furia is about as good as you could hope for. Really, really damning position for NIP for the remainder of this map.
Yeah, really, really rough position for NIP at the moment. I mean, obviously going down 5-1 isn't great, but I'm sure the desk has a lot to say, but I feel like Furia laughing after losing a round says it all.
Yeah, exactly. We got smiles. Loira is all over the place. He's happy with this. Leo, running away with this half 5-1 on the attack is a great result for Furia. It seems like they're just keeping up that energy from having just played a game and isolating, picking off everybody from NIP. What's happening?
Yeah, it's one of the teams with the most momentum-driven playstyles. I feel like I just feel like watching Twisted Minds beating Falcons all over again yesterday in the AML after just having played a BO3, just continuing, keeping the same momentum. These guys are hyped, they're warmed up, they're ready to take on another team. And you can see it in the way they play. I mean, it's the same things over and over again, the same playstyle, the abuse of the solid state to try and find some opportunities. They're spread around the map, most of the time completely split. If one finds a gap, then everyone collapses. And if we take an example to round 3, it's exactly this. You've got these first exchanges of firepower here at the top floor, and then Loira uses that as a bait. He scans with his solid snake, finds an opportunity on one of the anchor, slams these guys down all the way as he's dropping, and then the guys up top, they use this. They know that one is down, one just dropped on open space, everyone can get aggressive onto the bomb site. And at this point, it's a 3v1. Eventually, they lose one of the players to Pino, the first that got in, which was Loira, that's fine. And even then, that's when you see the experience on these players, the discipline here to just wait, regroup. Bugzira has utility. He can abuse the Ying so that guy is flashed. The Ascent is flashes as well. Let's make sure this guy is blind, and let's play 2v1. Now, that is what makes Furia so good right now. They're playing the same way as G2 is playing, for example. Very split, find the right opportunity. As soon as the gap is there, you seize it. And now, switching to the defense, it's even more of a playstyle they can play, to be honest. Because it's the one where they can just peel off, have 1 or 2 guys play aggressive. As soon as the man advantage is there, they will use the same discipline they showed here in attack in this 2v1 to just keep the man advantage and secure the rounds.
Really reminds me of that old school phase with that, I guess, start, stop, start kind of gameplay that they used to have. We'll see if NIP, though, can bring it back on the second half. The attacking side more favored on Bank. We'll leave it back to Lynx and Intero. Enjoy.
Appreciate the ability for analysts to weigh in during these half times that we have, and allows teams to also talk. I mean, for Furia, what more is there to say? They likely knew exactly how they would approach this defending half, whether they were in a hole or not. They find themselves in a great place. 5 rounds through that first attacking half. If you consider that usually the scoreline for both halves on Bank is 4-2, Furia just needs to basically wait it out. And if they can take this first round right here, they'll be in an excellent spot. There's no real momentum mechanics in Rainbow Six Siege. It's pretty much all just in your head. And I think you pointed it out perfectly, Lynx. The fact that Furia were all smiles and were giggling after the fact, I think that really tells you the whole story here. So this team in great spirits, looking to snipe Nip's map away from them in only 2 rounds. And this could be a very quick 2-0 shaping up if Furia keeps things up.
That's true, but I do think, it's important to apply some good context. If you, or the royal you, the viewer, which that's a specific, I don't care. So, earlier in the game against NIP and Team Liquid Alienware, NIP went down 2-4 on their defenses, but they were able to win 4-2 on their attacking side, and then, of course, close out the game in OT. So, NIP are no stranger, today of all days, to attackers' sided banks and being on the advantageous position in that situation. Now, of course, we'll have to see how that actually pans out as you see the bans that Furia have opted to put forth. One of the shields is immediately gone. That was something that NIP used quite a lot of on their attacks on Bank. A lot more of the blitzes and the Blackbeards. And this moment, actually 0 shields whatsoever in NIP's lineup. So we'll see if they're planning on changing things a little bit, as Ying was not a factor whatsoever in the earlier game against Team Liquid Alienware, and well, someone who was certainly a factor was Fancy. 20 kills on that Bank game against Team Liquid Alienware. Basically, one of the reasons they even won 8-6 in that nail-biter of a game.
And amazingly, I started off this matchup by talking about how for a long time it was the fantasy show and Hates as well. These are 2 of the lowest rated players on this NIP team coming into this matchup. So far more kills being spread around. Pino and Wizard in particular. Pino topping the charts from an EPS perspective, which is something you haven't seen from him in actually quite some time. Good to see him returning to form, and good to see NIP making these changes after picking up Veto. I know that losing Cons was a devastating position for them to be in. And at the offset, people were wondering if Veto was the answer. So far, looking mighty good. I mean, you don't make it to a grand finals in your region if you made a big mistake. So great changes for NIP here, and now Furia finds themselves in a hole with half the round to go.
Still quite heavily committing to a roam on the middle floor. We've got people roaming around Archives and Tellers very late into the game. One of them spotted, and you can see that NIP are prepared to pull the pieces away on this specific kind of defense. You've got Pino looking in later in the round. Hates also providing him support. Fancy is the initial gun in the face of it. I mean, you gotta admire the confidence from Furia, but if they were hoping to catch NIP off guard or thought their defenses were evidence of lethargic attacks, well, they made a very sorry mistake. Herds in a 1v4 down below on the site, actively tracked by the Deimos. Should be it, with a super shorty around the corner. Maybe finds one? Okay. Go get Fancy. That's all well and good. But at least for the... Well, in Parker, there are 2 of them on low HP.
I was going to say, Veto just got brought back from the dead. Pino and Veto are a single bullet away, but they see him before Herds can do any more damage. Far more winnable than a 1v3 would suggest. So kudos to Herds for playing that one so cool, especially with a super shorty in hand. You know how unreliable that gun can be. The walls were closing in on him, and no lethargy there whatsoever from NIP, as you pointed out. A very poignant entry for them. Very strong. Got map control quickly. Bravo. Furia still hanging on for the time being. No real concerns just yet. That bottom floor bomb site has been a fruitful position for the attackers on this Bank map. So now you go somewhere else. And where do you go? Middle floor. If NIP can keep up that pace, it does kind of concern me for Furia. This is a map that can go quite quick. And this bomb site in particular is prone to rushes, whether you go through that electrical wall, whether you hop in through the printer window, whether you immediately take control from above and have somebody drop hatch amidst candelas and smokes. There's a lot of tools here that the attackers can use. Right now, though, most of those tools are absent from NIP. This operator lineup, very intel heavy, and nope. I fear I spoke too soon because here comes the blitz and here comes the Ying.
Oh, no. I don't like where this is going. I'm very nervous. Blitz, Ying, and then Intel Ops. I mean, not only could this be like really good for a rush, the fact that you've got the information, I mean, you're not going to feel bad whatsoever about aborting a rush. Like, if you throw all those Candelas and you don't get anything for them, you've still got quite a lethal lineup to just do a normal full clear of the map and also just hunt for any gaps in the defensive setup with that Stalaton scanner. So I don't think we'll see a rush based on the positions at the moment. You see a lot of NIP gearing up for a full clear. That still makes this lineup really dangerous. I mean, the thought of Candelas flying in. There is a Warden. DS Lucas could really stunt a lot of that momentum depending on what position he's playing. This is a really scary lineup from NIP right now, and I think indicative of just the state that the attack is in at the moment. They have so many tools of so many different categories, and if they want to try to replicate some of the successes they had previously, using the Deimos and the Snake to isolate both Volps and Loira on these positions, well, it's actually neither of them. Fancy and then Basetto? I don't even know how Volps got... Did he just swing the window?
I mean, Volps was in this position, and Wizard knew that, right? He was prepped and ready for it, but Volps did not present himself through that rotate in the wall. Nip have completely tripped up. Volps now with 3 kills through this round. What is going on? Still in a very favorable position. Wizard is on a sliver of HP. Volps with a quadra kill at his fingertips. He won't get the ace though, as Loira is on the board, and Loira will actually get both. So a flawless round will give Furia map point on Nip's map.
I don't even know how that happened. Well, I mean, like, I have an idea how that happened, but like, I don't know how that happens. So what I believe occurred is that the Blitz with a gun behind him did something very normal, just to be clear. Runs in, I think, through the square double door and tries to put pressure on the player in janitors, which, again, is like a very normal thing to do. I don't know how they get so wrapped around that not only can Volps get an angle on the Blitz, but also the gun behind him and get the kill to the point where there's no trade whatsoever. I mean, it'd be one thing if, like, there was a trade and then, like, you know, Loira swings out from stock and it's a 4v3 favoring Furia. You know, that would be unfortunate, but that would at least be, like, I would say a logical consequence of those positions and where the defenders and the attackers were respectively. I don't even know how that went so well for Volps, but given the fact that he gets a double kill on the immediate square push and everyone else is stuck outside the building,
10 seconds left.
I don't really know what you do at that point. Furia just are not losing these rounds.
When you're getting mogged like that, I think you just die, and I think that's what happened with Nip.
Yeah, I don't even know what else.
Win them all.
I don't know what to do.
I mean, this has been a real drubbing, Lynx. It's just a fantastic map from Furia so far. Nip not able to win their ones. Furia picking them apart, doubling up on the entry, using great tools when they were on attack, be it the shields or the intel or both in conjunction with one another. Oh my goodness, Fantasy! How do you win that engagement? Earth should have walked away with a clean kill. He loses his head. Fantasy cracks this open. All right, Nip, I see you.
I mean, you know NIP's taking it seriously, because that was absolutely all chat worthy right there. I mean, the fact that Fancy gets away with that is insane. Good kill, though. And now they have an advantage to target the rest of these looser defenders. Volt was spotted by the Deathmark tracker. Playing around the marble stairs, though, so he can pretty easily fall back. The person that's extended out the farthest, I believe, is Loira on the Goyo at the moment, that you can see. Moving around, I think has just trapped himself inside of Electrical. And I think completely aware of this. Candela will go out. Seto finds the next kill as Loira's got to fall, but no, actually escapes into open area. So while Furia are losing bodies progressively, I was going to say ironic that the main target of the Rome has fallen, or has not fallen yet, but he does soon after, and, well, Volpus and Diaz somehow have to figure a way out of this one.
Both of these round wins for Nip on attack, and I'm going to put this one in the win column because I just do not see a way in which Furia is able to prevail. I mean, maybe they're going to make me look foolish here, but both of them have just been fearless entries by Nip, and then a swiftness that Furia was caught out for. Hold on! Volps making this one winnable. He just needs to survive the blast. He'll do just that. 10 kills for Volps as he's hit the drop. He's been spotted by the Deathmark. He was hoping to catch them off guard. If they thought he dropped, they might push to that elevator and end up dying at his hands. Got intel with a minute to go. Looks like it'll be an A take. So both of these members from Furia sitting farther back now, over by the elevator, over by the B-bomb site. A default plant from Nip, most likely, I would say, 45 seconds in the round.
I mean, I would say so, but while Nip has some good utility, they got those Yings, the fact that Volps gets back alive, he can directly counter one of Wizard's main strategies, and Diaz still has so many Shumikas. Instead, Volps is going for the flank, gets spotted on a drone. He's got to make the decision, play sight to look through the Candelas or go for a lurk, and it looks like he might choose the latter.
He's got one body upstairs. Out go those Shumikas. You got to use them if you're Diaz at this point. You are running out of time. 15 seconds left on the clock. Nip might wander into their doom. It really does hinge on this Volps flank. Spots the Deimos. Down he goes. This is winnable for Furia. Volps keeping this round intact, and he'll now head for the blue flank. All the while, Diaz closing and trying to give intel. Shut off from the Aurora door, so both of them will now pivot over towards Volps. This is bad. Diaz will have to give him an opening. Spots a sliver of a player on Ninjas in Pajamas, and now Diaz will have to get active. Volps in this position. Got one in server. Oh, almost jiggle peeks him. Diaz takes one down. He just needs to beat Wizard in a 1v1. He might be able to long arm this one. Wizard attempting to shake him off. Diaz now finally frees himself from the defuse kit. Wizard in a position where out comes the Tachanka. Diaz gets the job done. Oh my God. Making me look foolish. Nip should have won that round, but Furia snag it away and win map 1 with ease.
How do you make a 2v5 look that uncomplicated? I mean, it looked about the simplest protocol on the planet. Volps just isolates a 1v1 with a crazy flick on the player peeking through beepers. Somehow makes his way back. When you see him put the nitro cell in front of him on the hatch, you're like, oh, he's going to blow himself up. And this is going to be very funny. But no, and even down to firing the guy behind the Aurora door. I mean, Parker, that was beyond impressive.
Incredible retake from Furia. Just, there's not enough glaze we have for this Furia team, frankly. I ran out. I'm depleted of the glaze. Nip showed up to their own map, got absolutely beaten on both sides. That looked like such a good attack. They did everything right at the beginning, and then they bottled the final 25, 30 seconds. A great read by Furia. Volps showing why he might be one of the smartest players in this region, which then makes him one of the smartest players in the world. Just unthinkable that Furia was able to do this.
I'm not sure really what else you can say, for being honest. I do believe we have a break coming up, though, and I definitely need a break after that one, because the fact that Furia able to clutch a 2v5, I mean, I just need to go take a nap.
Everyone's talking about it. What's up with the R6 competitive calendar? The structure of our competitive calendar has changed a bit. That means more tournaments and a slightly different path to the 6th Invitational. But let's break it down. First of all, we now have a brand new addition to Siege, the CN League, the Chinese League. That brings us to 5 regions total, all following pretty much the same structure. Now let's focus on what matters most to us, how things will work in the South America League. Before anything else, it's important to remember that the 2026 season actually started way back with the Challenger Series, where rising teams fought for a shot at the top tier and secured the final 2 spots in the SAL. Then, and that's where we are right now, we have the Kickoff. Think of it as a stage 0 for the SAL. Shorter, faster, but still super important. It awards 4 major spots and distributes 970 SI points. Next up, in May, we've got the first major of the year. 20 teams, over 30,000 SI points on the line, live from Salt Lake City, USA. After that, between June and July, we officially kick off stage 1 of the SAL. Same classic format you already know. 1 group of 10 teams, round-robin matches, and the top 6 advance to the double elimination playoffs. This time though, the 4 available spots are for the Esports World Cup, taking place in Saudi Arabia. Plus, we've got another 1,695 SI points up for grabs. Speaking of that, the Esports World Cup kicks off in August with 22 teams competing for a $2 million prize pool. No SI points here, but the winner gets a straight ticket to SI 2027. Then, between September and October, we move on to Stage 2 of the SAL. Same format again, 10 teams, round robin, playoffs, 4 major spots, and another 1,695 SI points in play. In November, we'll see the debut of the final international event of the year, and the first major ever hosted in Japan. 20 teams and 13,650 SI points on the line. Finally, closing out the calendar, between December and January, we've got the last chance qualifiers in each region. This is the final shot at making it to the biggest tournament in Siege. And those 5 teams will join the top 14 teams from the SI points ranking, plus the EWC champion, making a total of 20 teams qualified for the 6th Invitational in February, the tournament that always wraps up the season. And by the way, it's happening right here in Brazil again. Simple enough, right? So let's get into it. The kickoff is ready, everything's set, and now it's time to sit back and enjoy the games. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you next time.
Welcome back, my friends. We didn't leave you for long in this case. We're back into it, and hopefully waiting for NIP to really warm up in their own sense, because Furia, and especially that last round, my goodness gracious, Leo, that is a way to get your blood pumping in the middle of the night. For us, it's 1 a.m., and I can tell you that end of round really fired it up for us here. A beautiful performance from Furia. We talked about it where, just because they had played their best of 3 right before this game, they're able to continue that momentum and that energy straight into NIP's game, and they're starting off on Bank, a spot they're going to be comfortable in anyways.
Yeah, it was a question that we had about this team. Obviously, they had not shown Bank before with this new roster. We all knew that the former Furia was to love that map, but it was going to be a question about the rest of this team. And I think they've answered that question quite convincingly. Obviously, I think they were in a floating state. We've stated before. When you reach 5-1 in your attacking side, and honestly, even the last round could have went their way. It is a statement. I think to me, it's also the pacing on some of these rounds. They are always in control. They're always proactive. They are the ones that are creating movement on the side of NIP and punishing them. The abuse of Deimos and Solid Snake, I don't know. It just feels illegal to have like Herds, Loyora, all of these guys with these operators. I'm like, surely this has to be a target ban at some point on these guys. And that's the problem, right? At this moment, you have a very clear meta between the shields meta and then the anti-roam meta. And either get rid of all 3 shields, either you're going to be getting rid of the Solid Snake, the KAB, Lion, Deimos thing. But whatever is going to happen, you're going to struggle to roam, especially against such a strong team. And that's what's made this room strong. When you start 5-1 at some point, you can only throw away so many rounds. You will close the game eventually.
Yeah, there's only so many operators also you can ban that Fury able to, it's not abuse them, but play them properly, and not just as an individual operator and individual player, but all together in a cohesive team where things are making sense of why XY action are happening, blocking off, isolating players on their own from NIP, and then completely collapsing on them. You'll see multiple rounds from Furia on their attacking side where they end up with having dismantled the rest of the team with only one player completely cornered, and they're all collapsing on him at the same time. This was so beautiful.
Yeah.
Saved it at the top. You lose this one fight here. Wizard does a good job of it, but then too late on the retreat back into server, and unfortunately the Chunk is able to do it. Unfortunately for NIP, that is, because Furia were incredibly happy with that result. That is Volps. You're saying it feels illegal. I don't want to quote Pink Pantherus in the middle of the night, but I will say it does indeed feel illegal the way that things went down for Furia.
I think to me, what's even more beautiful is that the 2v5 is Diaz and Volps, and I feel like a lot of people were looking at this team and were looking at the frag line, right? Loira, Hertz, the big names, Bogziras, the rookie that came in. But I do think that what makes this team work is the back line there. It's Diaz and Volps. Volps that has always had a very aggressive style of IGLing, and then Diaz, who's always been so successful at playing for himself in these situations. And at, in the very last round with Tachenka, for example, once again, he just isolated the players using the Rio at his advantage. Such a smart player. I just feel like everything clicks within the lineup. And it's always going to be a question. Is it because of momentum and is it because they reach flow state? Or can they actually do that consistently? And my eyes turn toward Fortress here. And I do think that it is a very good sign for them that they beat their opponent on their map pick. Why is that a good sign?
Yeah, why is it? Tell me.
Well, we've just seen Furia win against Flux of W7. It's the last time we've seen an IP play that map. That was all the way at SI against FearX, man you. And they lost that map to FearX.
Oh.
So you're telling me... Yeah, well, yeah, they had time to rework it, and they have a new IGL. But I will say this, it still favors Furia heavily, especially if they can keep this momentum.
And if we pull up the map ends here, just to show them one more time, you'll see map 1 bank just finished. That was a starting side of defense for an IP, did not work out well. On Fortress, Furia's map pick, they're the ones to start off on defense. So wait, Furia picked the map, and NIP picked attack on Fortress?
But I'm
double checking. NIP is attack. Yeah, it is. I'm not just here. We're checking like the internal sheet, and okay, that's a
gamble. Yeah.
What could be the reason behind picking attack on Fortress? Let's try to analyze this between us.
I think
and
in
the
general,
casters, hold on to that question in your head in the meantime. Go ahead.
I think in general, playing against Furia in the way they're playing, they're the kings of the split theory, right? They love to have players in different spots poking around. It is very annoying to play against, and honestly, if you're getting bullied on that side, it might seem an impossible task to come up with a way to problem solve this. So what better way than to switch and go to attack yourself so that you can choose how to best attack the map. You can be the one proactive. You choose on which side you attack. Maybe you can regroup and force them into a utility-based game. That would be the only thing, I think, because I do think that Fortress is still defender-sided right now overall, statistically. Des, don't quote me on this. I know you're going to fact-check this, but I'm pretty sure that it's true. And that would be my only guess. It's like, when you're in attack, you're proactive. You choose the way that you're reacting to the defense, and I believe that may be the main reason why they chose this. But it is still a gamble.
It is. I'd like to bring in our casters here, Linkson and Taro, and chat about that. Has some fact-checking been done in the meantime, Links, to check if Leo is indeed correct?
Yeah, in the SAL, Fortress is defender-sided right now. It's about 55-56%, which I also, I think newer maps typically start defender-sided earlier on, but I think to Leo's point as well, well, I do like your argument, and I am kind of persuaded by it. I think maybe just like trying to maybe set the pace and like actively create the game rather than like reacting to it. I also just think that like taking chances against a team like Furia right now is an unfortunate thing where it's at the same time kind of necessary and also just makes me really nervous. And I don't think that's NIP's fault. I think that's just Furia making it difficult for them.
Parker, your thoughts as our game is almost set. It's not in our control when we're launching it.
I think just the phrase that was said very objectively by Alfama, which is like the last time NIP played this, they lost to BNK Fear X, is frankly one of the most devastating insults you could say about any team at any point.
Oh, wow.
And I really think that's all that needs to be said here. I don't even think we need to cast the game. I think we can just stay silent for about 60 minutes.
I've closed out the program.
And
I don't think it's going to last 60 minutes, but sure, go ahead, buddy.
Of course, I'm just kidding. Let's kick off this second map. What might be the penultimate map in this series, or might actually just be the ultimate map, the final one that we see get played. Does Furia wrap it up in a nice bow, a 2-0 victory to claim first overall in SAL heading to the Salt Lake City Major. For those that are unaware of the stakes, both of these teams have already qualified for the Salt Lake City Major. They are the only two teams from Brazil to have done that so far. There are still 4 teams that are in the hunt. Those matches will be tomorrow. You've got Fluxo W7M up against Los. And then, by God, Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe Clan. Only one of those squads makes it to the major. It's been 4 years since FaZe failed to qualify for a major. Something crazy like that. Does their run end at the hands of the new look of Team Liquid Alienware? Those matches will be tomorrow. For here, SI points on the line, prize pool money on the line. Both these teams have made it to the major, so job done. We will see them in Salt Lake next month. But does Furia win 2-0, or does NIP steal their opponent's map as Furia just did to NIP?
Let's answer that question. Well, over the course of this map, I don't have a definitive answer right now, but I do have some comments. I refuse, actually. I like to think I set my own destiny. Oh, hello, Boxera. Starting to get a little bit aggressive on the initial play, but I do have some comments to start things out. Earlier, when we saw Furia play Fortress, it was kind of interesting that on their defenses, no hard breach denial was banned whatsoever against them, and they really only brought it out in the latter half of the game in an adaptation against Fluxo W7M. Here, it's banned out the gate by NIP, so definitely I think something that NIP really don't want to play against, because it was not a core element of Furia's strategy on Fortress earlier. In fact, it was kind of a lot of the stuff you would normally expect from Furia. You know, Herd's playing the Mozzie, playing a bit more loose. Obviously, right now, he's on the Tuberau, but also an operator he was playing earlier on this site. So, some NIP trying to set the kind of field they want to play against, and Furia playing, I think, remarkably conservative at the moment. I mean, they are already falling back towards the site. And if you look at the lineup they have, you understand why. You've got the Kibas to play around, but more importantly, you've got the Vulcan packs, the Zoto canisters, and Gershmots all to either stun, burn, or just slow down the attack through and through. You do not need to play aggressive with this kind of lineup.
Low and steady wins the race? Or the round, I suppose? First kill, still something we're searching for. Halfway through round number 1, and a Nitro Cell expended by Herds will not find its target. Volps's does, though. Basetto down for the count. To his credit, Herds had done some damage beforehand, so it was a joint effort, and now a swing by Volps. Sensational in the previous map. He still started things off well here, but not enough, as now it's a 4v4 with a minute to go. Player will trade that one right back. Advantage swings in favor of Furia, and it will continue to grow, Lynx.
They've got such a good just matrix and trading setup right here. You'd be hard-pressed to find an NIP advantage that is, like, realistically achievable. NIP are doing a good job fighting back, don't get me wrong. But because Furia fell back so quickly, the moment that players like Hate started walking in, they were always going to have to deal with players just around the corner who could refrag, or walking or hopping straight into a crossfire. It's not unwinnable, though. Wizard still has 2 sets of Bs to find any information on these players tucked on the inside of doorways. Diaz is playing a bit with his life right now, and he's got to be careful he doesn't step too far because Pino's ready for it. Ooh, that's a big moment. Loira trying to catch him on the off angle. Pino doesn't commit, ends up getting the information, and now it's a 2v2. It's only 15 seconds, but maybe they can find something.
I mean, hey, we've seen crazier things already. A 1v1. Diffuser needs to get planted. Wizard finally grabs it. Diaz now in the home run position. You just need to wait that timer out. Go, 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 go. Past the point of no return. Clock will give it to Furia. Excellently played by the defenders. And Furia keeping up, just as they did on map 1. Off to a hot start here on map 2.
Just not making incorrect moves on a macro level. And even if you look at moments like Loira prone around the corner, those are always gambles. You're acknowledging the possibility that it won't work out when you're literally prone in the middle of a doorway because it's an off angle and you think you might catch them off guard. There's the possibility that they might quick peek and check it, and then you get killed. It's not necessarily a wrong thing to do. You made a gamble, it didn't pay off. In the broader level, Fury didn't do a wrong thing whatsoever. All of it looked really, really good, and especially their strategy of falling back very quickly. They had perfect utility to back that up and to keep NIP out and stall out time. And every single time one of those attackers, whether it was a shield, somebody hopping in a window, whatever it was, there was an immediate answer. C4s for the blitz. Crossfires and trading potential galore for Furia. Everyone was on the same page. There was a very clear intention behind their strategy in that round, and it worked out really well because as NIP played slow and tried to push into them directly, there were no alternative angles to break that. And so, Furia just kept basically trading and swinging from every position they had already thought of at the beginning of the round.
So impressed with this Furia squad as we see them improving time and time again. Just, where are the weaknesses here? Where are the weaknesses? I already saw the Boxera play was clipped on the subreddit. I understand that was a bit of a head scratcher, and Palu picked up his second ace of the day off of that play.
That was the first ace of the day. The second one came later.
Sorry. My apologies. I'm incapable of keeping track of when his aces were. I watched the games. It was, frankly, we've had a terrific day of matches. This one, though, is really not lived up to the billing. You know, I was hopeful that our first time back in the saddle in so long would be a competitive endeavor. It has not been that so far. Still time here on Fortress. I feel badly if we don't get a border as our third map, as the analysts talked about how much they wanted to see that, but sometimes it's just out of our control. 1 minute off the board. Furia standing pat. First line of contact now will likely be Veto on this Blackbeard, and Boxera is in the line of fire.
Ooh, unfortunate. Smoke gets caught on the ledge there. Now it'll force out the Blackbeard. All of Boxera's utility used within the first minute, 20 seconds of the round. That could be big for the attack later. Fancy able to get the initial pick, though. Traded. So neither clear advantage. Oh! Boxera missing 2 opportunities right now, and it's traded soon after. All right, well, man, Fortress certainly is not over because that was a bit of a painful start for Furia. Boxera not only using all of his utility, has an opportunity on the Blackbeard, misses it, and now NIP have a full minute and 15 seconds to reset. There's one player tucked around the corner on the second floor. You can see this right here. Doesn't get misdroned. They're ready for it. I mean, they're doing everything right, Parker.
Yeah, Nip's not making any mistakes here whatsoever. Nothing for anybody on Furia to exploit. Diaz now is the last man standing. Does have a shot with how low on HP both Wizard and Besetto are, but drone work has been so good for Nip through the closing moments of this round. They will use it effectively, punishing the last 2 players on Furia and drawing even. So already a significantly better start for Nip than we saw on Bank. Granted, Bank was a 5-0 start for Furia, so literally any round in the first 5 rounds for Nip is a better start. But honestly, I think it's more about confidence too. This Nip team is playing very, very well. Even in the previous round, they were poised on their entry. They were droning effectively. They were walking in well together. They weren't expecting the double nitro SAL, which ultimately blew their chances sky high at the very beginning of round number 1. But not much you can do to plan that, I suppose, especially if you think you have the confidence of 2 separate shields running in. This time around, though, Nip made almost no mistakes on that round, and Furia felt it. So now Furia will hold out hope that this round goes a little bit better, but Nip already showing more promise, and maybe it just took them a map to settle down.
It's possible. It is entirely possible. I also just think that that particular position, I don't think was quite the winner that Furia thought it was. You know, it might delay time early, but especially with, you know, the ability to hop out the window right behind, I don't think it just had the impact that Furia were hoping for. But as we go into the next round, the first floor defense, or a first floor defense from Furia. See some big adjustments by NIP in the attacking lineup. Drop the shield that they've had through the first 2 rounds, the Blitz and the Blackbeard. Now not present whatsoever. Instead, going for probably the most standard lineup you could think of. I mean, we got 2 sources of hard breach, some vertical destruction, some anti-roam with the Dokkaebi, and of course the Twitch to get some of these traps. I mean, I don't know really if you could get anything more basic than that, and I say that in a complimentary way. I mean, you've got all your bases covered. You should be able to do a lot. Of course, you don't have a lot of the cheese that's available. You don't have the Ying, Grim, nothing like that. But as we see, there we go. More good droning from NIP. Not letting any gaps form in their attacking strategy. And now Fancy, who might have otherwise lurked through that position, will just combat. Maybe we'll even see NIP set up for a pinch.
They're swinging for the fences here. Furia feeling very confident. Loira and Wizard dueling against one another. Logic bombs now being used to try to pin these players down. It's used successfully on Boxera. Down he goes at the hands of Hates. Loira manages to survive, which is really quite astounding. Lynx, when you think about how aggressive this Nip push was onto him. Loira now has backup with Herds not far removed. Herds yet to get on the board through these 2 rounds. He's a sleeping giant waiting to be woken up. Almost halfway point of this round, and the advantage for Nip. Looking more like round 2 than round number 1, but right as I say that, Diaz gets active. Down goes Hates. Down goes the Twitch. In the previous round, those drones were so integral. How is Nip going to function without that intel?
Well, they have to acquire more. The network either grows or it dies. With that Dokkaebi call, Fancy almost loses life in the process, but will finally hunt down Loira. Another one could go their way. Volp's around the corner, tangling with, I believe it's the ace of Veto. Especially needs to get aggressive in the 3v4. You can't get passive in a position like this, especially with 2 attackers, as we know, on low HP. This could easily be a 2v2 if NIP are not careful. And a triple crossfire. Volp's got to find his way out, but with the flashbangs going in, he's not long for this world.
Oh my goodness. This Furia team just has no answer for Nip. If this team that we saw here had spawned in on Bank, I don't know if we're already in Fortress at this point in time. Pino swings onto Herds, down he goes, and it's a trade, but it favors Nip because they've still got bodies upright. Nip yet to lead in this series till this exact moment. The Ninjas grab a 1-round lead on Furia's map.
And whereas in the first round you had basically just everybody playing right next to each other on or around the site, with NIP not able to break it whatsoever, since then you've seen a much stronger tendency for Furia, especially in round 3, to play a bit more spread out, and I think NIP have read very well into it. For the first, I was about to say the first round, but I was going to say first round that NIP won, so round 2, you have Boxzera playing not super far away from the site, but playing outside in a bit of an isolated position that the attacker reads pretty quickly, sees he's not having a whole lot of impact, and they just decide to go elsewhere. So this Smoke, who you've put so much focus on, used all that utility early, doesn't end up mattering. In round 3, similar position you have with Loira on the opposite side. Does he have defenders he can join? Yes, absolutely. But NIP are still able to get a foothold in the map, and because of these constant crossfires that they're holding via the exterior angles, combined with some in-the-building pressure, they're not actually able to get a complete read on what NIP are doing, but more importantly, really get in a strong enough position to counter anything that's actually going on. NIP were constantly able to communicate, constantly able to rework their setup around the defense. And once there have been actual gaps or a bit more length and breadth in Furious play, NIP have filled it quite nicely.
Absolutely. Timeout now taken, so Fury is hoping to settle themselves down a little bit. I don't know if they'll be able to find the answers for Nip in just a short period of time. Reminder that there will be another timeout taken in 3 rounds. Once we get to the halfway point, we'll likely bring in our analysts to talk about that and show some of the more pivotal moments through those first 6 rounds. Nip really have been able to move their pieces around this map and succeed, whether it be intel from the drones, whether it be intel from the operators themselves. The shields that we saw back in round number 1, not really quite as successful as maybe Nip had hoped, but it does really follow a trend line, Links, that we've seen across all regions, that shields are nowhere near as oppressive as they used to be. And if you watch the SI reveal just a couple months ago, a rumored shield buster was confirmed. I think they're called Operation Firecracker or something like that. It was unveiled in the video. Don't know when they'll arrive, sometime later this year, but you don't even need an operator necessarily to counter them. Outside of Blackbeard, shields have not had the same impact that we've seen. And look at Furious bans. They took care of the Monty. All right, fine. That's why we saw the operators we did back in round number 1, doubling up. With that Blitz in round 1, the Blackbeard in round number 2. Since then, no shields present for this Fury or for this Nip team. Take out Intel next, and I'll be interested to see how Nip does without Snake and Dokkaebi. You still have Deimos on the board, you still have Lion on the board. So while shields are not in play here, you've still got Intel ops and still those drone ops that Nip has been using so well.
It is going to alter probably how you end up using the Deimos. Like, you could obviously use him to gain intel on some of those roamers and hunt them down, but you also want to consider whether or not maybe saving them to put pressure to players in power positions directly on the site, like must-win fights or must-win bits of the map you have to control. You don't have the flexibility you do when you have the Soliton scanner or the Dokkaebi calls to hunt down some of those other players, and you can maybe use the death marks for whatever you want. Now you've got to be very particular with it. Azami also still on the board as NIP took down the Goyo, so focusing really on those site ops. Strategy Fury seem to be going for is still spreading out, but some of these castle barricades, hopefully with a bit more protection. And with the traps to bolster that, also maybe just catching anybody on NAP who might go for that lurk. Seeing the first Deathmark tracker go out, gains a brief bit of information. Razorbloom triggered, but I don't think anybody really on this side of the map to hear it all that well. So I don't know how much impact it'll have. Bees flooding in the museum, but finally with one player creeping up, Grismont is triggered and they're aware of Fancy's behind him.
Many outlines in front of Diaz. Does he tempt fates? Now he backs away, allows Volps to get active. Down goes Wizard. Loira traded right out. 1 minute left. The first 2 minutes of this round have just flew by at this point in time. In terms of HP, Furia with the advantage. Veto debuffed by that Razor Bloom as he'd found himself triggering the trap of the Irish operator. No more available as Loira died. Late reinforcement, I like this. Keep one in pocket for Furia. Make the job a little bit harder for Nip. You see, they've got no more hard breach utility available, so anything that's been used by the Ace at this point, finally going off. That Box Era lying prone. Oh my, you gotta get up! How on earth does Box Era walk away alive? Volps on the board as well, and Nip outnumbered 2-1. Furia just need to ride out these final 15 seconds or pick up Hates and Besetto, the last two standing from Nip. That's Hates jumped out on, and Herds and Diaz will clean up a tie game now. So the timeout working effectively. Furia finding their footing, and no team now with the lead.
No team with a lead, and I think we have a little bit of a trend developing that is indicative of when Furia have been successful, and it's been when they've been able to, of course, like deny a lot of time for NIP, you know, keep things really slow, don't let the attack get any control, but also I think just play more together and not actively get in their face. The opening picks when NIP have won the round were at 2 minutes and 1 minute 40 seconds respectively. For Furia, they were both below the halfway point in the round, and that was the slowest one we saw, not happening until almost the minute mark. Furia were not giving NIP any openings whatsoever. They were playing very close to each other, with more importantly, with a lot of utility to facilitate rotations, even if they were playing spread out. They had castle barricades to dodge behind, Kiva barriers to block off windows or doors, as opposed to playing that same loose style without the kind of reinforcements or vision blocking utility. This time they had it, so if they wanted to play loose, they could rotate back effectively and still play their trades. If Furia can keep the time low when that opening pick happens and keep NIP at bay for long enough, they are, well, so far in the 2 rounds they've won, succeeding quite well.
Pull up some of these map stats here, and I mean, they are skewed a little bit. Again, Nip should not necessarily be the strongest team on this map. Numbers are significantly better for Furia. What concerns me is that Furia's defender win rate on this map is very, very high, nearing 60%. Granted, they've only played 12 rounds, so it's not a huge sample size here. But if you think that the conventional wisdom on Fortress is that for the time being, it's a defender-sided map as it starts to get more favorable to the attackers, then Furia should be doing okay. But keep in mind, Furia picked this map. Nip opted to start on attack. There's some theory that goes on here. Do you start on the harder side, or do you give yourself a leg up? I mean, I don't speak for these teams. I wouldn't want to. You're more the expert, certainly, than I am. But if just based on the numbers, the underlying numbers here, Furia should, in theory, be walking away with a minimum of 3 rounds. That's within reach, but it has been a slog for them to get these 2 rounds, with the exception of round number 1. So, of the last 3 rounds, Nip has looked mighty, mighty good. Furia now just biding time, plugging holes with Kiba barriers, waiting for the advance of Nip as we get very close to the halfway point of the round.
This is the good win condition for Furia, though, is to try and delay time as much as possible. I mean, we've even tacked on to the strengths we had in the previous round, bringing in a Mira alongside the Castle and the Azami. I mean, oh, okay, wow, that's just brutal for Loira. The moment he tries to take some kind of initiative, slapped down by Pino in brutal fashion. The broader structure is still solid. Not having the Kibas will suck, but you still have mirror windows and castle barricades, but down a body, that's what you have to worry about. Volps with some effective fight back, though Fancy spots one very quickly around the corner, but as they win that trade, Furia are back in the exact position that they've won the 2 rounds they've won so far. All in arm's length of each other, all in strong positions, all can play for these trades. And NIP, I mean, look at their lineup. Flores, Twitch, and Ace, you're not breaking through with any of that.
Get more information from the Gizmont mine as well. Triggered by Ninjas in Pajamas. We ride along with Diaz as He's got that Scorpion. These close quarter maps really see the Scorpion benefit, whether it be in the hands of a Denari or an Ella. It's been a while since that gun's been good enough to get run. We saw a whole lot of it at SI. Its pick rate started to tick up around the time of the Munich major. Pino will reduce this to a 3v3, so more winnable than Nip just mere seconds ago, but there goes Basetto. Wizard and Pino need to get through the doors to the bomb site. That seems quite easy, but just like running a football 100 yards, it's not necessarily as easy as it looks. It's about the defenders, and Furia, their defense mighty good on that round. They regain the lead. Not really an exciting round. Lynx, they just were steady as she goes, beat them every step of the way, beat them to the punch, and now you find Furia in a position where they could presumably end this first half 4-2.
The issue we have is that the way Fury needs to win is by playing just stone cold boring, just literally not doing anything in these rounds. And I say that kind of as a bit, but actually is a very serious statement on like how they are winning these rounds. The most action we had initiated by Furia, like initiated as in they were the ones trying to push things, trying to get in the face of the attack, actually trying to like create some kind of energy in the round, was when Loira peeked the window and immediately died. The moment Loira tried to deviate even slightly from the plan, Fate was like, no, that's not how you're going to win this game. And so Furia were like, okay. And they fell back on their strategy. That Miro window separating the two sites, that had feed holes on it for half the round. That guy was still playing the Miro window the entire time, even as he was that exposed. That is how dedicated Furia are to holding these positions and not getting in NIP's face. They are just trying to play trades, just trying to waste time, and it's worked in all 3 rounds they've won so far.
That's something else. Run out from Loira with the DMR ACOG. Ubisoft made an announcement this week that there'd be a host of mid-season changes. One of the operators we actually did see in the previous map, that was Aurora, but there was some teasing about whether or not ACOGs on defense would be revisited or not. Don't know how you feel about it, but I mean, I'm of the opinion that there shouldn't be any ACOGs on defense at all. I know that will anger some people, and I say this as somebody who used to play ACOG on Doc and Rook all the time.
I don't know. I have 2 minds about it. I get part of the point, but also I kind of like the long angle play you get with some ACOGs on the defense. I think the bigger issue is just like DMRs plus ACOG on the defense can be a bit problematic, but who knows? Either way, fancy
like the centrist you are, of course.
Yes, of course. Because I always, my favorite position, defense. Love defense. Speaking of fences, Fury are knocking it out of the park in round 6. I mean, flawless round, it seems like we'll have to end this half as there's literally 0 fight from NIP at the end of that game. And ironic, to every single point I made up until round 6, you have Furia contesting basically every point of entry in a round that I think was more fueled by ego than anything printed out in the strat book.
Ready for our scheduled midpoint timeout, and that means bringing in our beautiful analysts to talk about what they saw.
Well, Intero, we're so beautiful, we're gonna be not shown on the halfway point here, at least face-wise, because we've got a lot to talk about here. Furia looking incredibly focused up here, carrying over the same things that we were talking about on Map 1 Bank, which is playing as a team, as one focused unit.
Yeah, I think it goes because it goes without saying. It's also because NIP are playing much better. I think NIP are putting much more of a fight. I think they hit the reset button. As a reminder to everyone that didn't check their semifinal earlier today, they had lost the first map quite convincingly and went on to win the 2 next ones. They are a team that thrives on momentum, and they're completely able to hit that reset button when it comes to mental. They showed it because I do think that to a certain degree, they would have deserved to make this a bit closer, even 3-3. I do, however, believe that Furia found the right solution. You guys highlighted it multiple times. They figured that if they stopped losing bodies early on, they would finally just be able to play behind the utility. And then if you look at round 5, it's basically what happens, right? You see the utility on the lineup, 20 seconds left, Smoke, Mira, Ella, still all alive, can play close to the bomb site and trade each other. Now, why are they able to play these operators? Because NIP, for some reason that I still don't quite understand, decided to remove all wall denial operators. Kaid and Bandit. Oh, that's all good. Great for you. The reality is if you do that, Mira, Azami, Castle, Ella, Thorn, all will be available against you. And so finally, Furia understood. Let's just not try to play too aggressive early. Let's just play a setup with loads of utility, play behind it, close to each other. Yes, we can get aggressive, but in a position where our utility will make our gunfights more at our advantage. And even if someone loses his gunfight, the trading will happen. Very last round, what do we see? An extension upstairs with all the traps and the castle, where Volp gets aggressive, but he has trade potential behind him. And that's how they win it. Really good adaptation from Furia. It's not just blatant aggression, it's also a good game plan.
Very much so. Now we'll see the game plan of Furia on the attack, where we just talked about it percentage-wise. The defense is winning more often here in SAL during kickoff on this map. We'll send it back to our casters and see how things develop from this back to our people on the ground.
For the record, you have no idea if I'm levitating or not, so you can't say I'm on the ground. That's just not how it works.
Actually, in all seriousness, I was completely reclined in my chair. No part of my person was touching the ground. Like, actually, so that was, for me, literally true. I was not on the ground. So I just want the record straight on that one.
Noted. And for those that are keeping score, please put that in the official registry here.
Please don't put in the paper that I was on the ground.
I'm not on the ground. Do not print in the paper that I was on the ground.
By the way, Hates hiding the Clash, as you can see out the gate. This is a common hiding spot for people just wanting to generally hide operators, not get them spotted. Furia also, Leo probably, I actually can hear him all the way from France, freaking out right now. Furia have decided to ban all the wall denial as well. Though I will say it's more objectionable than or it's less objectionable than when NIP did it, because I'm of a similar mind. It was not a facet of Furia strategy earlier, and I am all for generally, like, you trying to make yourself comfortable, but it was kind of strange given the Fortress we saw earlier. Here, though, Furia banned both wall denial operators earlier on Fortress. Worked out decently well. Who knows if NIP play them or not, but Furia just recreating the bans they had earlier.
Great to have the analysis of the desk join us. I've been enjoying it in all of the regions that we've heard so far. And I mean, don't get to work with Leo as often as I'd like. And with Milos, frankly. But I mean, I've worked with Milos for almost a decade at this point.
Had a long time with him in close proximity.
Very close. Actually, just we used to live just across the street from each other when we were in Europe together. Now, speaking of close, not just me and Milos, Furia to this particular bomb site. Closing in with 2 shields now. The Clash of Hates, as you mentioned, hidden, will now find some extreme value here. Player's looking for the jump in. But he sees a couple pairs of eyes staring in his direction. So Furia very wisely chasing away from the position that they were on and will now swing over towards that what used to be known as the cannon side. Herds getting beat by Wizard. You best know Herds is going to be mad about that one.
I have to imagine he would be, especially as NIP retained their advantage. Loira also quite furious as he wants to hit that barbed wire to run up the stairs, and when he hits it, the shotgun comes hunting down from behind. Somehow gets away. Diaz has 3 kills. I have no idea how this has occurred. Baseto gets the next one, and I will say Loira and Volp's entirely separate. That's why you see Loira rotating around to join the Monty, who has been basically locked in a duel with this Clash for the entire round up until this point. Oh, and is about to get pinched from behind, I think. That is, well, that's just unfortunate to say the least. Good trade by Loira, though, as we're now in a weird 1v1.
Very, very bizarre. And I mean, Furia has gone back and forth, I'm sure, through this round. It's a nice spot for them to plant on. The Clash will have no choice but to get really present here, and you gotta go quickly. Oh my goodness, could you imagine if Loira had bottled that one? My God. That's a position that everybody kind of, well, they clench. I'm not gonna say why you clench, but you definitely clench. Furia take the round and extend their lead off of a nail biter.
Oh, when I saw how far away the Clash was, I was like, oh no, he's definitely going to get this plant down. Great by Loira, honestly, all things considered. Just running in, immediately hopping up on the table, knows what kind of plan to make. And I don't know exactly what the right call is there, because it's not like Monty where you know, the recoil is a bit lower than it is with the Clash. Because if that was the Monty, you just keep backing up, you get hit. They've got to do this weird like jiggle peek to get you in the shoulder. Bit different when you're a Clash. It's not nearly as strong. So I don't know exactly what the greatest call by Veto there was. So I'm not gonna like lay claim to any kind of objective analysis in that situation. Either way, it was awkward. It was very awkward for the back half of that round. And Fury just continued to widen their lead off the back of it. NIP. Sure, did they lose? Yeah, but one of us a 1v1. And two, the Clash hiding was very effective. It was very clear that Fury were not ready for it, and Veto will try to do it again, and might very well work. Volp's bringing the Monty a second time. That stalled the push on that side of the map for quite a long period. Furia will double down with a different kind of shield, though. And so while the Monty might face trouble, Furia won't be pigeonholed quite like they were before. They have some flexibility with this additional shield.
Plenty of time for them to do some setup now as we're into live action here. If the shields are working for you, continue to bring them, right? And I mean, both of these shields function differently. Blackbeard is going to be likely more involved in the fray. Volps is going to be more passive, but giving information. And with Volps being able to give calls and the strength that he has in those calls, very advantageous spot for him to be in. Oxair has already got a read on Veto. He's hoping that somebody on the side of Nip will reveal themselves, but for the time being, nothing yet. Loira able to do what Herds could not, and out will go the nade to move the Clash from this position. Loira finds one, out comes the sidearm, turns around expecting a flank, but there's nobody there. A great opening gambit for Furia in the first minute.
I just really love Loira's read there. The barbed wire is way too far away to give any effective sound cue, and the L is so focused on protecting the Clash and just contesting the players in Museum that it goes very differently than it was with Herds, because there was nothing distracting that Clash, and what a shot by Bach. What the hell?
How is he gonna trouble? What? I need... There are no words that could do justice to that particular moment. If Diaz clutches the round and that was all for naught, then my goodness, what do you do here? The Clash off of the shield, so Veto will get active. I don't know if the Selma will get taken care of. I'm dumbfounded.
How did he even hit that? They weren't even all lined up. Like, I literally don't care what's happening right now. Like, if DS clutches this 1v2, I will start caring. I am literally stunned by how that even happened. This should end, by the way, for NIP. I mean, you got the shotgun around the corner. You have the Clash chasing DS. I mean, in no plan does this work, and there we go. So, how the hell did that happen? You had a guy in front of him, a guy to his right, and a guy all the way to the left. Now, they weren't, like, completely split up 90, 90, 90, but, like, they were not on top of each other. And he did that with one magazine. How has he killed all of those guys?
Do we have an instant replay of it? I don't know.
I desperately need one. I don't even know how that's possible.
I'm...
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
We are the experts. We're supposed to be the experts. And we can't describe what happened. Sometimes you just see plays. Sometimes you just see plays like that, and you just kind of shake your head and you go, okay, the stars align. You know, seeing a miracle 3K from Fantasy to completely save the round and obliterate any hopes of Furia going to match point is about as unlikely as, I don't know, Furia clutching the final round of Bank to go up 1-0 in the round, or 1-0 in the series. But I mean, we've seen the unthinkable happen. Paulu got 2 aces today.
2 words.
Crying out loud.
2 words.
It has been a wild day of Siege. And again, the matches that preceded this were excellent. This one has been a bit more one-sided, but it's still a good showing of the potential that these teams have. Furia in particular, continuing to improve their gameplay and doing it while Herds is really not having the best series so far. So again, for these teams, depth has been terrific. Nip no longer relying on just Fantasy and Hates, whereas Furia, they're not just relying on a player like Herds. Diaz right now leading the way. It was, I believe, Volps top fragged back in map number 1. So that one's not that abnormal. Volps is a terrific player, but me oh my. It's been a great match. I do want all 3 maps at this current point in time. It seems unlikely that we will go to border, but crazier things have happened.
Crazier things have occurred. We've seen them in this series and today overall. So that would honestly be a bit more normal, all things considered. Loira trying to use the Salton scanner that he's used quite effectively so far throughout this series, throughout this map as well. Unable to find any initiative, at least in that moment, but as Volps moves over towards the central staircase, trying to actually recreate some of that play from Loira, who ran through this barbed wire earlier. The big question is, how focused is NIP on other positions? And are they far enough away for the sound cue not really to matter? Right here, they're a lot closer to central stairs than Loira was, but he will make his way up as sound goes out. I'm not quite sure that anybody knows. Loira with the first, though, as the next kill, creeps up from behind.
Volps wants that one back. Diaz has his hand, and there's 10 kills for Diaz on that support role. Not too bad. Make that 11 as he removes Hates from the equation, following up on his Selmas. They're going to continue to tear through them. Wizard in a winnable position, but will need to overcome the 2 remaining players from Furia. What can Wizard do? Will he find a blind spot here? Sweeping through. Diffuse kit in the hands of Herds. Wizard making an awful lot of noise, getting ever closer. Does he have a read on this? Does he know which door it is? Here's the F2 going through. He's still got the Kiba barrier for protection. Wizard can easily win this. He just needs to pick his fights very carefully. He doesn't. Herds with the kill, and it's series point. Championship point, Furia.
And, I mean, DS Lucas just performing extremely well in this series so far. Obviously up to 11 kills there, but extremely lethal as a backline player. And just highlighting what Leo was talking about earlier, Volps and DS on this roster have been so impressive. Even despite a lot of the, I would say, bigger name players that are there, they are still the 2 highest rated players on this map and throughout this series so far. Loira's not that far behind in this map, don't get me wrong. But these a bit slower players have been the stars of the show for Furia in the final series of the night, and with DS in particular, really, really solid performance. That round, honestly, is not super complicated. It's kind of a lot of what Furia have been doing so far, and I believe, yes, that... Oh. Oh. I know how that happened. Oh, I was hoping we could see the 3 kills, but we weren't able to. We just got teased. That was so mean. That was so mean.
So mean.
That was so mean.
Hey! Everybody likes a good tease. Maybe not like that.
Hey, but you know what I will say? Honestly, I think it's arguably more poignant because, you know, faith is believing in what's not readily observable, right? And for something as magical, as divine as that 3K, I think you just have to, like, accept the fact that it happened and accept the fact that you can't always see it. They're not always easy answers in life. Sometimes you just have to put, you know, faith in the grander plan. That it'll all be okay.
Mom once said that faith is something that common sense tells you not to believe in.
Well, I think...
Oh, something different than that. I don't know. I'd have to ask my mother. I wonder what she would think about that Besetto spawn peak. I'm sure Intero Mom would have an abundance of thoughts.
Oh, certainly have a lot of thoughts. He would immediately hop in out after that Ghost Mott. Oh, and he does. Thankfully, has the barrier to protect him, so not completely punished for that. We'll just trigger it, then immediately back off. But seems like they might. Oh, Besetto! Not letting Furia take anything for granted. Arguably stays much longer than he otherwise should have, but continues to just play in that position. Fancy, surely not. I mean, what is happening right now?
Boxair is not having a great run of playing shields on this map today. Let's put it that way. Sad that for their follow-up, Volps will die in a very similar fashion. Excellent crossfire by Nip, and I really do like how active this defense is from them. It's knocked Furia off of their stride, and Nip really hasn't given up all that much in the process. Hates is having a terrible day, by the way. 2-10 so far here on Fortress. Fantasy gunning down Herds, immediately traded out. Furia is such a sticky team, and it will leave their 2 best players in this map as the final 2 to stand against Nip. With the matchup on the line for the championship, Loira and Diaz looking to be the best team in Brazil with the rest of Furia. All they got to do is put away Wizard and Besetto in the next 90 seconds.
I think I was going to say, with these Razor Blooms remaining, there is a bit of late round information he could gather. Oh, the Z-ping around the corner, too. It's got to be all on DS.
He's been here before, and he can pull it off, but Nip has looked like a very different team on this map. Their defense is much stronger than anything that they really mustered on bank. They're very patient. Very, very patient. Wizard's got the angle now directly to the right of Diaz, and it looks like he might walk in that direction with his back turned. He knows now where the thorn is. Basetto can reposition. Wizard's got that C75 in hand. It's not a bulletproof camera that whole time, Lynx.
Yeah, I realized that.
Got a read on Ella, so for Basetto, almost gets his head. Just needs to shoot out the camera. He can't really do too much until he handles that. Basetto repositioning! Diaz could do it again! A very similar position for Furia. Diaz has been a miracle worker. Miracles don't even always happen once. Could it happen twice? He's walked his way close to the bomb site. Angle being held still by this thorn. A reposition from Wizard, 15 seconds left. Diaz going for the kill, he fails! Wizard coming out ahead, almost 2 for 2 for Furia. A heart-stopping round for Ninjas in Pajamas and their fans. Furia still with the lead, but one more round needed to see if Furia can put it away.
The fact that things still come so close there is profoundly impressive for Furia, and not even necessarily indicative of anything wrong with NIP. It's just a show of how strong Furia are and have felt in this matchup. Throughout that round, I mean, listen, it was not a great start for Furia, obviously. There were quite a lot of gaps in their information. I think the confidence and the ego starting to get to them a little bit. And to be fair, when you speed things up, you are always going to trade information for time. So there are inherently going to be a lot more gaps when you go for a rush like that. But it definitely happened in this case, in which every place they were going to go, there was somebody from NIP ratting. Obviously, you have Basetto still contesting that window. You have Fancy sitting up on the opposite side of, not the door, I guess, but the entrance where the Monty walked through. And that was both shields taken down by rat plays right there. So literally the two cornerstones of that attacking strategy were taken down in places where just even a little bit of information, especially on the ladder kill on the Monty, would have gone a long way. So working out great for NIP. But still 2 more rounds to go, and even with that rough start for Furia, it still came down to a 1v1 that it really felt like Diaz could win.
Yeah. Ultimately, these rounds that we've seen through both of these maps have been way too close for NIP. They do look like a better team on Fortress. I mean, obviously the scoreline will tell you that right away, but sometimes the scorelines don't tell the full story. We've seen maps that will go like 7-2 or 7-3 and still be exceptionally close, where a more accurate scoreline could have been, say, 7-5 or something along those lines. Not really the case so far with this bout. The scoreline has been pretty much bang on, and NIP will continue this full court press as defenders. They gun down Herds. Herds is having a rough game, just matching Hates' contributions. Herds is maybe a tiny bit better, but NIP hitting you with the drive-by question marks in chat. Devastating stuff.
Drive-by question marks and the bot. To be fair, it sounds like Fancy smoked Herds. So, I don't know if I'd really take...
Herds was standing there alive, and then Herds was on the ground dead.
No, and it was like 2
alive
shots.
And then dead.
1-shot headshot.
You don't need to be a bodyologist to know that that's not how you want to end up.
No, you do not.
Intel Ops, 3 Intel Ops, 4 Furia, by the way. Yeah, they've lost the Lion, but there's still a Deimos and still a Dokkaebi. First Logic Bomb has gone off. Still waiting for the other one to finish generating, and it'll be a Jiggle Peek here from the Mira of Fantasy, and he wins it. Volps missed his mark. That is a tough one. Boxera will trade that one right back. Hates has been a bit of a target dummy so far in this matchup. He will have very limited impact here in this 11th round. Furia hoping that this lead doesn't end up with them going to overtime, but it is getting increasingly likely with how strong this defense has been from Ninjas in Pajamas, and NIP still holding on to a numbers advantage in the final minute.
Well, and especially because NIP have been so confident against Furia, you feel the momentum slightly starting to change, but Furia keeping it competitive. They've lost the Dokkaebi in the process, but now as they've taken the advantage, Boxera's got 3 Deathmark trackers, and Furia have a whole 50 seconds to reset. There are not enough smoke canisters in the world to stall out the rest of this round. The utility's great, but Basetto will need to hold these close angles with the shotgun, and Pino's got to hold the long. Something has to give for Furia, but with these trackers and the time, surely they can convert this one.
Someone will go out. Pino on the run downstairs. You know that Basetto is the only one that you have to deal with, or no, rather that was Boxera downstairs. On the run now, closing in. Excuse me? Can Diaz clutch out His vision on the final player of Basetto, obscured by the gas, thrown out just moments before, so Diaz will wrap around. 15 kills for Diaz. He came up empty-handed in his clutch just a couple rounds ago. How does he do this time? He has to wait out the shotgun. He sees him. Basetto does it. Nip does it again. 0 for 2 for Diaz here on this map, and Nip stays alive.
And it's easy to see why, even though in the 1v1 with Boxzera and a shotgun in such a close quarters position, there's no bad gunfight for him to take. The only reason he couldn't take the gunfight on the rotate was because of the track stingers. But no matter where DS Lucas could peek, there was nowhere with that low time remaining for him to get in a position that would have been advantageous. Additionally, because of that low time and how close the smoke was, there was no good option to even attempt a plant whatsoever. I believe there was still some smoke utility as well. So Wizard, could even still just evade the gunfight entirely and burn 10 seconds off the utility alone. It's not all on Diaz for losing these two 1vx's, and Furia might have been an advantage for a moment, but I gotta give a lot of credit to Fancy in particular. And obviously, like, Basetto and Wizard are doing great, but Fancy has really been setting the pace these past few rounds. Of course, getting that big double, of course, getting the big triple earlier, but just has really been the one that seemed to have dashed Furia's confidence the hardest and has made them put in a position where they're constantly fighting from behind, even if he doesn't get the opening pick.
Been live at the right time for his team, and now Nip are either 3 minutes away from a longer series or, yet again, 3 minutes away from being done. Furia has watched this lead that they built up over Ninjas in Pajamas evaporate. It started with that cheese play, the rat play, to knock the shields off their stride, and then an incredible play in the previous round. Diaz, the star through so much of this series, will now need to be picked up as he's bleeding out yet again. Nip taking to these windows, taking to these doors, forcing Furia to fight from behind.
I don't even know how that happened. I mean, I can reasonably intuit, like you said, somebody peeked the door, but based on that angle, that seems like a kind of a weird fight to take. NIP just not letting Fury get comfortable whatsoever. I don't think I really expected the full court press to work against Furia of all teams, but it really is. The Monty a bit separated from the rest of his team right now. Ooh, walking into a Gurjmont as well. Hates with one in his back pocket. It will land in front of the Monty, so it wards him off more than actually traps him. As the rest of Furia joined this push. Wolp's likely calming the presence of not only the Ela, but the Gurjmont mine as well. But again, really nothing you can do. He can trigger it, then back up, and now he'll push forward. But again, there's no gun behind this Monty. He's quite separate from the rest of his team. He's got to be careful in this position, but as he ADS's, he domes them.
Rough go of it for Hates, and it will continue. Basetto trades out Loira. Fantasy again leveling up, but he gets paid for by that. Basetto down now 2. Furia with the numbers advantage. They've been here 3 times and failed to convert. How will this round go? Wizard and Pino to clutch out. Last round, Nip thought it might be over. Their fans might have thought it was over, but their players said completely otherwise. Difference is, though, Lynx, there's a shield still on the board. Boxzera, if he plays this one right, will watch all those bullets just bounce off of him. There's not much that an Aruni and a smoke can do, especially a smoke with just a single gas canister and a minute to go. You are hoping that those remaining Goyo canisters are enough to slow down the advance of this Furia team, or else that's it for this series.
But conversely, on the side of the attack, you've still got a smoke grenade, you've got the 2 flashbangs, you also have 39 seconds, which in this position is not a lot of time, but still enough to get some good information. With the Blackbeard to speed things up, I mean, it's possible. Again, you have some good long range and close quarters weapons, but Furia have the utility, they've got the manpower. He is low HP. It doesn't take a lot to knock this house of cards over.
And there's the first domino. Only one remains. Wizard to clutch up. Can he work some kind of secret magic to keep his team in this? Or will Furia, the organization known being towards the top, pull this off? They managed to stop the plant. Can anybody recover in time? Herds goes for the kill. Quiet most of this match, but loud when it matters. Furia dominate Ninjas in Pajamas 2-0, and they are the best in Brazil.
I just want to say, that end there was way too close for comfort. I mean, a shotgun around the corner, right as 2 of them walking up. I almost fell out of my chair and got really scared for a second. But Furia just have enough. With Diaz getting that kill especially in a 3v1, even with the Blackbeard going down, they've got the players who can move in for the trade. It's a much closer game on Fortress, but I mean, when you have the momentum created earlier from that dominant bank victory ending with a 2v5, it felt inevitable for Furia. I gotta give more props to NIP, though, for really bleeding them quite heavily on Fortress.
I mean, Bank obviously was them sleepwalking through most of that matchup. Fortress, they woke up, and they were far better. They were better on attack. They were better on defense. In fact, most of their defenses, especially the early rounds, were terrific. They were able to knock Furia off stride so many times. But Furia are just a well-oiled machine. And again, lends credibility, this matchup in particular, to how much better Furia is getting very quickly over time. I think the sky's the limit for this team. And if you're going to Salt Lake City and you're looking at whether NIP or this Furia team, you're scared to face both of them, but you're probably most scared to face Furia. They are the best team in the region. They win the upper bracket finals, which is the grand finals, and they will be very happy, turning their eyes now towards Utah in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't have to say much more than that. We've got Leo and Gassan on the other side to talk about Furia now officially being the best in Brazil.
Much Intero links, yes, it is done and dusted. Furia, with a hell of a furious little shout that they've done here, able to close it out against NIP, despite NIP's best efforts to bring this one back here. Leo, we almost saw an overtime, but there's this guy, Dias Lucas, who just was so activated today. We heard of him and from him in the first interview, and when he smiles, when he's pumped up and active, it's gonna happen, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, 16 kills to close out the day. The guys are celebrating. You could see it all the way, in their camps. I think it must feel really special for a team that was put together, only after SI. Goes to show that when you put the right people together at the right roles, it sticks and it works. Very interesting to see them play at Utah in Salt Lake City against the best teams in the world. I'll have to say this, I think NIP, they had it in them. I think that if they had warmed up the same way, if they were the ones that played the semi-final, the last ones to play the semi-final, maybe the matchup would have been entirely different. Despite that, though, every single round was hard fought for Furia. Even when NIP was in a heavy man advantage, Furia was almost able to bring it back every single time. That just speaks to the sheer talent on that roster. And as we see some of these rounds here, I think we also saw improvements from NIP. I felt a consistency from that roster that I did not see in a few stages of SAL last year. I'm hoping that they finally get to breach that top 8, make it to main stage, because that's something that they've been missing for a while. They've made events consistently, but I think they've been missing this part. And on the side of Furia, honestly, they can be really happy with themselves, because they walk away not only with the bragging rights of being the best SAL teams out of 2 months of practice, but actually 240 SI points. They're in the lead right now, and they can even make more at the major, having secured phase 2 of the major. So, from their standpoint right now, it only looks at the next few weeks to prepare. Maybe even a boot camp. Who knows if they will go to the US before that? But what a gamble for the organization as a whole to come up with this roster, and a gamble that so far seems to pay off.
It's not an easy set of shoes to fill, that's for sure, right? Aside from for sure, it is not an easy thing. It reminds me, if you help me make the analogy here, Leo, of when Falcons picked up the old BDS roster, right? This is a big shift. Of course, now and after that change, you had BDS, now shifters, that came in, big shoes to fill, a big gamble to get through. However, this is a similar one. Furia bringing in big players that have been all over the world at this point, from Brazil, brought them all together and put in a lot of work in the support staff and the players all between them to get to this point, and they've indeed been successful. They celebrate at the end of this hard-fought victory, especially on map 2 against NIP, but they celebrate because they proved a point, not just to themselves and to one another as a team, but to their organization as well, to say, hey, we are a worthwhile pickup. We'll only get better from here. So all the way up from this point, as Intero mentioned. Of course, the bragging rights to say, in our first time together, not only did we break these expectations, but we became the #1 team in SAL. And what a run they had, Furia, to get to this point. Tough opponents that they faced. I would very much say that there have been upsets in the matches for them to get to this here point, either in the groups where they topped the group or being able to beat Fluxo W7M and continue on in the upper bracket tear that they had. Our match summary, you'll see DS Lucas, again, MVP of the matchup. No two ways around it here. Put up all the numbers. This is someone that has been very much hyped, no matter what part of the world he's been in, really. But here, he's really finding his footing. He's putting it all also not just on the team, all meshing together, but also on the support staff of Furia for helping them get to this point. And we talked to him prior. We won't, unfortunately, get to talk to him again, but he was focused on Reduct, who is someone with a lot of experience as a player and as coach, to pull the entire team together and get them to focus up and learn from their mistakes. And you're seeing the results of that right here, Leo.
Yeah, definitely an incredible match for him. I was also going to salute Bassetto because, support player, IGL, best rated one on the side of NIP. And now we have our 2 first teams from SAL making it. So we have 6 teams making it to the major. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I want to see, the schedule. I want to see what's going to happen here. We have Fluxo W7M versus Los. Los being obviously right now probably the biggest, smallest challenger, right? The one that has the least expectation on himself. Another team that was built entirely from scratch, from players that didn't know each other or were coming from 5 different rosters at the time. And then the big one. That one will be massive. Team Liquid, Alienware versus FaZe Clan. One of this team from El Clasico is going to miss the major. This is going to be epic. I just want to... What is it going to be, the first game or second game?
It's the second game tomorrow.
It's
we can look at the schedule, but just to confirm it for you. But Team Liquid Alienware FaZe is the second matchup. So I'm telling you, Sunday night, you do not want to miss this game. Only one of them. It's already been touted as a FaZe Liquid from both FaZe and Liquid in our interviews. They're saying we're back to El Clasico between these 2 huge organizations in the sense that they're actually on equal footing, but only one of them can make it to Salt Lake City, and both of them are hungry. FaZe hate the fact that they got dropped into the lower bracket by Fluxo W7M, and they are not leaving any survivors left. We've seen in the last game they absolutely demolished Black Dragon 7-1-7-1. Now against Team Liquid Alienware, that they themselves will be very disappointed if Team Liquid Alienware lose this match, and it's not going to be an easy one to win regardless. I'm just going to put it up here and say maybe the curse is somewhere in the name or something, because I just could not believe it at that point. But if Team Liquid Alienware make it to the major, then FaZe Clan, the world champions, the back-to-back Leo, are not there. And I know the analyst conversation is going to be, well, you see, whenever you win an invitational, you're going to not qualify to the next major. Or if you do, you're going to play like ass and not make it deep enough into it, right? That's how it usually goes.
Well, the reality is that, they would get hard punished by the format itself. It is a 3 weeks long, really short, really impactful, really intense stage. So I wouldn't blame them too hard. They had lost 1 BO3 against Fluxo W7M. The bracket makes it that they would have to play against Team Liquid Alienware afterwards. 2 very strong opponents. One might say that if they had been on the other side of the bracket, they would have made it easily. So I wouldn't blame them too much. It would be a huge blow because they've been at S-tier events consistently for so many years. But at the same time, if it's a lesson they need to learn to go and grind their way to win a 3rd SI Hammer in a row, no one will care at this point.
No. That simple as that. Then that's our day. I mean, what a day it was. I know it's late for you and me right now, and it's 2 in the morning, past 2 in the morning. And you have been working for the past 6 days or so, back to back. So you had Tuesday off, but it's an off to prepare for the other day. So I wouldn't really call it an off day. I know how it is. You were in a garden reading a book, but actually you were thinking about how do you prepare something new for the show. I know you well enough, Leo.
It was pretty much it. Because every day we need to prep for the next day anyway. And I was doing SL last week on Saturday, and then traveled to Copenhagen, and then EML, and then back here, and then SAL, and SAL tomorrow.
and SAL tomorrow. Exactly. You and I are back here tomorrow. We've already prepped our stuff for tomorrow. We have some fresh graphics that are being cooked up by our team just to make a few hard-hitting points and make them really clear for everybody out there. So I want to thank you, Leo, for an incredible day that we've had together. I know you are completely fried. It's late, it's stuffy, but we've done an excellent show today. We've had an excellent day to get through these 3 wonderful matches, which guarantees us NIP and their opponents here, Furia, both qualified to Salt Lake City, and the top seed is Furia. They are the #1 team in SAL in Brazil, and tomorrow 2 games will decide the last 2 teams to qualify to Salt Lake City, and then in the grand final of the lower bracket, we'll see who actually makes it into phase 1. That's a tough sell. And then into phase 2 of the major. Anyways, Leo, thank you again. Thank you to our production team. And for those watching at home, I wish you a wonderful night. We love you. Bye-bye.